Chapter 1821. If you wait for me. The little fatty wiped the sweat off his forehead and ran 2 steps. Then, he clumsily flew up and chased after the group. If he could, he really wanted to beat up Instructor Zhou, who came up with this rotten idea. After another 4 hours, everyone finally arrived at the 10-mile port one after another. The sun was setting. There were no less than 100 large boats docked at the 10-mile port, rippling with the light water. On the surface of the sea, not far away, there were several pleasure boats for sightseeing. It looked like they were brightly lit, and there were even singing voices of female singers coming from there. The group only rested for a quarter of an hour in the middle of the journey. Actually, they didn't eat or drink at all. When they arrived, not to mention the students, even a few instructors felt that they couldn't take it. Wei Wei didn't show any expression on his face, but he was probably cursing in his heart. He had already given Instructor Zhou a good scolding for coming up with this rotten idea. This old fellow came up with this rotten idea. Not only did he not take the instructors out, he even said that the instructors should set an example and train with the students. Wei Wei's old waist was about to break. He felt as if he had also been trained by Zhou Danjin, this idiot. When Instructor Wei Wei arrived, the first thing he saw was Arbor sitting on a stone block at the mouth of the port, leisurely chewing on 2 carrots. Qi Xianxian was squatting beside her, eating a meat bun happily. Seeing them like this, Wei Wei's mood immediately became complicated. Needless to say, Qiao Mu, this freak, had a pretty good cultivation. She was so young, yet she didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion after consuming 8 hours of flying. Furthermore, she could fly even more effortlessly than the instructors. What kind of rice did this little freak eat to grow up? The instructors arrived one after another. When they saw Arbor and Qi Xuan's leisurely appearance, they really had mixed feelings. Who the hell were they training? Why did they feel that this student of theirs was completely fine? There wasn't even a trace of fatigue on her face. On the other hand, the instructors had flown so hard that their faces were all green. Why do they all look so sullen? After waiting for a few more students to arrive, the little fatty finally ran over, panting heavily. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to fly. Even if he drank 2 bottles of spirit recovery liquid, it was useless. It was best to sit down and drink a cup of JoJo's spirit tea. That would be great. Arbor slightly raised her eyelids and glanced at everyone. She turned her head and continued chewing on the carrots in her hand. Zhou Danjin's eyebrows slightly. Let's all rest first. I'll go ask the boatman. Little Fatty sat down next to Qi Xianxian. He took 2 deep breaths and asked, Xianxian, why you and Xiao Xiao arrived very early? We've been here for an hour. We've been waiting for you all this time. The little fatty gazed at Xiao Mu and Qi Xianxian in shock. You guys are actually this fast? Yes. Jojo flew effortlessly. On the way, we even met someone riding a flying mystic beast. Cough. Jojo's speed is even faster than that person's. The little fatty hurriedly reached out and tugged at Arbor's sleeve. Jojo, why are you so fast? Miss Chiao's face was stoic. She glanced at him and reluctantly said, Flying elixir. Chapter 1822. Flight pill. Little Fatty and Mata exclaimed in unison. Mata immediately shut his mouth when Arbor glared at him. He stole a glance at Instructor Wei Wei, who had turned to look at them. Both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts at the same time. In that case, Jojo must have secretly taken some kind of flight pill to fly so fast. However, Jojo didn't let them take this flight pill. Was this to punish them for summoning the beasts earlier? Instructor wants to train you, Arbor said expressionlessly. It was fine if she secretly cheated alone, but if she cheated with a group of people, wouldn't the instructors be able to tell at a glance? At this moment, the instructors were only suspicious of her. They hadn't figured out how she could be so relaxed and fast. It should be known that people who took this high-grade flight pill could fly for at least 4 hours unimpeded, and their flying speed was comparable to some flying mystic beasts. This pill was special and practical, so not many people knew about it. Xiao Mu had ingested 2 of them in total, and she had only produced 7 of them using the rainbow mushrooms that she currently had. Now that she had used 2, she only had 5 left, so she had to use them sparingly. The rainbow mushrooms planted on Paradise Planet weren't ripe yet, so they naturally couldn't be used. Little Fatty glanced at Arbor resentfully. Jojo, if the cheating instructor makes us fly back again, can you tie a rope around my waist and drag me from afar? Arbor's lips twitched. She almost couldn't maintain the serious expression on her stoic little face. She hurriedly steadied her emotions and looked up and down at the miserable little Fatty with a serious expression. Only then did she nod reluctantly. The others couldn't help but be speechless. Little Fatty wanted to make an appointment with Jojo now, right? But they really wanted Jojo to tie a rope around his waist and drag them all along. In any case, Jojo had taken the flight pill, so it probably wouldn't be difficult to drag a bunch of people along. After a while, Instructor Zhou walked back with a chuckle. All right, I've already contacted the ships. The fare to the Pola Mansion is 100 spirit coins per person. Come, hand it over to the instructor in order. Later, the instructor will pay the captain. Qi Xianxian couldn't help but cry out. You have to pay for this? How are you going to get to Pola Manor if you don't pay the ferry fare? Zhou Danjin snapped back at her. Isn't this a warm-up for the academy ranking competition? Why do poor students like us have to pay for the road? Zhou Dan really wanted to spit on Qi Xuanxuan's face. Poor student? Where's your face? Who doesn't know that you little bastards have earned a lot from the underground arena hegemony tournament? Now, he even dare to complain about being poor? Forget it. Instructor Zhou's face darkened as he said angrily, Pay up. 100 spirit coins per person, no less. Qi Xianxian could not help but retort, Teacher, we are fighting for the honor of the academy. Why do we have to pay out of our own pockets? Teacher Zhou coughed and said, You've all seen the situation in the academy. All right, don't talk nonsense. Pay up. We still have to talk to the captain. The ship is about to depart tonight. Everyone looked at each other and reluctantly took out their money pouches. Qi Xianxian rushed to pay Arbor's ferry fare and couldn't help but grumble to Instructor Zhou. Chapter 1823. Instructor, if we win against the other academies at Mount Dai Zone, does that mean the academy will pay for our return trip? Wishful thinking. Instructor Zhou gave them a sideways glance. Without another word, he took the money bag and went back to find the boatman. Qi Xianxian made a face at his back and stuck out her tongue. This stingy Instructor Zhou. Every time I ask him to pay, it's as if I'm asking for his life. That's right. Mata snorted. Let's go. Let's get ready to board the ship. To be honest, it's a long journey to Poland Prefecture. It's too generous to charge you 100 spirit coins for each person. You want me to subsidize another lunch? No way, no way. Food was so precious now. Even if it was just a white steamed bun every day, it wasn't something a boatman like him could provide. When Arbor and the others boarded the ship, they saw Instructor Zhou talking to the boatman with a pockmarked face. They covered their faces with their hands and walked past Instructor Zhou, pretending that they didn't know him. It was too embarrassing that this stingy instructor was wishful thinking. He wanted others to pay for their meals. It would take at least 7 days to get to Poland Prefecture by ship. If there were any changes at sea, it would be uncontrollable. We have to get to Mount Dai Zone before the end of November. Please speed up along the way. Instructor Zhou and the boatman chattered endlessly in front of the cabin. All the students and instructors ignored him and entered the cabin in a single file. There were already 20 to 30 people sitting in the cabin. The chairs and benches around them were all occupied. When Arbor and the others entered, they couldn't find a place to sit. There was almost no place for them to stand. Damn it, 100 spirit coins to stay on such a broken ship. Mata couldn't help but complain. He turned to look at the men in the corner of the cabin who were staring at Arbor and Qi Xianxian. He glared at them fiercely. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Those men hastily lowered their heads. Even people like them, who frequently roamed the pugilistic world, could clearly sense the unusual pressure that Xiao Mu and company were exuding. Although this group of people all looked very young, they felt that they were not to be trifled with. Arbor couldn't help but frown. In this large cabin, the air was turbid and chaotic. Just by looking at the few men who occupied a few comfortable big back chairs in the corner of the cabin, one could tell that they were not good people. Many of the women and children were crowded near the cabin door. When they saw Arbor's group coming in, they shrank back. It was just that the space was too narrow, and they didn't have much space to hide. Xiaomu nodded slightly at the middle-aged woman who was hugging a little girl and shrinking to the side. Although her small face did not have much of an expression, she said very gently, it's fine now." In fact, in her previous life, she had experienced much worse conditions than this. It was just that he was used to living like a prince in this life. Suddenly changing to such a bad place, he was a little uncomfortable at first. Arbor pulled Xian to sit next to the woman who was hugging the child. He gave Mata, little Fatty, and the others a look, asking them to find a place to sit. In this large cabin, it was somewhat inconvenient for men and women to squeeze together. Fortunately, the men and women consciously sat separately, leaving a particularly narrow path in the middle. Chapter 1824. In reality, Arbor could release that 3-story ship. However, she would not be able to explain it to the mentors. Furthermore, she did not want to receive special treatment everywhere. Murong Sun once said that going out into the world to gain experience was also a way to increase one's strength. Surviving in a vile environment was a very good way to gain experience. Moreover, she had already boldly used the flight pill that was used to cheat and secretly cheated the mentors. Now, she wanted to be more honest and follow the mentors down to earth. Cough, cough, cough. A strange smell assailed their noses. Arbor hastily covered his nose with his sleeve. Xian also hastily covered her nose and mouth with a slight frown. Inside the ship's cabin, the burly men sitting comfortably in the corner couldn't help but start cursing. Arbor only needed to ask around to know that a little boy next to them vomited. He was probably seasick. However, the ship had just started sailing, and it would take at least 7 days to reach Poland Manor. Wouldn't the little boy vomit and faint on the way? Arbor took out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill. He handed it to the woman holding the child. "Pass it to the child. It can stop the dizziness." The woman hastily accepted it and passed it to the boy's mother. Not long after, the woman holding the child quietly said to Arbor, "Miss, the child's mother sent a message to thank you. The medicine is very effective. The child is much more spirited after taking it." Arbor nodded, but didn't say anything. This was just a small matter. An anti-dizziness pill was really not enough to reach the apex. The little girl in the woman's arms was about 5 or 6 years old. She opened her large eyes and cleverly glanced at Arbor and Xian. The woman hastily smiled and said, "My surname is Qi. How should I address you, Mrs.? Just call me Ah Qiao." "Xian. Miss Ah Qiao, Miss Xian." The woman hastily nodded and said, "Our ship is heading to Poland Manor, so it should take several days on the way. If the child has disturbed the 2 ladies, please forgive him." Arbor nodded. "It's not noisy." In fact, the little girl had not said a single word from the beginning to the end. She had been very quiet the entire time, but her eyes had been curiously looking at them, strangers. The young woman smiled. "Are you 2 young ladies going to Poland Manor to look for your relatives?" Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Qi, we are heading towards that academy in Poland Manor." Xian had forgotten the name of the school and hurriedly turned around to ask Arbor. "Heaven Bestowing Academy," Arbor said expressionlessly. "Ah, yes. It's that heavenly academy." He didn't know what they were up to all the time. They had changed the rules of the competition at the last minute and had to enslave this group of students to go to Mount Dai Zone to beat corpse puppets. The woman immediately widened her eyes and covered her mouth as she softly exclaimed, "Could it be that the 2 ladies are spirit masters?" Arbor did not reply. Xian shook her head and smiled. No. She was only a little level 14 mystic cultivator. He wasn't lying, was he? When the woman continued to pursue the matter, the 2 of them only picked a few simple things to talk about and didn't continue speaking. Arbor closed her eyes to rest. Seeing that they seemed to be quite tired, the woman was too embarrassed to continue rambling. Arbor couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. In reality, she wasn't someone who liked to chat with people. Chapter 1825. The next day, the weather outside looked pretty good. Arbor and Qi Xianxian did not want to stay in the cabin anymore, so they walked out of the cabin and went to the deck to get some fresh air. The weather in November was just right for the weather. The sea was slightly cold, but for cultivators like Arbor and Qi Xianxian, it was not much of a difference. When the two of them went to the deck, they noticed that there were already a few umbrellas on the deck. A group of young people were sitting under the umbrellas, drinking and having fun. When they saw Arbor and Qi Xianxian, the group of young people's eyes lit up. One of them hurriedly stood up and said, "Two ladies, I didn't see you yesterday." Qi Xianxian was stunned. She pulled Arbor back and whispered in her ear, "Looks like there's a single VIP cabin on this ship." Unlike them, who had spent the night in the cabin with a swarm of people, these young masters must have spent the night in the VIP cabin. Last night, they were the last batch to board the ship. At that time, the sky was already dark. Naturally, they did not see this group of young masters who had already returned to their cabins to rest. Qi Xianxian snorted and pulled Arbor to the back of the ship. She was not familiar with them, so there was no need to greet them. Arbor naturally did not have any objections. She was too lazy to talk to this group of people. "Wait, two ladies, please wait." At this moment, the other person spoke up. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of the two of them and extended his hand to block their path. "What do you want?" Qi Xianxian asked impatiently. "Haha, it must be fate that we meet. Our young master Zhang would like to invite the two ladies for a drink." Arbor was expressionless. Qi Xuanxuan's face was filled with anger. She waved her sleeves and brushed away the man's hand. "Where did this pervert come from? Why aren't you scramming?" That person's face immediately turned ugly. The young man who was called Young Master Zhang could not help but frown. He stared at Arbor and Qi Xianxian, as if he was unhappy that the two of them did not give him face. How could Qi Xianxian care whether young Master Zhang was happy or not? It was even more impossible for Arbor to do so. He didn't even glance at them from the corner of his eye. The young master who stopped the two of them couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Ladies, you probably don't know the identities of us brothers. This is Zhang Wudan, the second young master of the Zhang clan on Hanyuan Island. I am Tai Feng, the son of Shuntian Prefecture's head steward." Arbor silently glanced at the person who was talking nonstop and glanced at Qi Xianxian from the corner of his eyes. Xianxian immediately understood, and without another word, she sent a flying kick over. Typhon was caught off guard and was sent flying by Qi Xianxian's kick, crashing heavily into an umbrella. The entire deck was filled with cries of surprise. Tables collapsed to the ground, and cups and plates were scattered all over the place. Xiao Mu hastily tugged at Xuanxuan's leg and promptly slipped away. After entering the cabin, Arbor could not help but facepalm. "Why did you kick him?" Qi Xianxian looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. "You just gave me a look, and I immediately understood. Aren't you asking me to kick him?" Arbor was speechless. This sister only wanted you to stop talking nonsense with him. Indeed, in this world, other than young Master Mo, there was no one else who could understand her gaze. "I will give you 2 more chapters in the morning. I won't talk about this week's troubles. Talking about it makes me cry. I only have time to write at 10 p.m. every day." Chapter 1826. "Then what should we do now?" Qi Xianxian leaned close to Xiao Mu's head and muttered softly. What else could they do? They could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Arbor glanced at her, and Qi Xianxian immediately understood and nodded. "All right, then let's drag little Fatty and the rest down with us. If those people come to provoke us, we brothers and sisters will beat them up together." Arbor was speechless. Why did he feel that he was speaking in a different world from Xianxian? Arbor sat down speechlessly and continued to sit beside Mrs. Qi. Not long after, the boatmen sent people over to distribute food and dried fish to some people. This was their breakfast. Of course, at this time, it was better to have food than to have nothing to eat. "Mrs. Qi, how much did you pay and how much did you get?" Qi Xianxian looked at them curiously. "Huan, and I paid a total of 150 spirit coins." Mrs. Qi sighed and said, "This is half of the income one got from selling my ancestral house and land in the countryside." Qi Xianxian nodded in understanding. "This ship captain's fee is quite high. However, Mrs. Chi said, "You can't say that. After all, the journey is quite far. Furthermore, this ship captain has been sailing in this sea for many years and is very experienced. As long as we can reach Poland Manor safely, we don't ask for anything else." Chi Xianxian nodded. "That's true. Ladies, do you want some dried fish?" Mrs. Chi saw the two of them sitting beside her and asked embarrassedly. "Oh, no need, no need." Chi Xianxian hurriedly waved her hand and said, "We just ate a little. Let Huan have some." The fishy smell of the dried fish was extremely strong. Chi Xianxian felt dizzy just by smelling it. Furthermore, the mother and daughter only ate this much for breakfast. Why would they fight for food with a child? Huan, don't eat too fast." Mrs. Chi patted her daughter's head and said with a smile, "Move, move, move." A few angry curses came from outside the main cabin. Following that, the cabin door was pulled open. 3 or 4 men dressed in cyan clothes, revealing their muscular arms, appeared at the door of the main cabin and coldly said, "Get out of my way, all unrelated people. Our young master is looking for 2 female criminals who beat people up and escaped. Don't get in my way." Arbor and Chi Xianxian looked at each other and frowned. Even if he didn't look for trouble, people would come looking for trouble. "Get lost! Get lost!" The men kicked away the people sitting by the door. The group of women immediately shrank into a ball, shivering. They all sat close to the side, wishing that they could immediately become invisible. Arbor stood up first. Chi Xianxian naturally stood up as well. The little fatty, who hadn't slept well last night and had been sleepy all this time, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He roared at the men, "What are you guys doing?" The green-clothed servant glared at the little fatty. "Damn fatty, sit down. It's none of your business. The 2 of you, come out and follow us to see young master." "Oh, these kids are pretty awesome." Before Mata could finish his sentence, Instructor Zhou smacked him on the head. "Speak properly. Don't act like a hooligan." Mata's mouth twitched speechlessly. He walked out of the crowd and stood beside the little fatty. "What's the matter? Were we on a mission to arrest someone? Aren't you just a few servants and lackeys? Don't be so arrogant. Be careful not to kick an iron plate." Chapter 1827. "What? Brother, do you mean that you're those iron plates?" When the servants heard this, they laughed wantonly. Mata, little fatty, and the rest were all wearing the academy's training uniform. In order to increase their income and reduce their expenditure, they were stingy. Every student was given a set of cloth clothes. The clothes of the 2 female students were made of slightly better quality cloth, while the male students were all dressed in the same gray cloth. Duanmu Qing, Lu Yu, and the rest thought that the academy's uniform was too ugly, so they kept it at the bottom of their chest the day it was sent. Only little fatty and Mata wore the academy's uniform all day long. They said that they didn't need to wash it if it was worn out, so they could just throw it away like wiping the floor. The servants didn't care about the commoners who wore cloth clothes. In their eyes, Mata and little fatty were poor people who were squeezing into the main cabin. Their young master had to spend thousands of spirit coins every day to stay in the luxurious and noble cabin. How could these commoners compare to their young master's family background? Not at all. Several servants raised their arms and quickly walked toward Xiao Mu and Chi Xianxian. They revealed wicked smiles on their faces and reached out to grab their chests with malicious intent. Bang! The figures that had flipped over rushed out of the deck through the cabin door and crashed onto the ship with a loud bang. How could they still get up? Every one of them clutched their stomachs and wailed in agony. Xiao Mu stepped out of the main cabin with a frigid expression. Little fatty, Mata, Duanmu Qing, and the rest followed behind her and rushed to the deck. Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. If she and Chi Xianxian were really weak girls, how could they have a good ending? Looking at their despicable faces, they must have bullied men and women often. Evil people had to be dealt with by evil people. Arbor had never thought that she was good, but she had her own bottom line. However, these people didn't seem to have it. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you bully those weak and powerless civilians? They couldn't bully the strong, so they only dared to bully the weak. As soon as Arbor's voice fell, the little fatty and Mata immediately made their move. As if they were grabbing chickens, each of them picked up 2 or 3 of the green-clothed servants and walked towards the end of the deck. Those few people were so scared that their faces turned ghastly pale. They kept begging for mercy, crying out for their parents. Young Master Zhang walked out of the VIP cabin with his arm around a young woman with a slender waist. His expression immediately changed when he saw who it was. "What are you doing?" Zhang Wudan shouted angrily. Typhon also came over. Seeing the 4 or 5 servants being caught like chickens, his face changed. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Quit while you're ahead. Don't be so shameless." Plop, plop, plop. After a few splashes, the 4 or 5 people were mercilessly thrown into the water by Mata and the little fatty. "How dare you?" Young Master Zhang roared, "Attack!" Immediately, 4 or 5 figures darted out from behind him and rushed towards Arbor and Qi Xianxian. Xiao Mu's expression chilled, and a wooden vine that slithered like a snake slithered out from her wrist, whipping the people's running feet with a swish. Pa! Immediately, one of them was tripped by the wooden vine and fell heavily to the ground. Arbor didn't say anything else. She raised her knife and cut off one of that person's ears. A trace of fierceness flashed across her eyes. "Kill them. Make up for yesterday's 2 changes." Chapter 1828. A graceful snow leopard abruptly appeared beside Xiaomu. In a breath's time, it pounced on one of Zhang Wudan's men and bit him in the throat, throwing him away. Behind him, Mata and the others did not hesitate to act. The 6 spirit masters moved quickly. In less than a second, the 4 or 5 men summoned by Zhang Wudan were all taken care of. Spirit energy circulated in their hands as they looked coldly at the pale-faced Zhang Wudan and Typhon. Zhang Wudan immediately took a few steps back in a panic and asked timidly, Who are you?" "Someone who wants your life." Mata's water ball hit Zhang Wudan's chest without warning, sending him flying out and crashing onto the deck, rolling back and forth in pain. Mata stepped on Zhang Wudan's back and took out a dagger from his sleeve. He gestured back and forth in front of Zhang Wudan's frightened face. "I told you not to be so arrogant. Did you kick an iron plate?" Zhang Wudan looked at the handsome man in front of him with fear. His whole body exuded a sloppy aura. This person was really ruthless. That dagger was cold, and when it slid against his left and right cheeks, Zhang Wudan was so scared that he almost screamed. Don't kill us, don't kill us." Typhon knelt on the ground in fear. He repeatedly cupped his hands and begged for mercy. Yes, we were blind. We didn't know who you are. Please let us go. My father is the head steward of Shuntian Hall." Pa! Xiaomu slapped the left side of Tai Feng's face heavily across the air, and a cold glint flitted across her eyes. "A mere manager of Shuntian Prefecture wants to suppress me? Take off his clothes and throw him to feed the fish," the little girl said expressionlessly. "Okay." Mata laughed heartily and kicked Tai Feng's head. Typhon was rolling on the ground in fear. Mata picked him up with one hand, as if he was carrying a chick, and strode forward. No. Typhon was so scared that he peed his pants that his face was even paler than a dead person's. As he begged for mercy, he cried, "Young masters and young misses, this lowly one was blind. This lowly one won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." Sob, sob, sob. Wait, everyone wait." Hearing the news, the captain of the ship immediately rushed onto the deck. When he saw Mata holding Typhon in one hand and throwing him outside the mast, his face changed. No. Everyone, young masters and young ladies, please show mercy." The boatman was almost scared to death. These 2 weren't ordinary people. One of them was the 3rd young master of the Shuntian Prefecture's head steward, while the other was the 2nd young master of the Grand Origin Island. If anything happened to the 2 of them on his ship, would the 2 families let him, a little boatman, go? Wasn't he going to tear him apart alive? Tieska. Mata chuckled and looked at the old man. "You want to meddle in other people's business? Do you think you can meddle in other people's business?" The boatman quickly stepped forward with an apologetic smile and cupped his hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. Calm down. When we go out, it's better to have one more friend, isn't it?" It's really unwise of you to go against Shuntion Prefecture and Grand Origin Island. Haha, Shuntion Prefecture and Grand Origin Island? If you offend me, you'll be in trouble too. Chapter 1829. With that, he loosened his grip. That boatman's expression changed drastically, and he ran forward in a panic. He saw that Tai family's third young master was thrown into the sea by this vile-looking man. With a splash, he created a big splash on the surface of the sea. Arbor's lips curled up, and he casually flicked a pill into the sea, a cold smile on his lips. Since they kept coming here to court death without knowing what was good for them, why shouldn't she grant them their wish? On the other side, the little fatty also kicked Zhang Wudon into the sea, startling that frail and delicate girl into shrieking. Arbor swept a cold glance over and coldly said, "You want to play in the sea too?" That girl immediately didn't dare to speak. She shut her mouth tightly, hugged her head, and shrank to one side, looking at Arbor's group before her, as if she was looking at a ghost. "Hurry up and save them. Hurry up and save them for me." The boatman anxiously cried out and hurriedly ran, instructing the assistant beside him to lower the small boat, while he planned to jump onto the small boat to save them personally. Boss, look!" Suddenly, a worker let out a cry of alarm. The boatman's heart immediately thumped, and when he looked at the sea with furrowed brows, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He saw that on the surface of the sea, dozens of sea sharks had gathered out of nowhere, baring their sharp teeth, and were tearing at Zhang Wudon and Tai Feng in the sea. Both Zhang Wudon and Tai Feng were shocked, and their hearts were filled with fear, but in the face of the sea sharks' attack, they still unleashed their greatest survival instincts. The two of them jumped out of the sea at the same time. However, in less than a second, they crashed heavily into the sea. Only then did they realize that the mystic energy around them had been sealed by someone. Zhang Wudon only felt that a piece of her left leg was bitten off by a sea shark. After fresh blood flowed out, it attracted carnivorous fish from all around, and they quickly surrounded them. How would the boatman dare to get off the boat to save them at this time? He was just an ordinary commoner, just slightly more powerful than the average person. Even young Master Zhang and young Master Tai couldn't deal with Hai Sha. So how could he win? However, he couldn't just stare blankly and watch the two people fight to the death with the shark in the water. If this matter were spread out, he reckoned that he would be killed 4 or 5 times by Shuntion Hall's great manager. "Quick, save them. Save them." "How we save him, boss? With so many sharks below, who would dare to go down?" The few crew members felt their eyelids twitching wildly. If they continued to attract sharks, perhaps their small ship would be attacked by the sharks and capsized. "Don't fucking bullshit. Hurry and save them. Drag them up. Drag them up. Use the sling. Get the hook over here. Quick, 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 quick." The boatman hurriedly took the tools handed over by the crew and threw them into the sea, which immediately caught young Master Zhang's collar. Everyone worked together and pulled young Master Zhang out of the sea. At the same time, a small sea shark was also pulled out of the sea because it was biting young Master Zhang's left leg. Zhang Wudon let out a mournful scream. One person and one sea shark fell onto the deck at the same time. The boatman hurriedly called for the crew members to surround and attack that sea shark, chopping it into several pieces with a flurry of blades. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Chapter 1830. Following that, the boatman and the crew used the same method to pull the dying Tai Feng out of the sea. Although Tai Feng was unconscious, he seemed to have fainted due to fear. Only his arm was bitten twice, but the rest of his injuries were not serious. Unlike Zhang Wudon, whose left leg was completely bitten off and the wound on her right leg was very big. It seemed like it would have to be amputated. Everyone was secretly shocked as they looked at Arbor and the others. This group of young people looked gentle and refined, but they did not expect them to be so cruel and ruthless when they fought. Arbor walked to the mast and glanced at the sea surface indifferently. Then, he threw another pill into the sea. Not a moment later, the sea sharks that had originally clustered together slowly dispersed. When the boatman saw this, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. However, his gaze toward Xiao Mu was filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Arbor turned around and walked towards the cabin. The boatman quickly smiled apologetically and called out to her, "Miss, please wait. In a while, I will change 3 cabins for the young masters and misses. It will be completely free of charge. I hope everyone can live comfortably." Arbor raised his eyebrows slightly and did not say much. He turned around and left. Qi Xianxian glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, "Then we will have to trouble you." The boatman was probably scared out of his wits by the commotion they caused. Actually, everyone did not care whether it was a large cabin or a small one. After all, they would arrive in 7 to 10 days. They did not care if they were a little tired during the journey. However, the boatman obviously did not think so. After experiencing this wave of events, the boatman could not wait to worship Arbor and the others. Thus, Arbor and the others lived very peacefully for the next few days. The 5 mentors benefited from the students and also received 2 noble cabins. They did not have to squeeze into the large cabins with the others. Most importantly, they did not have to spend money to compensate for the difference in price. Only a fool would reject such a good thing. Arbor and Xianxian naturally stayed in the same cabin. When he saw Xianxian coming in with 2 washed apples, he could not help but look up at her. "Hey!" Qi Xianxian walked up with a smile and sat down next to Xiao Mu. "Just now, I heard that young Sir Zhang from Great Source Island has been coyly refusing to amputate his leg for several days. Unfortunately, his leg is about to rot, and if he doesn't amputate it soon, it will endanger his life. Therefore, I finally agreed to it today. Just now when I passed by, I heard that idiot shouting and yelling inside." Arbor flipped through a book and nodded with a gentle expression. If it weren't for Zhang Wudan, who was relying on his family's power to make trouble for her, she wouldn't even bother to look at him. Qi Xianxian quickly peeled the apples and passed one to Arbor. After she finished peeling the other one, she opened her mouth and took a bite. It was crispy and sweet. Qi Xuanxuan's eyes, which were exclusive to gluttons, shone with happiness. Arbor glanced at her and lowered his head, speechless. He flipped another page of the book and said softly, "When we reach Poland Manor's territory, do you want to find a restaurant and have a good meal?" "Yes, yes." Qi Xuanxuan's mood immediately brightened up. Her listless appearance from the past 2 days was swept away. Arbor's lips curled into an undetectable smile. He put down the book beside him and said indifferently, "Let's go. Accompany me to take a breather." Okay. Let's go out for a walk. To be honest, I can't stand being cooped up in this cabin all the time." Chapter 1831. Qi Xianxian held Arbor's arm and walked out of the cabin. Suddenly, she felt the ground shake slightly. The 2 of them swayed at the same time and almost bumped into Mrs. Qi, who was running towards them in a panic. "There are waves on the sea. I heard that there will be a storm tonight." Mrs. Qi hugged her daughter, Huan, and said to the 2 of them in a panic, "What's going on?" Mrs. Qi said in a panic, "I heard it from someone else. We can only find out the exact situation from the captain. I'll go and see what's going on." Arbor said and left quickly. When she found the captain, who was sweating profusely at the back of the ship, he hurriedly explained to her that no one predicted a storm when they left the ship. Arbor hurriedly gathered the mentors and friends and glanced at Qi Xianxian. Xianxian hurriedly said to everyone with a serious expression, "Looking at the sky, it does look like it's going to change soon. Everyone, be careful. Prepare your things as soon as possible and dress up neatly. This ship can't withstand too many waves, and it might capsize at any moment." Arbor nodded and added a few more words before asking them to go back to their rooms to replenish their energy. In the evening, the waves on the sea grew bigger. Everyone felt their hearts beating wildly as they sat on the ship. A few of them even vomited. The sound of the waves crashing against the ship could be heard. Everyone in the cabin was tense. As for Qi Xianxian and the rest, they were all worried sick. How could they sleep? Thus they all gathered together. Should we summon the flying mystical beasts later? They were surrounded by water. The only way to escape was to summon the flying mystical beasts. Forget it. Chi Xian snorted. The mentors had said before they left that they had to rely on themselves for this trip. They couldn't summon any flying mystical beasts for help. Then what should we do? Little Fatty shouted. Do the mentors mean that we have to think of a way to cross the remaining sea? I think that's what the mentors mean. Lu Yu nodded and said, if we could summon the flying mystical beasts, we would have done it from the start. Sigh. Everyone sighed in unison. They couldn't help but grit their teeth when they thought of the deceptive methods of those few instructors. While they were talking, everyone clearly felt the hull of the boat shake heavily, and the bumps became more and more severe. It's over. It's over. You won't be able to get through the night. Prepare to save him, Arbor said as he stood up. It's not like you can't summon flying Xian beasts. Hua Tao was speechless. Why don't we discuss this with the mentors? We can't be so inflexible. Now that the situation is urgent and special, we should. Dong dong dong. After a few knocks on the door, Zhou Danjin and the other instructors walked in. Zhou Danjin raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you all doing here at Jojo's place? Tell us about the current situation. It seems like the wind and waves are getting stronger. I wonder if the boat will suddenly capsize in the middle of the night. All the students, no matter how unreliable he is, can he be more unreliable than you bunch of useless teachers? However, as mentors, we still have to explain the rules of the trip to you. If any of you summon your mystical beast during the trip, then don't blame the mentors for being merciless and deducting 100 credits from you. Arbor and the rest rolled their eyes at him. Chapter 1832. Instructor, this isn't good. Little Fatty hurriedly said, look, the situation is urgent. There's still so many people outside waiting for us to save them. Don't worry, the instructors will go and take care of the people in the main cabin. Just take care of yourselves, Zhou Danjin said, then turned and walked out of Arbor's room with Wei Wei and the others. The group of students looked at each other. After a moment, Mata couldn't help but curse in a low voice, a bunch of idiots. What should we do now? They couldn't summon their flying beasts. Were they planning on having them swim back? Or swim back? Arbor reluctantly took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, and gave one to Duan Muqing and Little Fatty. Let's act according to the situation later. Since the instructors didn't let them use their flying beasts, did that mean they wanted them to continue flying? Although they had been on the boat for quite some time, it would still take at least 2 days to reach Pola Manor. How could they fly by themselves? Moreover, there wasn't even a place to rest. Jojo. Little Fatty suddenly jumped up in shock and stammered, Don't we have that Crimson Nimbus boat? As he spoke, he purposely lowered his voice, as if he had a guilty conscience. He glanced back and forth, as if he was afraid that the instructors would suddenly jump out from a crack in the ground. Arbor nodded and glanced at him. Duan Muqing said indifferently, the problem is how to avoid the eyes and ears of the instructors. Right. Those idiot instructors were people who wouldn't even let them use their flying beasts. How could they possibly let them use the Crimson Nimbus boat? Little Fatty's voice lowered even more. Jojo, tell us what to do. We'll do as you say. Arbor glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked to the window and looked at the gradually darkening sky. Under the bumpy ride, they really couldn't eat much. They just casually gnawed on a peach to finish their meal. When night fell completely, the boat was indeed tossed up and down by the huge wind and waves. It looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. The captain tried his best to get someone to control the rudder, but the wind and waves were too strong. The boat was tossed back and forth by the current. All of a sudden, the group of women sitting in the main cabin heard a loud bang with their hearts on tenterhooks. It was as if some large fish had rammed into their mast. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Immediately after, the women felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, as if the deck under their feet seemed to be creaking and cracking. This sound was simply enough to shatter everyone's nerves. Mrs. Chi carried her daughter, Huan, and jumped up. She hugged Huan tightly in her arms, and her face turned pale from fright. Zhou Danjin walked out quickly with a sullen face and roared, Everyone come out! Teat. The commoners who were scrambling to get out of the cabin were all shocked. Finally, Under the urging and help of Instructor Zhou and the others, they all boarded the flying centipede. Arbors also came out. They glanced at the flying centipede without batting an eyelid. Chapter 1833. Instructor, you're leaving us behind just like that? The little fatty couldn't help but be furious as he shouted in a rough voice. What do you mean we're leaving? Zhou Danjin slapped the back of his head. The instructors are going to help move these people away. Don't get involved and come over on your own. I believe that all of you will definitely work together and think of a way to cross the remaining sea to meet up with the instructors. After Zhou Danjin's string of extravagant praises, all the students gave him a single expression: indifference. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. The instructors are going to. Instructor Wei Wei and the others have already left. Zhou Danjin turned around and saw the flying centipede flapping its wings as it flew up with a group of people on its back. Zhou Danjin couldn't help but get angry as he resisted the urge to curse. Damn it, Wei Wei, what are you doing? I can't sit anymore. You can fly by yourself for a while. Zhou Danjin. But he saw Wei Wei standing on top of the flying centipede's head while the other three instructors followed suit and posed in a peculiar posture as they squeezed behind Wei Wei. From the looks of it, this flying centipede had reached the upper limit of the number of people it could carry. However, this flying centipede was already carrying hundreds of people on its back. Now that it was flying, it seemed to be especially strenuous. Who knew how long it could last? Wei Wei also frowned helplessly. Instructor Hu, you guys can fly for a while before coming up. He was worried that his flying centipede's body wouldn't be able to take it. Actually, the flying centipede could only carry 300 people at most. However, there were already 400 to 500 people squeezed onto the flying centipede, causing this flying spirit beast to feel the pressure. All right, Instructor Hu and the others nodded. Everyone shamelessly abandoned the little Instructor Zhou and left on the flying centipede without a guilty conscience. The little fatty looked at Instructor Zhou's green and red face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He raised his meaty claws and shook Instructor Zhou's hand forcefully. Instructor, welcome to our flying team. Later, our classmate Duanmu will lead the team in front and will be at the back. Just maintain the formation. Duanmu Qing's mouth twitched. Teacher Zhou was already very angry, but the little fatty still went to provoke him. The little fatty smiled and said, Instructor Zhou, I wonder if you've seen a wild goose before? That's how wild geese fly. One moment they're in a row, the next moment they're in a row. Let's learn from them later. It's fine, Instructor. It's just a 2-day flight. Scram! Instructor Zhou flew into a rage out of humiliation. He lifted his leg and kicked the little fatty's butt. The little fatty covered his butt and looked back at him with an aggrieved expression. Why did you kick me? What we should do now is to be of one mind as teachers and students. Why don't you lead the team and lead us? Mata chuckled and coughed a few times. He looked at Instructor Zhou, whose face was ashen. Instructor, I think that little fatty suggestion is very good. You will be our leader, flying all the way, and we will shout the slogan from behind. Teacher Zhou of the Top Academy. Teacher Zhou of the Top Academy will definitely encourage you along the way. Zhou Danjin's eyebrows twitched as he yelled at them. You students can fly by yourselves. Instructor, I'll take my leave first. Aya, Instructor, you're not coming with us? Mata called out eccentrically. Chapter 1834. Seeing Instructor Zhou's speed increase and disappear into the night, little fatty couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're the one who didn't want to follow us. At this moment, the ship was already sinking slowly in the wind and waves. Everyone leaped into the air and set up a defensive barrier around themselves to block the torrential rain. Arbor turned to look at the broken ship and frowned slightly. He suddenly asked, Did you see that Zhang guy? I purposely took a look just now. Zhang Wudong and Tai Feng weren't on Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede, Qi Xian said with a frown. It was possible that the crippled Zhang Wudong had already been buried in the fish's stomach. However, Tai Feng only had some superficial wounds and would recover completely after a few days of rest. How could a mystic cultivator like him not be able to escape from the soaked cabin? Arbor retracted his gaze and waved his hand. Everyone saw a huge, three-story ship seemingly fly into the sea from outer space, riding the wind and waves. After it entered the water, it stirred up huge waves with a splash. Everyone was overjoyed. They finally didn't have to suffer the wind in the storm. Everyone had a ship. Little Fatty was especially overjoyed. With a ship, he didn't have to fly bitterly anymore. He even earned a flight pill from Jojo for free. After Arbor and the others boarded the ship, they heard Chi Xian, Little Fatty, Mata, and the others exclaim in surprise. This time, even Duanmu Qing, who had always been steady, revealed astonishment in his eyes. Huadao couldn't help but exclaim, "This ship is too luxurious and exquisite. I really didn't expect that an old man I've never met before would be so generous as to give Jojo such a spacious and luxurious ship." Mata sighed with emotion. "Why can't I encounter such a good thing?" Arbor glanced at him. "Aren't you going to choose a room?" "I choose first." Chi Xian skipped towards the cabin. "You can go to the third floor," Arbor called out. "Wow!" Chi Xian cheered and raised her hand. "I'll stay next door to Jojo. Then let's stay on the second floor." Since the two girls lived on the third floor, for the sake of convenience, Duanmu Qing and the other men went to the second floor. After each of them had their own room, the little fatty was surprised to find that there were still many luxuriously decorated rooms on the second floor. This was a big ship that looked ordinary on the outside, but had a different world on the inside. Are all the people on the ship mechanical men? Oh my god, this was simply too extravagant. Using so many mechanical puppets at the helm to deliver tea and water? Whoa! Lu Yu ignored it and hit the snow leopard that passed in front of him. He felt that the leopard was looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. Arbor glanced at them. "Why are you so excited? Don't you want to sleep? Wake up early tomorrow morning." "Wait!" Little Fatty suddenly shouted. "Why can't I feel any bumps at all?" Duanmu Qing glanced at him and said helplessly, "This is the Scarlet Firmament Blue Wave, not some ordinary boat. Stability is normal." "Wow, I can finally have a good night's sleep." Chi Xian cheered and returned to her room first. After a few seconds, she opened the door again and stuck her head out. She grinned and asked, "I want bath water." "Just instruct the mechanical men." This group of people was different from the others who struggled in the wind and waves. They slept until early in the morning and opened their doors energetically. Chapter 1835. The sky is clear. Looking over, the sky was clear and blue, as if it had been washed by water, transparent and clean. "I slept so well last night." "Jojo." Chi Xian saw the door to the room next door open and quickly ran over. She chuckled and said, "What breakfast is there?" "Steamed buns, porridge, fruits, pastries, and snacks. We have everything." Arbor pulled her towards the dining room on the first floor of the ship. "Wow, I feel so blessed." Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, Chi Xian held her small face with a love-struck expression. "All right, sit down and eat." Arbor called Duanmu Qing and the others who had just entered the dining room to sit down. 2 to 3 mechanical puppets quickly set up the plates and tidied up the tablecloths. They looked abnormally hard-working. "Jojo, luckily we had your ship this time. Otherwise, we would have been killed by the instructors. In the situation yesterday, there were strong winds and huge waves. If they were swept into the sea, not even their bones could be found." Arbor drank a mouthful of porridge and looked up at Chi Xian. "Hurry up and eat. Do you think Instructor Wei Wei brought such a large group of people and left? Have they reached Poland Manor yet?" "Definitely not." Little Fatty chewed on a piece of plum blossom cake and chuckled. "However, compared to Instructor Wei Wei and the others, I want to know more about Instructor Zhou's situation." "Instructor Zhou, are you all right after flying through the night with strong winds and heavy rain?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Arbor glanced at them. "We are about a day's journey from Poland Manor. When we were about to reach Poland Manor, Jojo put away the red firmament blue waves and pretend to fly for a while." Mata suggested. Arbor nodded. Actually, she didn't really want to fly either. Moreover, looking at Instructor Zhou's ashen face and defeated expression, it seemed like he didn't really want to fly across the sea that after everyone had eaten their fill, they let the mechanical puppets cut a plate of oranges. They ate while discussing how to get the instructors back one by one. Now that he had tricked Instructor Zhou, Instructor Wei Wei was equally despicable. He had to do the same to him. Xiao Mu gazed at them silently before saying expressionlessly, "I suggest that we find a moonless and windy night to simply put Instructor Wei Wei in a gunny sack and give him a violent beating." Everyone was speechless. "If I use the talisman on him, he will definitely come after me," Arbor said calmly. "I'll just put a sack over him and punch him. Even if he suspects that I did it, he won't have any evidence." Good idea. In this way, he can only pinch his nose and accept this beating. Who would have thought that the first person to jump out in agreement would actually be Jiang Shaoxin, who usually put on a serious face all day long? After a heated discussion, they unanimously decided that they would do as Jojo had said when they arrived at Poland Mansion. They would find a moonless and windy night. Help! Help! Why does this voice sound so familiar? Isn't this Instructor Zhou's voice? Qi Xuanxuan's ears were sharp. She subconsciously stood up and walked towards the deck. Everyone followed her out. When they looked carefully, their eyebrows twitched. Zhou Danjin was hugging a piece of wood and floating on the sea. He was waving at their ship. Chapter 1836. We were just talking about Instructor Zhou. I didn't expect to see him floating on the sea in the blink of an eye. Everyone held back their laughter and looked up at Instructor Zhou, who was floating on the sea with a piece of wood in his arms. Zhou Danjin's eyes lit up. Naturally, he also noticed the group of little brats standing on the boat. He quickly waved his right hand at Arbor and the others and shouted, "Jojo Mata! Fatty, students, quickly pull the instructor up." Everyone stood on the boat, unmoved, and stared at Instructor Zhou, who was floating on the sea with a piece of wood in his arms. Mata smiled and asked, "Instructor, why are you in the sea?" Instructor Zhou was like a drowning animal. He hugged the piece of wood and said angrily, "It's a long story. Come, throw a rope down and pull the instructor up first." Fatty quickly shook his head and said, "That won't do. Instructor, if we pull you up, you'll accuse us of cheating and deduct our academy points. What should we do?" Zhou Danjin immediately said angrily, "Does the instructor look like such an unreasonable person?" Fatty touched his chin. "I feel like the instructors are all like that." Zhou Danjin was speechless. "Stop talking nonsense and quickly pull the instructor up. Don't worry, you save the instructor. Of course, the instructor won't deduct your points." "That won't do. If we pull you up later, you won't admit it and will cheat us again. We won't be able to take it." Mata shook his head and said, "Bullshit." Instructor Zhou cursed furiously in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled and said, No. Instructor, we'll only believe you if you write a guarantee." Zhou Danjin was speechless. "These fucking brats. All right, pull me up first. See if I don't kill all of you brats when I get up." Zhou Danjin couldn't breathe. If he hadn't flown for half the night and fought against the storm for so long before finally falling into the sea exhausted, would he be so fucking aggrieved? Wait, where did these brats get such a big boat? Looking at the situation, the brats seemed to have rested well while he fought against the storm for an entire night. Ayo. Instructor Zhou only wanted to go crazy. If he could, he wished he could drag the little fatty and his gang over and give them a good beating. Hurry up and pull the teacher up. Zhou Danjin gritted his teeth. Duanmu Qing looked at him helplessly, then glanced at Arbor. Seeing that she didn't object, he waved his hand. A green vine stretched out from between his fingers and flew in front of Instructor Zhou in a crooked manner. Zhou Danjin hurriedly reached out to grab the green vine, but he felt his body lighten as he was pulled into the air by Duanmu Qing. In the next second, he landed steadily in front of the deck. "Tutor, please sign this." The little fatty handed over a letter written with a pen and stuffed it into Zhou Danjin's hand with a smile. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Why do you want to kill them so badly? Minter, you're not tricking us again, are you? A double-headed hammer suddenly appeared in the little fatty's hand. From the looks of it, If he didn't agree to sign the letter of guarantee, the little fatty would throw him into the sea, right? Zhou Danjin was so angry that he pointed at the fatty, who had a sincere expression on his face. He angrily grabbed the pen and signed his name with a few strokes. The little fatty took the letter of guarantee from Instructor Zhou with satisfaction and stuffed it into his pocket. He was grinning so widely that his teeth could be seen. Chapter 1837. Instructor, please come in. Get lost. Zhou Danjin glared fiercely at the little fatty, then walked towards the cabin on the first floor. He wanted to take a good bath and eat something, then he would deal with these brats after that. The little fatty stuck out his tongue behind him, then turned his head and said to Arbor with lingering fear, Jojo, it seems like the storm yesterday was really big. Even Instructor Zhou could not hold out for most of the night and was thrown into the sea by the strong winds and heavy rain. Needless to say, these brats would have been swept away by the waves at any moment. Arbor nodded, and the group returned to the dining hall to eat some fruits. Not long after, Instructor Zhou, who had cleaned himself up and was no longer in a sorry state, slipped out of the small cabin. He looked at everyone from head to toe, then asked suspiciously, This ship? Where did you guys come from? Hearing this, Mata immediately slapped his thigh and said, You might not believe me, Instructor Zhou, but this ship drove itself here not long after you left. We asked for help from the big ship, and seeing that no one was willing to help, we decided to board the ship together. That's right, when we boarded the ship, we realized that there was no master on the ship at all, and it was all controlled by mechanical people. The little fatty continued to spout nonsense with a sincere face. We were overjoyed. Instructor, you don't know, but we were thinking of you just now. We were worried that you would be fine the whole night, but we were fine. We took shelter from the storm on this ship, and the ship is stable. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Fuck, he felt that these brats were not telling the truth. How could it be so coincidental? Oh, he left for a few minutes, and the ship drove itself here? Wasn't this a joke? No, I was looking at this ship. Instructor Zhou walked around the dining hall, then looked at the gorgeous furnishings and murals around him. He stared at one of the murals, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the legendary Crimson Nimbus ship. The group of brats who underestimated Instructor Zhou's education level looked at each other, and at the same time revealed a confused expression. Instructor Zhou, what are you talking about? What Crimson Nimbus ship? This is a legendary, sacred artifact. Zhou Danjin frowned and pointed at a mural. Look at this mural. It's the entire process of craftsmen crafting the ship. Among them, there was even a grandmaster who was using a refining furnace to refine the essence of the materials. This process seems to have taken a long time. Instructor Zhou kept looking at the moving murals. Behind him, the group of students looked at each other and couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. They stayed here for a night and didn't pay attention to the mural at all. They just skimmed through it. How could they have the time to study the contents of the mural in detail? Indeed, a mentor was a mentor. Although he usually didn't look very reliable, when it came to knowledge, all the students could only sigh in admiration. Where the hell did you get this ship? Zhou Danjin looked at the people of Arbor with a serious face. This thing can't appear in the middle world. Tell us the truth. This group of brats had better not provoke a powerful enemy for a mere worldly possession of a saint tool. But you don't believe me. I already said that it came riding the wind and breaking the waves, so we just went with the flow. Mata rolled his eyes and said, Mentor, don't worry, we definitely didn't steal this ship. Chapter 1838. Instructor Zhou looked at everyone speechlessly, temporarily believing their nonsense. He nodded and said, All right then, we have to hurry forward and see if we can catch up with Wei Wei and the others. Even though Wei Wei had been heartless to him, he still couldn't be unjust to him. Arbor lowered his eyes silently. Duan Muqing coughed lightly and said, Let's try our best to hurry forward, but we can't be sure when this ship will turn back. What do you mean? Duan Muqing means, didn't it sail with the current? Maybe after a while, it will turn back on its own. Zhou Danjin's eyes brightened slightly. You mean the owner of this ship came specially to save you? Then, After sending you to a safe place, it will immediately turn back? Everyone nodded their heads in unison. That's right, instructor. It's exactly as you said. Zhou Danjin immediately smiled. Instructor, I wonder which expert saved you. If there's a chance, I would like to meet him and thank him in person. Everyone laughed dryly in succession, and they all subconsciously looked at Xiao Mu, who was standing silently on the side. Do you want some for breakfast? Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Danjin immediately raised his hands and feet to cheer. He had been through strong winds and huge waves the entire night. The experience was simply too horrible to look at. It was fine if he didn't eat breakfast, but once he mentioned it, his entire stomach would bulge. Not long after, the mechanical men brought 4 types of snacks, 4 types of porridge, and side dishes to Instructor Zhou. A plate of butterflies was placed in front of Instructor Zhou. The instructor was immediately moved to tears. He picked up a piece of pastry with meat stuffing and stuffed it into his mouth, sighing with emotion. This breakfast is too sumptuous. I haven't had such rich snacks and porridge for many years. That's right, they thought so too at that time. In this day and age, to be able to eat 7 to 8 different types of dishes for breakfast, he was definitely not a typical nouveau riche. After the ship steadily sailed for a distance, Xiao Mu could more or less see the flag on the largest city along the coast of Poland Prefecture. Then, she secretly ordered the golems to feign a return voyage. Everyone rose into the air and left the scarlet firmament blue waves. Zhou Danjin stood in the air, his eyes watching the scarlet nimbus blue wave ship steadily and quickly leaving. His face revealed a slightly emotional expression. TSK, TSK. I wonder which master owns this ship. Based on the defensive ability and speed of this ship, I reckon that even if a God-rank realm expert were to arrive, he would probably be unable to break through the outer layer of defense in a short period of time, right? Looking at the scarlet firmament blue wave ship slowly disappearing into the horizon, Zhou Danjin didn't know that the rich senior he worshipped was actually Arbor. Of course, he didn't know that the scarlet firmament blue wave ship had only been taken back by the little water child. After flying for a while, they saw a huge flying centipede resting on the surface of the water. The group of commoners in the cabin had also safely gotten off the centipede's back, but many of them ran to the side and vomited as soon as they got off. There was nothing he could do about it. He was lucky that he didn't fall off the centipede's back after being tossed around by the wind and rain all night. On the side, Instructor Wei Wei's back was facing them, as if he was arguing with someone. The other person suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist, as if he was going to attack. Wei Wei couldn't help but be furious, but he was stopped by Instructor who was standing on the side and pulled on his sleeve. Chapter 1839. Arbor and the others descended from the sky and landed beside Instructor Wei Wei. They immediately attracted the attention of the group of soldiers guarding the city gate. The group of soldiers stared at them sternly. Each of them pulled out their sabers from their waists, as though they would immediately attack if Arbor and the others dared to move. What happened? Arbor asked coldly. He was actually not very interested in this matter. Instructor who said, you all rushed over. You're quite fast. It said that there's trouble in the city and people are being arrested, so the city gate is temporarily closed. It said that it will only open in the evening. How could it be in the evening? It was not even noon yet. Making these people wait outside the city gate for 4 to 6 hours was nothing to martial artists, but it was too unkind to the old, weak, women, and children. Arbor glanced at Mrs. Chi and her daughter, who were sitting paralyzed at the side. He took a few steps forward, bent down slightly, and touched Huan's slightly hot forehead. He took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and gave it to Mrs. Chi. Feed Huan. She should feel better after a while. Mrs. Chi hurriedly took it and thanked him. What happened in the city? Who knows? A few fishermen who were also waiting to enter the city angrily said, I heard that a few strange spies sneaked into our city lord mansion. The leader seems to have a very rare plant-type spirit beast. Arbor blinked his eyes. They stole some valuable information from your city lord mansion? I didn't hear about that. That person shook his head and said, what we know is also very limited. Anyway, the City Lord Mansion issued a notice saying that they want to capture those people alive. I don't know what heartless things they did to make the City Lords so angry. Instructor, why don't we stop wasting time here? Directly ride the flying spirit beast to that academy in Poland Prefecture? Heavenly Academy. Oh right, Heavenly Academy. How about it? Hearing this, Wei Wei thought for a moment before nodding. All right, their time was limited to begin with, and they really couldn't afford to waste time. Naturally, they couldn't just wait here. However, Wei Wei glanced at the group of people who had escaped from the ship and were now like frosted eggplants after a night of torrential rain. He could not bear to see them like that. What about them? Duan Muqing glanced at him indifferently, then retracted his gaze and lowered his eyes. Teacher, you can't save the entire world. They had already saved most of the people on the ship, which was already considered extremely benevolent. How could they be obligated to help them after they enter the city? If that was the case, one person wouldn't be able to cope no matter how much energy he had. Wei Wei couldn't help but be stunned, and then he sighed and nodded. All right then, let them wait here for the city gates to open. They boarded Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede and soared into the sky. Shuttling through the clouds, they headed straight for Dai Zhong Mountain. In the city, a black figure suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky, only to see a flying centipede turn into a faint shadow and disappear into the horizon. The sudden stop almost caused Dao Wuji to bump into his back. He couldn't help but grumble, "Boss, why are you in a daze?" I seem to have sensed Jojo's aura. Prince Mo muttered to himself. Boss, what are you talking about? Chapter 1840. At that moment, he really felt Jojo's aura, but it came and went quickly. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes and looked up at the distant sky. After hesitating for a second, he said, "I'll go take a look first." Hearing this, Infinite Blade immediately followed. "Boss, if we're leaving together." The city in front of them was under martial law. To them, leaving or staying was a piece of cake. If they really wanted to leave this city, it would be too easy. However, Prince Mo originally planned to scout for information in the city first. But now, it seemed that Boss Missouri was leaving. Naturally, they didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place. Although this kind of coastal city was the largest city near the coast, in the eyes of Infinite Blade and the others, it was still pitifully small. Little Tai Sui glanced at Infinite Blade and snorted. If it weren't for someone alerting the city lord, would we have been hunted all over the city? Infinite Blade pursed his lips and said unhappily, "I didn't do it on purpose. When we came out of the passage, if it weren't for the fact that I fell in a bad position, how could I have fallen into the city lord's room and seen his scandal?" When Infinite Blade heard this, he rolled his eyes at Little Tai Sui. "How can you blame me for this? How would I know that when we were teleported out, there would be such a big deviation?" Infinite Blade snorted. "You were teleported to other places in the City Lord's residence, and I fell into the City Lord's room. This isn't something that I can control, right? If it were any of you who fell into the City Lord's room like I did and saw that thing, wouldn't you scream? This is a basic human reaction, okay?" Little Tai Sui glared at him and said unhappily, "When that kid fell into the crocodile pool, he didn't scream like you did." Infinite Blade snorted. "How can that be the same? I'd rather fall in the crocodile pool myself. Falling into the crocodile pool was better than falling into the city lord's room." Little Tai Sui gave him a disdainful look and then ignored him. Mo Yin naturally wasn't in the mood to listen to their bickering. He beckoned with his hand, and Seventh Yin appeared beside him. "Little Seven, bring me to chase after them," Mo Yin ordered in a deep voice. Yin Seven nodded. Just as he was about to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, an angry roar came from the corner of the street. "Surround them." Prince Mo turned around with a frown and saw a fat middle-aged man leading several hundred level 7 and level 8 mystic cultivators. He waved his hand and surrounded them. This lineup was naturally enough to scare people to death on Seacombe Planet. So many mystic cultivators had suddenly appeared. But in the middle 6 prefectures, it was nothing. In a small coastal city, there were not many spiritual masters under the city lord, but there were quite a few mystic masters. Little Tai Sui glanced at Infinite Blade, and his meaning was clear. Resolve the trouble you cause yourself. Dao Wuji didn't need little Tai Sui to say anything. He immediately took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. He looked at the city lord, who looked at him with disdain. City lord, what a coincidence. We meet again. Go. How could the fat city lord be in the mood to talk nonsense with him? He pointed 2 fingers, and a large group of mystic cultivators behind him swarmed toward them. Chapter 1841. During this short delay, Mo Lien looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see any traces of the flying centipede anymore. Crack! The little morning glory squatting on her shoulder opened its petals, revealing 2 rows of small serrated steel teeth. It looked at the fat city lord's group with an eager look. Mo Lien raised her hand and pressed it, indicating that it should behave. Then, her gaze swept indifferently over the fat city lord's group, and she glanced sideways at Dao Wuji. Take care of them. Okay, boss, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Dao Wuji swept into the fat city lord's group like a gust of wind. He didn't seem to make a move, but after a series of punches and kicks, a large number of guards fell around the fat city lord. The city lord was so shocked that his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. The fat city lord's eyes looked up and down at Dao Wuji in surprise. He saw that this young man was quite handsome, but he didn't look like someone with such high cultivation. He could take down so many guards around him in one move, so he didn't know what his cultivation was. Do you want to fight again? Dao Wuji stood with his arms crossed. He only used 10% of his strength to take down so many people in front of him. The fat city lord had to retreat and didn't dare to send people to fight with him again. Little Tai Sui glanced at Dao Wuji from the side and sneered. Take it easy. If you kill the people of the Middle Realm, you might be caught and locked up for 8 to 10 years. Little Tai Sui raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Dao Wuji naturally understood and waved his hand with a smile. How could that be? I just got out of that damn place. Don't forget, you didn't get out with your own ability. Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes at him. Only those who break through by themselves can temporarily gain freedom. As for you, Humph. Dao Wuji's face was hot from Little Tai Sui's snort, and he turned his head and stopped talking to him. Every time he talked to Little Tai Sui, he felt like he was taking the initiative to put his face to it, and he was always annoyed. Get out of here. Infinite Blade roared at the fat city lord. Are you waiting to be beaten up? If he wasn't worried that the heavenly Tao would show its might and capture him back to the Tower of Punishment, he would really want to kill these noisy fellows. The city lord took several steps back. He knew that even if he and the mystic cultivators around him worked together, they might not be a match for these strange people in front of him. So he quickly turned and ran with his men. The ordinary people in the streets and alleys were also used to seeing eye signals. When they realized that even their city lords couldn't do anything to these young people in front of them, they all retreated back to their homes and closed their shops. After a burst of commotion, the fat city lord and his people retreated completely. The entire street was empty. Only a pitifully thin yellow-spotted cat in the corner could be seen jumping down from the straw shed. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect Dao Wuji to make such a move and cause such a big commotion, but made sense. Dao Wuji, a minor spiritual supremacy, was obviously not enough in front of the immortal supremacies in the tower. But if he was placed in this group of mystic cultivators, it was tantamount to a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep. How could they not be afraid? A faint shadow emerged from Mo Lien's hand. Everyone looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Fairy Ginkgo called out sweetly, Young Master Mo, what are you doing? Chapter 1842. Which normal person would be willing to take out a strand of divine sense so easily? But this young master, Mo, didn't even blink. He took out several strands of divine sense in a row and sent them in several directions. They didn't know what he was anxiously looking for. Fairy Ginkgo pursed her lips and didn't care that young master Mo ignored her. She swayed her slender waist and asked in a delicate voice, Mo. Mo Lien ignored her and walked past her. With a light leap, he jumped onto the back of 7th Yin, who was transforming into a dragon and ascending to heaven. "Hey, boss, you can't leave us behind." Dao Wuji hurriedly waved his hand and shouted. "Keep up. Keep up." That he just wanted to ask, who the hell could keep up with the sacred beast golden dragon speed? Unless that Dao Wuji looked anxiously at little Tai Sui. Little Tai Sui snorted at him and angrily waved his hand to summon a beast with 4 hooves like a horse, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, and a dragon's head and antlers. With a kick of its 4 hooves, the beast rushed into the air. Little Tai Sui jumped up and landed steadily on its back. Dao Wuji hurriedly jumped up with a smile. Fin Tucho, the Luo brothers, Fairy Ginkgo, and the Peony Fairy all asked little Tai Sui to give him a ride. The beast beside little Tai Sui was a rare sacred beast, the Qilin. Its dark blue body emitted a strange light and looked gorgeous at first glance. Only the Qilin, which was also a sacred beast, could keep up with Prince Mo's golden dragon. "Thank you, little Tai Sui." They all thanked little Tai Sui. There was nothing he could do about it. This little guy was petty. If he didn't first greet him properly and thank him, perhaps this black-hearted guy would kick him down from the Qilin's back halfway through the journey. For the time being, leaving aside the group that followed the Crown Prince, Arbor's group rode Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede all the way to Mount Dai Zone. After 4 hours, they decided to rest. The flying centipede had flown with hundreds of people for an entire night, and it was already exhausted. It was already quite good that it was able to fly for 4 hours. When Arbor saw the big fellow lying on the side listlessly, he frowned and walked over. From a few steps away, he threw a pill to it. To be honest, she really didn't like animals with so many legs. The little fellow, whose face was filled with disdain, tossed a pill to Qi Xianxian and sat down beside her to rest. Wei Wei glanced at everyone and said, "It can't fly anymore today. Looking at the situation, it's getting late. Let's rest here for the night and leave for Dai Zone Mountain tomorrow morning." Naturally, no one had any objections. They each took out some dry rations from their inner worlds and ate a few mouthfuls. They felt that the dry rations were not very tasty. Mata looked at Arbor and said, "Jojo, let's make a fire and make some mushroom soup." To be honest, after eating all kinds of things with Jojo, they really couldn't swallow dry rations all of a sudden. Arbor nodded and planned to go to the nearby forest to pick up some twigs and other things. Everyone cheered and hurriedly got up to pick up the twigs and branches with her. They would make a fire and let Jojo make some delicious mushroom soup and reward them with some. Just thinking about their simple life made them happy. Arbor shook his head helplessly. It was just a little mushroom soup. Was it enough to make them this happy? Chapter 1843. In addition, ever since Instructor Zhou ate that sumptuous breakfast, Arbor always felt that the way he looked at her was a little creepy every time it was mealtime. It was now nearing the end of November. Once night fell, the weather would turn slightly cooler. Arbor, Qi Xianxian, and the others entered the forest. Everyone spread out and picked up branches in all directions. However, after Qiao Mu bent down to pick up 2 sticks, she stopped and cast a sidelong glance behind her before coldly saying, "Since you've come, why are you still hiding? Come out." There was a rustle at the back of the forest. Then 2 men with decent looks walked out. 2 pairs of cold eyes swept mercilessly towards Arbor. One of them laughed coldly and raised a thumb. The little girl is quite sensitive. It's a pity that just relying on the sensitivity of your spiritual sense is completely insufficient. As he spoke, that person quickly arrived in front of Arbor. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he slashed horizontally towards Arbor's neck. This was a savage and ruthless knife that wanted to buy her life. Arbor naturally didn't know who was so vicious as to chase her here and buy her life. However, she was very clear about one thing. She wouldn't let any of these people go. They were already here to take her life. Why would she be polite to them? Arbor's eyes narrowed. Dozens of talismans flew up and landed on her body. After the Mystic Guiding Talisman Array was activated, Arbor immediately rushed towards one of the people without hesitation. She even slashed her dagger at his throat. What kind of joke was this? Someone was already pointing a dagger at her throat. How could she be polite and hesitate? That person was clearly stunned. It was as if he didn't react. He didn't expect Arbor to act so quickly. In a daze, he nimbly retreated backwards. However, his shoulder was unexpectedly crushed by a leopard claw. That person's expression didn't change. He quickly took out something from his pocket and threw it in Arbor's direction without hesitation. If this hit, even if Arbor didn't lose a life, he would probably lose half of his life. Arbor was not alarmed. He coldly glanced at the other party, then turned around and shot back like lightning. In his hand was clearly a spiritual energy ball. Moreover, it was a spiritual energy ball that was around level 13 or 14. Naturally, it was very powerful. Arbor threw out a series of defensive talismans to surround himself and immediately activated his eggshell defensive barrier. Although she managed to dodge it at the first moment, the explosion of the spiritual energy ball still affected her. However, she had added several layers of defense, so she wasn't affected too much. These two men looked extremely ferocious, and they seemed to be fighting without regard for their own lives. After one of them threw a spiritual energy ball at him, the other immediately took his place. He stepped forward and took out a long sword. As he waved it, a thick water spirit condensed into 7 or 8 palm-sized balls of water spirit. They flew towards Arbor. However, those water balls were really insignificant in Arbor's eyes. With the holy water she controlled, she only needed to release a slight pressure to cover the power of those water balls. Arbor's gaze turned sharp. The water in her hand was like 5 thin snakes that suddenly drilled out from between her fingers. They directly collided with the 7 or 8 small water balls thrown by the other person. After a few bangs, the 7 or 8 water balls were completely swallowed up by Arbor's water spirit power. Chapter 1844. Cough, cough, cough. That person looked up at Arbor in shock and coughed a few times. The other man was clearly stunned as well. Then, he raised his hand and clenched his fist as he stared at Arbor with an indignant expression. Arbor didn't care. Since they were already mortal enemies, why should she care about the disrespect of 2 dead people? Arbor reached out and grabbed the ferrule in her hand. She looked at the two coldly and said, "Before you die, do you have any last words?" "Tui." The two spat on the ground at the same time. Very good. These 2 bastards succeeded in provoking the anger in her heart. In the next second, Arbor used the wood spirit to form a vine whip full of thorns and barbs. Without hesitation, she slapped the left side of the 2 men's faces. The 2 men took a step back, anger flashing in their eyes. Without a second word, they simultaneously took out level 13 and level 14 spiritual energy balls and smashed them at Xiaomu. After throwing the spiritual energy balls, they didn't look at Arbor again. It was as if they were certain that Arbor wouldn't survive the attack of the 2 spiritual energy balls. The 2 men retreated a few hundred steps before stopping. They coldly glanced at the deep hole in the forest ground. One of them covered the wound on his shoulder from the snow leopard's claw and looked at the snow leopard that was quickly leaping toward them. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Let's go." "Go. Do you think you can go?" Arbor covered her small hand with a layer of Vajra talisman. She punched one of the men's back. The man stumbled forward a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor looked at her coldly. The ferrule in her hand turned into a line of fire as she continued to attack the man without hesitation. She didn't care about Jianghu morals. Naturally, she followed the principle of take your life when you're sick and didn't give him any chance to counterattack. A purple flame ignited on the man's body. The man rolled back and forth in the purple flame and howled as he hurriedly extinguished the purple flame on his body. But was that even possible? Even though there was another person beside him helping him extinguish the flames, there was still nothing he could do. The snow leopard pounced forward and flipped the other person to the ground. Its claws stepped on his chest and stomped down hard. Roar! At this moment, there was another burst of noise in the woods. Xiao Mu turned her head and saw a dozen masked men in black clothes abruptly appear in front of her. One of them looked at Arbor's actions, and his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. "Everyone, let's go. Kill this woman and bring her head back." When Xiao Mu heard this, her slightly cold brows creased slightly. Who are you? This group of people looked like men of sacrifice who were carrying out a mission in the family, not like the disciples of the Clear Sky sect. The leader of the masked men didn't say anything more to her. Instead, he waved his hand and ordered all the masked men in black to surround and kill her. It wasn't that Arbor couldn't handle all of them. In fact, the strongest among them was a level 10 spiritual master. Arbor was confident that she could beat him. But after all, two fists couldn't beat four hands, right? Arbor frowned and was about to summon Chi Shui and the other beasts to help when the little water baby suddenly jumped onto her head and danced with joy. Master, watch me. As soon as it finished speaking, a loud bang sounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 1845. The dozen or so masked men in black who heard the loud noise looked down at the same time and were horrified to find that the soil under their feet seemed to be suddenly manipulated by something. Not only did it all crack open, but there was even a terrifying, huge water flow that crashed onto their bodies. The group of masked men in black who were caught off guard were swept left and right by the water flow that rushed out from the ground and fell to the ground, unable to get up. As soon as the leader opened his mouth, he felt the underground water mixed with a large mouthful of sand rush into his mouth and pour into the depths of his throat. He immediately shut his mouth tightly and was so scared that he didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Master, use your spiritual sense to look at your inner world. Little Water danced happily on top of her head. It's very strange, Master. What's so strange about it? Who has the time to look at the inner world during such a tense battle? However, seeing Little Water's urging look, Arbor was too embarrassed to say no. Thus, she used her spiritual sense to enter her inner world and opened the door to her inner world to take a look. She was immediately stunned. In this more than 500 cubic meters of inner world, the 3,000 stone sculptures revealed their true faces. To be precise, one of the stone sculptures actually peeled off its outer shell and revealed a golden statue inside. It started to walk around in her inner world in a daze. This was simply a ghost. She looked carefully at the walking golden statue. It looked familiar no matter how she looked at it. Heaven-defying Uncle Master? An inexplicable thought suddenly arose in her mind. The 10-meter-tall martial uncle paced back and forth among the group of statues, his steps slow and leisurely. Arbor's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. These stone sculptures couldn't all transform into Master and Uncle Master, right? Little Water. Why did the sculptures suddenly move? I don't know. Could it be a benefit after Master's advancement? Little Water asked innocently. Arbor, she didn't quite believe it. She raised her hand and tapped her chin. Could it really be a benefit after advancement? Why were these sculptures of Master and Uncle Master in her inner world? And they could even run and move? There were as many as 3,000 sculptures. Could they all transform into Master and Uncle Master? What the hell? Arbor pinched her little face and felt that this was a bit unreal. Master, why don't you take this walking statue out and see if it works? Arbor tried using her spiritual sense and found that it was barely enough. With her current level 3 spiritual sense, she could barely take out the huge martial uncle statue. Arbor took a deep breath. He wrapped his spiritual sense around the sculpture and pulled with all his might. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. The masked, black-clothed people, who had finally straightened up from the water flow with great difficulty and were about to counterattack, instantly looked at the giant golden figure towering in front of Xiao Mu in bewilderment. What was going on? Where did this golden man come from? Several black-clothed masked men disregarded everything and raised their swords to slash at the golden man's thighs. Clang! Bang! Their swords and sabers were beheaded at the same time. Of course, it was broken by the hardness of the golden man. One of the black-clothed men looked in horror at the golden statue that was looking down at him in a daze. He finally couldn't help but scream. What the hell was this? Why was it that no matter how many swords they slashed, they couldn't cut it? Arbor panicked. Uncle Master, don't let them slash you. Slash them. These words were like an order. At the end of the 6th watch, Chapter 1846. As soon as she said this, it was as if she had given an order. The huge golden man, who was originally at a loss, suddenly lifted her leg and kicked at the masked man in black in front of her. This kick was like kicking a ball. In an instant, the unlucky masked man in black was kicked several feet away. He rolled on the ground and cried out in pain, unable to get up on the spot. Arbor secretly clenched her small fists and looked up at the golden man, who had suddenly exploded with power. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and made an open space for them to fight. It was very obvious that the masked men in black were no match for the golden man. It was too easy for the golden man to deal with them. Basically, she only needed to lift her leg and kick or raise her large palm to get rid of 1 or 2 little mice. She did not need to waste any effort at all. Looking at the menacing group of masked men in black being beaten to a pulp by the golden man, Arbor was in a rather good mood. She simply hopped onto a branch in the forest and watched the scene of them being beaten up with great interest. The masked men in black had originally wanted to escape. Unfortunately, as long as any of them had this thought and tried in vain to get away from the golden man, they would be hit by a ray of golden light from the golden man's hand. Arbor looked carefully and realized that what flew out of the golden man's hand were actually golden needles. They were as thin as gadflies and as fast as lightning. In just a moment, 7 or 8 masked men in black were knocked down. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it did not take more than 10 minutes. Looking at the wailing masked men in black rolling back and forth on the ground, Arbor nodded in satisfaction. She ran down from the tree and hopped to the golden man's side. She hugged her thigh and climbed up a little. In a flash, she climbed onto the golden man's shoulder and sat down. Xiao Mu propped up her chin with one hand as she mused. Why did it seem like climbing up while hugging the gold figurine and sitting on her shoulder was a habitual action? She did it almost without thinking. Casting aside this strange thought, Arbor lowered her head and glanced at the dozen masked men in black who had completely lost their ability to fight. At this time, Duanmu Qing, Qi Xianxian, and the others who had rushed over after hearing the sounds of fighting were all calling out her name nervously. Arbor quickly regained his senses and waved at them. "I'm here." Duanmu Qing and the others quickly ran over and raised their heads to look at Arbor, who was sitting on the golden man's shoulder. Fatty was the first to call out, "Jojo, what are you doing? Where did this golden man come from?" Arbor waved at them and raised his hand to pat golden man's slippery head. He slid down from her shoulder and ran to the crowd. "Come and greet my martial uncle." "What?" Qi Xianxian and the others stared at her in confusion. Then they raised their heads to look at the golden man. Although the golden figure was very beautiful, it was just a golden figure. Why did Jojo call her martial aunt? Everyone looked at her in confusion. "Jojo?" Arbor looked at them sternly. "Come and greet my martial uncle. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up when she's unhappy." Her large eyes swept across the masked men in black on the ground. "Do you see? These were all beaten up by my martial uncle." Hearing this, little Fatty was the first to take a few steps forward and solemnly bowed to the golden statue. "Greetings, Xiao Xiao's martial uncle." Everyone instantly fell silent. This damned Fatty. He immediately became listless when he heard that he was going to be beaten up. Chapter 1847. He even went up to the golden statue in such a serious manner and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He looked like he was trying to suck up to the golden statue. Arbor nodded and looked at the others. Everyone stepped forward and followed little Fatty's example, cupping their hands at the golden statue. "Greetings, Jojo's Uncle Master." Arbor nodded her little head in satisfaction, then stepped forward and kicked one of the men in black. Tie them all up. A few seconds later, all the men in black hung their heads and were tied to a few trees. Arbor held a vine whip with barbs in her hand and walked in front of them. She lifted one of the men's chin with the vine whip and asked coldly, "Who sent you to kill me?" "I don't know." That man gritted his teeth and snorted angrily. Arbor looked at him coldly and swung the vine whip with barbs heavily onto that man's body. The black-clothed man screamed in pain. In an instant, he felt that a pill had been flicked into his mouth. He immediately roared, trying his best to spit out the pill. Arbor had already moved to the side. Seeing him spit out a few times, and his expression changed greatly, she couldn't help but sneer. Don't waste your energy. This pill melts in your mouth and melts in water. Want to vomit? In your next life? That man in black looked up at her angrily and shouted hatefully, You, what do you want? Arbor didn't waste time with him. She turned and walked to another man in black beside him. Who sent you to kill me? No, I don't know. Yo, you're quite stubborn. The little fatty kicked the black-clothed man in the stomach and opened his mouth. Chow chow. Feed him one too. They swallowed the poison that Arbor rewarded them. Their bodies trembled and they were drenched in sweat. Soon, the other men in black saw that their companions who swallowed the poison were starting to take effect. Seeing each and every one of them screaming miserably as they leaned against the trees on their last breaths. It was as if they were going through the trials of the sea of hellfire. Seeing this, Yongkai couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Arbor kicked one of them. How's that? After that person swallowed the medicine, he felt as if his insides were burning, as if there was a real flame burning his internal organs. However, this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that after being burned by the fire, he felt as if his internal organs were being cut by a sharp weapon. The kind of pain and fear was really uncomfortable. Arbor glanced at them coldly and walked up to a trembling boy. He gently patted the boy's face with his vine whip. Do you know what they will do next? Don't worry, you won't die within a month. It's just that the pain you'll experience will make you wish you were dead. Of course, you men of sacrifice are not even afraid of death. Of course, you are not afraid of pain, right? No. The man in black who was treated so gently by her turned pale with fright. His entire body trembled like a sieve. Who sent you to kill me? Arbor asked gently. Although his voice was gentle, when it entered the ears of the men in black, it was like a touch of ice under the tip of a knife, penetrating into the depths of their bones and blood. Scary. It's its master, you. The man in black said. Arbor's vine whip landed on his face. You don't even know how to make up a lie? Do you know what happens to people who lie to me? Chapter 1848. That person's entire body trembled, almost falling limp on the tree. I'll talk. Yes, yow yow. Ugh. An arrow mercilessly pierced that person's heart, killing him on the spot. Following that, the black-clothed men tied to the tree were also shot to death by a flurry of arrows. Arbor and the rest retreated a few steps, drawing their weapons one after another. Their expressions were cold as they swept the arrows in front of them. After a round of arrow rain, everyone felt an oppressive aura envelop the sky above them. Qi Xian, Duanmu Qing, Little Fatty, and Ma Ta's expressions tensed up at the same time. They subconsciously moved closer to Arbor and looked up at the sky, not far away. The incoming person was extremely fast. In a short moment, the person had already flown above them. A heavy pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. More than 200 archers, 40 of them stood on the back of a large flying beast. They were ready for battle, and their arrows were aimed at Arbor's 8 people below. More than 200 people summoned their mystical beasts at the same time. The entire forest rumbled as the beasts ran and the eagles cried. Not far away, the instructors who were waiting for their students to return with branches to make mushroom soup heard the sound and hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. On the other side, Arbor's 8 people had also summoned their mystical beasts. Tigers roared and phoenixes cried, and in a short moment, they were engaged in battle with hundreds of mystical beasts. Due to the large number of opponents, the outcome of the battle might not be decided in a short time. When the 5 instructors arrived, the arrow rain was at its densest. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly deflected dozens of arrows in front of them. Where's Jojo? Zhou Danjin anxiously asked Qi Xianxian beside him. Jojo went to deal with an old man. Duanmu followed him. Zhou Danjin frowned. With a sweep of his palm, he sent a wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws flying. He hurriedly turned around and said, I'll go take a look. At the edge of the forest, Duanmu Qing was forced back a dozen steps by the elder. He barely managed to stabilize himself and raise his head. He saw that the white-haired elder was already closing in on him. A cluster of flames in his palm was aimed at Duan Qing's heart. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. His hands moved faster than his brain. He pushed Duan Qing to the side and hid behind the Golden Man. The old man's fire spirit shield landed on the Golden Man's body, causing the flames to soar high into the sky. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he rushed toward Arbor again in annoyance. How infuriating! From a moment ago until now, the sly girl had been hiding behind the Golden Man. He didn't know what this Golden Man was. It didn't hurt when he hit it, and it didn't burn it. If this continued, he would be the one being besieged by the mythical beasts summoned by Gue Yadu and the others after they dealt with the 200 beasts and archers. I can't let this continue. The old man's brows furrowed. He suddenly raised his hand, and flames rose from the ground. They burned fiercely and circled around Arbor, trapping her inside. Duan Qing was furious. His vines grew wildly from the ground and extended toward the old man's feet. The elder harumphed and flew into the air with a whoosh. Flames appeared between his hands as he furiously roared. "Take this!" A huge fire descended from the sky. The entire forest seemed to have been set ablaze. Clusters of flames fell from the sky like a rain of fire. Arbor's gaze turned cold. A circle of defensive talismans fell on her and Duan Qing. Chapter 1849. Arbor flicked his finger, and hundreds of attack talismans flew toward the old man. Boom! Boom! After hearing a series of loud bangs, the bearded elder smashed away the attack talismans that Xiao Mu threw at him with fireballs with a sullen face. He then cast an unsightly glance at Xiao Mu. Although Xiao Mu was enveloped by the fire, she was completely unscathed. The water spiritual barrier that appeared on her skin also kept the flames outside very well. The old man's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but be amazed. This little girl from the lower star zone was not only equipped with all kinds of magical treasures, spiritual artifacts, and holy beasts, but also had such a high level of comprehension and cultivation. Even in the upper 3 provinces, she could be called a peerless genius at such a young age. In the sky, Prince Mo, who was standing on the back of the golden dragon, took out a vine and looked at it carefully with a frown. The sapling didn't react at all. Did something happen, or did he see it wrong? Logically speaking, if Jojo was really near him, he should be able to contact her through the sapling and even enter the Paradise Planet. But now, the sapling didn't react at all. Mo Yin pondered and put away the vine. Then he looked up. 8 flying horses with their hooves treading on the snow could be seen approaching from the horizon. Accompanied by the celestial music that seemed to have descended from the heavens, a somewhat delicate voice rang out clearly. "Your Highness, please wait. Princess Jing of the Pangu clan from the Aurora Sandland is here to see you." Holding his saber, Dao Wuji raised his eyebrows and touched his chin. The princess of the Pangu clan from the Aurora Sandland? Isn't that the genius princess of the largest clan in the desert zone outside the 3 provinces? I heard that she's a great beauty. When I left the Divine Land, she was only 13 years old. At that time, Princess Jing was already famous. Everyone knew her. Everyone calculated Princess Jing's age in their hearts. She should be at least 27 or 28 years old now. Dao Wuji had spent more than 10 years in the tower, so he was probably 27 or 28 years old. This Princess Jing is a legend. It is said that she went to the battlefield at the age of 9, and at the age of 12, when she fought against the giant demon clan, she defeated an army of 300,000. She is a legend that does not lose out to men. Little 7. The Crown Prince's cold voice rang out, interrupting endless blades rambling. Yin Qi swung his dragon tail and immediately increased his speed. With a whoosh, he circled around from the side. With a dragon roar, he swung his dragon tail heavily, causing a strong wind to blow. The 8 Pegasi cried out in alarm and almost fell from the sky. The coachman's face paled as he hastily reached out to pull on the reins. After pacifying the horse for a while, he finally calmed it down. The face of the round-faced maid who had invited the princess was slightly pale. She stared blankly at the dragon's body as it disappeared into the distance. She secretly gritted her teeth and said, "Princess." The crown prince left without a word. A faint voice came from inside the carriage. It's fine. Just follow them. The maidservant was stunned for a moment before she instructed the coachman. The princess has ordered us to follow her. The coachman nodded. With a wave of his whip, he immediately followed. Dao Wuji stood behind Emolian. He looked back and coughed softly. The Panga clan's people are following us. Emolian was unmoved. She did not even lift her eyelids. Dao Wuji raised his hand and touched his nose. He was asking for a snub. 3:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 1850. The voice that had stopped Lien earlier rang out again. Princess of the Pangu clan of the Aurora Sandland requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Land. Emolian did not even turn her head. 7th Yan's speed was also very fast. In a moment, the carriage was far behind them. The corner of Dao Wuji's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "Boss, she's chasing after us." Fairy Ginkgo glared at him and snorted. "What? You fancy her? We haven't even met yet. You haven't even seen her face yet. You're already thinking about her?" Dao Wuji rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, "What are you talking about? Although I want to marry a few more wives after I come out, do you think I can fancy someone like Princess Jing? She's so fierce. I might kill her before I even marry her. Between a woman and my life, I'd rather choose my own life." Fairy Ginkgo glanced at him disdainfully. "She's just a little girl. Look at how scared you are. Useless guy. How could she be so powerful?" Dao Wuji was a spiritual paragon. A little girl who could reach the 7th level of the divine realm at such a young age was already very impressive. Dao Wuji rubbed his chin. "TCH, only a little girl is interesting? Do you think I'll find a 100-year-old man like you?" Fairy Ginkgo flew into a rage and threw a punch at Dao Wuji's face. "Who are you calling a 100-year-old man?" Dao Wuji pursed his lips and looked at Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Mutin pitifully. "Can you two stop pretending to be young? The two of you are over 300 years old. What? You won't allow me to call you old men. On the Divine Land, even a useless ordinary person's average age could reach over 200 years old, let alone cultivators. Naturally, their lifespans were even longer. Princess Jing was only 27 or 28 years old. She could only be called a little girl. Compared to Fairy Peony and Fairy Ginkgo, who were over 100 years old, there was a big difference in age." Fairy Ginkgo spat at Dao Wuji's face. "Watch your words. Are you asking for a beating?" She hated it when people talked about her age. Of course, which woman in the world liked it when people called her old? With Dao Wuji's despicable appearance, he would be beaten up no matter where he went. Limitless Blade could only snort, looking like he was at his wit's end. He shrugged at Fairy Ginkgo. All right, just take it that I said something wrong. You're as beautiful as a flower, and you're still young." "Of course." Fairy Ginkgo glanced at him, twirling her small orchid fingers and snorting. "That Princess Jing, who goes in and out of the battlefield with a group of men, killing enemies everywhere. How gentle and demure can she be? She's obviously a tigress." Dao Wuji felt as if the girl he admired had been destroyed. He couldn't help but argue with her. "How can you do that? You haven't even seen Princess Jing's face. How can you slander her like this? That's not very good." The Ginkgo fairy touched her own face. "Can that kind of little girl be more beautiful than me?" Dao Wuji was helpless. He turned to look at the silent little Tai Sui and asked curiously, "Little Tai Sui, why aren't you saying anything?" Little Tai Sui didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and just threw him a cold look. Dao Wuji couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He sighed softly and looked away. Every time he talked to little Tai Sui, he would get angry after a few sentences. "Why?" Chapter 1851. "Your Highness, please wait." A cold voice came into everyone's ears. He saw a few flying white horses spread their wings and swept across the sky, quickly chasing after them. Of course, the flying horses were not as fast as the golden dragon, but the woman on the flying horses used her divine power to speed up and caught up in just a few minutes. Fairy Ginkgo turned her head to look and saw a woman in a red dress with delicate features. She was riding on the wind and clouds. Under the red cloak, her black hair was like a waterfall, Her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were like crescent moons. Her face was cold and elegant. Her otherworldly temperament made people gasp in admiration. How could there be such an otherworldly woman in the world? She was like a piece of jade made by the heavens. Behind her, there were 4 or 5 flying horses. On each flying horse, there was a beautiful maid. They seemed to be the personal maids of Princess Jing. Compared to the maids of ordinary families, these women had a more valiant and formidable aura. They looked extraordinarily valiant and intimidating. These maids were all dressed gorgeously and had swords on their waists. The hilts of the swords were inlaid with all kinds of gems and agates. They would make Princess Jing proud if she brought them out. People might even believe that they were ladies of noble families. Princess Jing took the lead. She activated her divine power and quickly approached the golden dragon. She saluted the crown prince from afar. "Your Highness, Your Highness." However, the crown prince ignored her. The back of his head was facing her. He didn't even turn around. Princess Jing didn't get angry. Instead, she leaped into the sky and landed in front of the golden dragon, blocking its path. "Your Highness, please wait." Dao Wuji and the Luo brothers beside him looked at each other. Prince Amo treated her so coldly, but Princess Jing still followed him. She was indeed a heroine. Amo Lien frowned. He looked very impatient. He glanced at Princess Jing coldly and said, "Jing Linyao of the Pangu clan in the Aurora Sandland." This sentence was said without any emotion. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Just like Princess Jing and most of the other people in the world, they were all cats and dogs that were not worthy of being remembered by Prince Amo, that's right. Princess Jing was calm. Even if she heard the sarcasm in the crown prince's voice, she didn't care. She nodded slightly, raised her hand, and threw a thin piece of paper in Amo Lien's direction. However, Amo Lien didn't reach out to take it, nor did he even glance at it. A purple flame directly landed on that piece of paper, burning it to ashes on the spot. Princess Jing was stunned. The maids behind her were also stunned. They all looked at the crown prince with an ugly expression. "Your Highness actually burned His Majesty's imperial edict," Princess Jing said calmly, as if what Amo Lien burned was not an imperial edict, but a piece of paper. Prince Amo turned on his mocking mode and said nonchalantly, "It's just a random thing. I don't want to see it." Princess Jing smiled faintly. "Perhaps the crown prince should find a place to talk with me." Prince Amo glanced at her and said coldly, "Little Seven." Little Seven immediately understood. She could tell that her master was in a bad mood. She didn't dare to wait any longer. She immediately flew out. Princess Jing frowned. She looked at the direction where the crown prince left and remained silent for a long time, until a maid came up and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, it's a failure. Tomorrow at 12:30, there's no need to rush. Let's meet tomorrow or the day after." Chapter 1852. Wanlu Town, it was the most prosperous town near Mount Dai Zone. The population of the town had almost exceeded 10,000 people. Usually, people from the surrounding villages would come to Wanlu Town when they needed to trade or buy things. Mount Dai Zone was basically the hunting garden of the Heavenly Academy before it became a place to nurture corpses. The Heavenly Bestowing Academy was the #1 academy in the Poland prefecture. There were at least 30 to 50,000 students, if not 80,000. From the outside, the entire Heaven Bestow Academy seemed to be stationed in a large city near Mount Dai. Wanlu Town was so close to the Heavenly Academy. Usually, the students of the Heavenly Academy could only go to Wanlu Town to play during the holidays. It was not hard to imagine why Wanlu Town was so prosperous in recent years. It was getting late. The people in Wanlu Town were busy packing up their stalls and hurrying home. Jing Linyao walked past in a hurry with 4 or 5 maids in gorgeous clothes. This group of people, from Princess Jing to the maids beside her, were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Wherever they passed by, they would attract the attention of others. Jing Linyao seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts. She did not pay attention to how the people nearby looked at her. "Your Highness, we can only stay in Shuntian Prefecture for less than a month. When the time comes, we must go back immediately." Otherwise, if we are noticed by the heavenly law, we will all be in trouble. A personal maid followed behind Princess Jing and said softly, "Where are they?" Jing Linyao asked in a low voice. "They are in the Shun Lion not far ahead." They hurriedly turned a corner and saw the signboard of the Shun Lion in front of them. Because Princess Jing and her group of 6 were moving too fast, they almost collided with a group coming from the side. Both parties were going to enter the Shun Lion. Princess Jing stopped and frowned at the girl who had entered the inn with her. The girl was about 24 years old. She was wearing a clean blue dress. Her face was not outstanding, but she gave people a good impression of her. Behind her were 5 young girls in the same dress. They all looked at her. Sorry. Princess Jing and the woman leading the group spoke at the same time. They nodded at each other and exchanged some pleasantries before inviting each other to enter. The 2 groups each took a few steps back. Then, Princess Jing nodded at the leader of the other group with a smile and quickly led the maids inside. "Princess, they're in the sky room on the 2nd floor." The ordinary-looking woman in her mid-20s glanced at the direction where Jing Linyao went. Then, she called the other 5 women and walked toward a quiet place in the corner of the lobby that was covered by several bonsai plants. "Master, 2nd Martial Uncle. 2nd Martial Uncle. Auntie." The group of people called out to each other. Then, the 2 women smiled and gestured for them to sit down. "How have you been in the academy recently?" "The instructors in the academy are all pretty good." The leading girl nodded and said, "Master, the 6 of us will fight for a place to go to Dai Zong Mountain this time. If everything goes well, we should be able to pass the preliminary selection. You must be careful." Andy looked at the children lovingly and said softly, "Where there is life, there is hope." Chapter 1853. We still need to put safety first. Don't worry, Andy. Our lives won't be sacrificed so easily. Right? We still need to preserve our lives and plan slowly. A round-faced little girl around 19 years old said through clenched fists and gritted teeth. Auntie E sighed. 3 years had passed, but the seeds of hatred buried in these young children's hearts were growing stronger and stronger. The past was already in the past, but the grief was even more intense. Even she was unable to let go of the enmity and hatred in her heart, let alone these disciples who were brooding. Yang Shirong looked up and looked outside the window. Under the setting sun, pedestrians hurriedly passed by Wanlu town, which was enveloped in a hazy yellow. 3 years ago, only 200 of the Holy Water sect's 800 disciples survived the massacre, and they fled here like stray dogs. The most important thing was that the Holy Water sect had lost their backbone. The sect master was dead, and eldest senior sister and 3rd junior sister were all dead. Yang Shirong's heart couldn't help but clench every time she thought of how her youngest disciple would feel when she saw the Holy Water sect's former residence covered in ruins. The biggest mistake of all was not to bring the child along with them. She didn't know how she was doing now, but she should be safe. Master. The woman in the lead was 2nd Peak's senior sister, Yu Gui. In that battle 3 years ago, countless disciples from the 3 Peaks had died, and there were only a few disciples left. Yang Shirong laughed bitterly and downed a cup of tea. She nodded faintly and said, "Master is fine." So many years had passed, but every time she thought of the fireworks and wine from that day, she couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. She never would have expected that the joyous gathering that night was the prelude to the death god's music. Second Ant Master, are the others all right? 3rd Peak's disciple, Chan Hanzi, couldn't resist asking softly. They're all fine. Yang Shirong nodded and looked at the 6 people apologetically. Back then, I sent the 6 of you to Heavenly Bestow Academy to study in order to gather information. These years, we've been apart more than we've been together. Do you blame me for finding it difficult to see each other? The 6 people all shook their heads. They were very clear about their mission. Even in the academy, the 6 people only nodded faintly when they met occasionally and didn't show much intimacy. It was as if they were just the most ordinary students in the academy. 2nd Martial Uncle, don't worry. Most of the other students in the academy are doing well. There are 6 other people who are going to die Zone Mountain with us. There will be mentors leading the team. When you encounter danger, you can leave Dai Zong Mountain as soon as possible without risking your life. The disciple who spoke was Jiang Qi, a disciple of the first peak. In reality, most of the first peak's disciples stayed behind. Jiang Qi was only 14 years old back then, so he and several other younger senior and junior sisters were knocked unconscious by Murong Sun and forced to be taken away by Yang Shirong and the others. Among the three peaks, other than Jiang Qi and Lu Ling, who was sitting next to her, the number of disciples from the first peak who survived was definitely less than 10. At that time, all the first peak disciples followed Master Murong Sun and eldest senior sister Su Shanshan and stay behind. Thinking about it now, Jiang Qi couldn't help but cry silently. She probably wouldn't be able to find a master like Murong Sun even if she walked to the end of her life. Come, let's have a cup of tea instead of wine. Although we've only been together for a short time, it's fine as long as we know that we're doing well. Chapter 1854. Aunt E raised her teacup with a smile. Everyone followed suit and drained their cups in one gulp before smiling at each other. The Holy Water sect's 800 disciples were of one mind and one life. As long as they were alive, the Holy Water sect would be alive. Tap, 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 tap. The group of valiant maidservants followed Princess Jing to the second floor and arrived at the door of Heavenly Room Number 1. Just as they reached the door, they heard smashing cups and screaming curses coming from inside. Princess Jing's footsteps paused, and she frowned slightly. The maidservants also revealed disdainful expressions, as if they were already used to the people inside acting like this. When Jing Linyao pushed open the door and entered, the three women inside the room all turned to look at her. A slightly older woman, who was dressed very gracefully and elegantly, was currently sitting on an armchair. She couldn't help but frown when she saw Jing Linyao. Two young women were standing and sitting on either side of her. One of them had a green silk sash around her waist and a jasper hanging from it. She was no more than 20 years old and had arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. However, her angry expression ruined her pretty face. The other woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She held a round fan in her hand and wore a camellia gray dress with golden threads. Her face paled in comparison to the other two women in the room, and she could only be considered a delicate beauty. "Why did you come in without knocking?" the older woman asked in a low voice. Her stern eyes landed on Jing Linyao, and her expression contained some dissatisfaction. "Greetings, mother." Jing Linyao calmly bowed and then signaled to the maidservants behind her with her eyes. The two maids immediately walked forward and pulled up the beautiful woman who was sitting on the stool. Without any explanation, they gave her 2 slaps on the face. "Ah!" that woman screamed. Because she was restrained by the 2 maidservants, she didn't fall to the ground. She only felt a burning pain on her cheeks, and she opened her mouth to scream. The 2 maids did not hesitate and slapped her twice more, blocking the woman's screams in her mouth. Impudent! Madame Jing was so angry that she was trembling all over. She jumped out of the armchair and pointed at Jing Linyao with a trembling finger, panting heavily. "Jing! Lin! Yao!" Her voice sounded like it was coming out from between her teeth. Her face was full of anger. "Mother, my little sister is not sensible. If you don't discipline her, I can only discipline her on your behalf." Jing Linyao said faintly. "I've already warned her not to do anything." Jing Linyao coldly looked at the woman whose cheeks were swollen, as if she was looking at a dirty bug. Her eyes were full of disdain. What did this idiot do? Did she think that no one would be able to find out about the stupid things she did? To walk out of the Aurora Sand and the boundless desert, the Pangu clan had to bow to the divine land. Jing Linyao's voice was cold. "I can give the engagement to my younger sister." She had sworn that she would dedicate her life to the Pangu clan instead of getting married. Therefore, marriage would probably have nothing to do with her in this life. But can't you guys be a little smarter? Doing so is already deceiving the great emperor of the divine prefecture. Now you still want to make it known to the whole city? If she continues to be so stupid. Jing Linyao's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I don't mind killing her." Chapter 1855. Jing Linyao slammed the door and walked out of the room, leaving behind Madame Jing, who was trembling with anger and whose lips were somewhat pale, Jing Minyao, who was sobbing, and Jing Qiao, who had nothing to do with this matter. Jing Minyao burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's arms. Bitch! Bitch! Mother, look at that bitch! How dare she humiliate me like this? That domineering and arrogant attitude was really disgusting. Min Min, don't cry. Madame Jing hugged her daughter and comforted her in a low voice. The most important thing now is to find a way to marry into the Mo family as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will be the crown princess. Even if your elder sister is respected in front of your father, her status will not be comparable to yours. Jing Qiao, who was like air, glanced at the mother and daughter with disgust, and then smiled. Mother is right. Little sister, you must not be too sad. Hurry up and get up, and let the maids help you reduce the swelling. Don't hurt your face later. Yes, yes. Madame Jing nodded. Your second sister is right. Hurry up and get up. Jing Linyao walked out of the sky room of the inn, her cold face slightly gloomy. How many people did that idiot send? Third Mrs. Daw went to gather them. He ordered Sir Chiu to take 200 to 300 people to chase and intercept them. Our people were not able to stop them. It's our fault. Nonsense. Jing Linyao was so angry that she slapped the railing on the second floor. The maids all hung their heads low, not daring to say anything. Xinlan, take some people with you and go there immediately. Remember to make sure that everything is clean. Don't get involved with the Pangu clan. Yes, princess. In the entire Pangu clan, Jing Linyao was the only one who could make all the clansmen bow their heads and willingly call her princess. As for the second and third daughters of the clan leader, they were all beautiful but useless embroidered pillows. Usually, everyone called them Second Miss, and Third Mississippi. Jing Linyao returned to her room and sat on a chair. She pinched her eyebrows tiredly. The speed of the sand sinking was very fast. In the first half of this year alone, their clan had lost a lot of clansmen and animals because of the sinking of the sand. Many people fell down with the sand in their sleep and did not struggle at all. If this continued, the entire Panga clan would be wiped out by the harsh living environment of the Aurora Desert. They could not stay silent like this. They had to walk out of the desert and go to the Divine Land. The Panga clan had nearly 200,000 clansmen. If so many people wanted to go to the Divine Land at once, it would be impossible without first negotiating with the emperor. However, the result of the negotiation was that the Pangu clan had to hand over 20,000 elite soldiers and leave the only son of the clan leader behind as a hostage in the imperial capital of the Divine Land. The emperor of the Divine Land promised that Qingyue, the closest city to the desert, would be allocated to the members of the Pangu clan. However, the amount of offerings that had to be made every year was also a huge headache for them. The Pangu clan wanted to migrate, but the Pangu clan did not want to die. According to the plan of the Emperor of the Divine Land, in a few years, the Pangu clan's temperament would be smoothed out, and the entire clan would probably become a vassal of the Divine Land. Jing Linyao put her hand on her aching forehead and sighed. Princess, a maid said in a low voice. Chapter 1856. Can we really do this? Won't it anger the emperor? The edict only says that the daughter of the leader of the Pangu clan is marrying the crown prince of the Divine Land. It doesn't mention me by name, so it's not a violation of the edict. Jing Linyao said calmly. The maids looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. In fact, they all knew that the emperor of the Divine Land valued Princess Jing's talent, cultivation, and means. Although the edict didn't specify which daughter of the leader it was, but Princess Jing was the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her eldest daughter was unmarried, but her youngest sister was marrying the crown prince of the Divine Land. It didn't make sense. If the emperor knew that he was tricked, he might be angry. Jing Linyao sneered. Didn't the crown prince burn the emperor's edict? I've long known that the crown prince is not an easy person to get along with. I just wanted to do business with him, but The maidservant sighed. That's right. That willful crown prince didn't even have the mood to look at the edict. He directly set it on fire. Such an unexpected method is really amazing. Princess Jing picked up a cup of tea and drank it all. Then she threw the cup on the table and smiled happily. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Help me make an appointment with Prince Mo and tell him that I have a business with him. I'm sure he'll be very interested in the business I discussed with him." When the maids saw this, they nodded and respectfully retreated one after another. After closing the door, a slightly older maid sighed softly and said, "I don't know if the princess will regret today's decision many years later." Today, they had all seen that His Highness crowned Prince Mo. He was simply a handsome man that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. From the bottom of their hearts, they felt that such a man was a good match for their Princess Jing. If they could really work together, they would be invincible when the strong work together. Unfortunately, that wasn't Princess Jing's goal. Although Jing Linyao didn't know what the maids were thinking, she could guess what they were thinking when she saw the slight regret in their eyes. Prince Mo was indeed the second most outstanding man she had seen in her life. The first time she saw such an outstanding man was 3 years ago during the Desert Storm. Since then, although she would occasionally remember this man, it was only occasionally. She was a woman who was born to shoulder the fate of the entire Panga clan. She didn't need to rely on men. The military forces she had now were all built up by herself over the past 10 years. She had ambition and desire, but all of this was based on the fact that she had to fight for it. She believed that one day she would be able to achieve her wish. But before that day came, she had to lay low. Whether it was Jing Qi Yao or Jing Min Yao, those little ants, they were just a cornerstone for her grand plan. She, Jing Lin Yao, never needed to rely on a man to live. With a mocking smile, Jing Lin Yao swept away the tent and lay down. After chasing Prince Mo for half a day today, she felt very tired. She had to lie down and think about how she should proceed in the future. Thorns and bumps were just a trial in life. In the end, all of this would turn into a field of flowers that bloomed for her. Chapter 1857. On the other side of the forest, although the fire was strong, Arbor didn't feel any discomfort as she was surrounded by a ring of fire. Standing within the wall of fire, he used a pair of cold eyes to stare at the bearded old man whose expression changed slightly through the raging flames. A talisman floated into Arbor's hand on its own. Whoosh! She was instantly lost in the fire. The old man started and quickly turned his head to see the girl standing on a tree branch. The ferrule in her hand turned into a streak of light as she slammed it towards the back of his head. The bearded old man laughed coldly, thinking that the girl in front of him was incomparably naive. She was clearly only at the beginning of the spirit realm, but she dared to be so bold in front of him, a worshipper who was already halfway into the spirit realm. This was simply laughable. Die! The bearded old man's eyebrows furrowed as he reached out to grab the girl's neck. The fierce whistling of the wind came from the sky, but Xiao Mu did not even crease her brows. Faster than words could tell, the water spirit in Arbor's hand gurgled out from between her fingers and suddenly condensed into a ball of ice and snow, hurtling towards the old man's heart. Ha ha ha! The old man laughed wantonly, his face full of mockery. Do you think that the ice and snow you condense can hurt this old man's hair? Bam! He didn't dodge at all and simply opened his chest, allowing the ball of ice and snow to explode on his chest. He didn't even furrow his brow as his hand reached out to Arbor's neck, only an inch away. He was about to grab Arbor's slender neck in his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stone landed on the bearded old man's head, causing him to feel pain at the back of his head. His eyes widened slightly. At the same time, Arbor flung a talisman at the bearded old man's chest. As soon as the talisman came close to his chest, it suddenly exploded with a cold light. A sudden chill seemed to have seeped into his internal organs, causing the bearded old man's entire body to stiffen. His entire body suddenly shivered. How could this be? He didn't know that the ice and snow in Arbor was just a test. The water talisman was the main point. The water spirit talisman exploded when it got close to the bearded old man, and all the cold air it contained seeped into his body. This person had comprehended the fire spiritual energy. Once the chill entered his body, it would naturally cause damage to his body. Just as this old man froze, a trace of redness faintly surfaced in Xiao Mu's eyes. Several large trees behind her were abruptly uprooted and swept up, smashing into the old man with a boom. Following that, the startled swan dagger slashed through the air. It was incomparably fast and pierced through the old man's shoulder in an instant, causing him to howl in anger. Great! A clap came from the top of the tree. Arbor looked up and saw an old man with a brandy nose sitting on the treetop with his legs crossed and gulping down a mouthful of wine. Grandpa? Arbor was slightly stunned. Huh! The brandy-nosed old man chuckled and lifted the bearded old man who fell to the ground with one hand. He waved at Arbor and said, "Little girl, I'll take care of this old man for you. Today's matter, let's turn it into a small matter and turn it into nothing, okay?" Arbor was expressionless, but a hint of displeasure appeared on his paralyzed face. "Oh, you know who they are?" The old man raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. He laughed and said, "How would this old man know who they are? All right, I won't hinder you two from meeting. This old man will leave first." H.M. Chapter 1858. A confinement glyph array suddenly landed around the rose-nosed old man. Arbor said coldly, "Put him down and leave." The old man carried the bearded old man with his right hand and turned to look pitifully at Arbor. He lifted the wine gourd with his left hand and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. "Little girl, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them." 5 or 6 confinement glyph arrays landed around the rose-nosed old man one after another. Arbor's face was as cold as ice. He said expressionlessly, "Put him down and leave." The old man was at his wit's end. He sighed and looked at her with a serious expression. "Actually, this old man just doesn't want you to get involved in this mess. You're still young. The road ahead is long. At this time, you're still very insignificant in the eyes of some people. Those people are not people you can afford to offend." "The divine lands?" Arbor said coldly. "So what?" The rose-nosed old man was startled. He looked her up and down. "Little girl, don't be too stubborn. This old man is doing this for your own good." "No need." Arbor refused coldly. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. "Put him down. Otherwise, I won't rest until I'm dead." The old man thought this damn child's temper was really unlikable. The bearded old man took 2 steps back. He looked up at the sky behind Arbor and said to Arbor helplessly, "Little girl, I'm sorry. Today I must take this person away." Then he punched at the confinement glyph set up by Arbor. With this punch, the first confinement glyph immediately collapsed. But what made the old man depressed and speechless was that with a wave of Arbor's hand, more than 10 confinement glyph arrays reinforced his surroundings. In addition to the previous 5 or 6 confinement glyph arrays. Fuck, where did you get so many glyph arrays? "I have all the time in the world," Arbor said coldly. At most, he would just drag it out. The rose-nosed old man's glyph arrays were not as easy to break as he appeared to be. Let's see how many glyph arrays he could break in one go. Arbor took out the gold-beaded talisman pinned from his conscience and drew a confinement talisman in the air. Today, he must leave his life behind. "You want to help me? Then don't leave either." Arbor's face darkened as he coldly shouted. His voice was so cold that even the old man with rosacea couldn't help but tremble slightly. This child was really a stubborn person. A few minutes after Duan Muqing and Jean Ren arrived, they saw Zhou Danjin rushing over with an anxious expression. Seeing that the 2 of them were fine, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The old man with rosacea couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself that today's matter was really not going to end well. Arbor's speed of drawing talismans was really fast. Just as the old man smashed 2 more talisman arrays, Arbor had finished drawing 2 more sets of talisman arrays and directly threw them to the old man's side. While the old man with rosacea was cursing in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. If such a talisman genius were to go to the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan, he would definitely be worshipped, right? Arbor concentrated on drawing talismans and entered a state of complete selflessness in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he only felt that there were talismans in front of him, and he could draw as he pleased. In the eyes of others, the speed at which he drew talismans could no longer be called abnormal, but crazy. The old man with rosacea's expression became slightly serious. Fuck. At this rate, not only would he not be able to break the glyph arrays around him, but he would also be heavily confined within them. Chapter 1859. Those who wanted to take her life would have to be one step ahead of her and leave their lives for her. No one knew how much she valued her life and her body. This level could be called abnormal. After he had lost everything, he had seen his own limbs wither away, and then he had regained all of this. Apart from herself, no one could understand her feelings of regaining what she had lost. She cherished and loved her body very much. She didn't even want to have the slightest scar on her body. No one could try to take her life. No one could. When Xian, the little fatty, and Mata arrived, they vaguely saw a burst of bright light erupting from the little fellow's body. It was as if something in her body had broken through the shackles and reached the sky. The red-nosed old man, who was trying his best to break through the confinement glyph array, looked in the direction of Arbor with a dumbfounded expression. This girl, she'd in the depths of her consciousness that no one could see. The golden talisman jade tome opened the 8th jade slip and introduced Arbor to a wider world, learning the art of talisman drawing. The advancement of her talisman master level caused her spiritual sense to rise to the 7th level. She didn't have time to look at the several new talismans she had just learned. She only glanced at the doppelganger talisman. Her heart moved slightly, and she saw a demonstration talisman floating out from the hidden jade slip. Ghost summoning talisman. Ghost summoning talisman. Could it be that it could summon a powerful ghost spirit into the world? But she had always been a person who couldn't see ghost spirits. If she summoned a powerful ghost spirit, how would she restrain it? After all, it was a ghost spirit. Once it went out of control, it would become a crisis and affect the world. That wouldn't be good. She had never been a good person, but she had never thought of harming others. After putting away the ghost summoning talisman, she discovered that the Spirit Division Records Soul Chapter had made great progress. After entering the 6th level of the Soul Chapter, while forging the 6th branch meridian, the biggest benefit should be that she could control her spiritual sense to draw talismans for her in her consciousness. However, she calculated that with her current spiritual sense, she could control her spiritual sense for about 4 hours at most. After all, she couldn't let her spiritual sense dry up just to urge her spiritual sense to draw talismans. Although her spiritual sense recovery process was many times faster than others, she still had to pay attention to prevent her spiritual sense from being damaged. Wen Wei, Instructor Hu, and the other 3 who had rushed oversaw this scene. They could not help but be stunned. Even though they knew the little girl was an extremely outstanding Grand Talisman Master, the scene they witnessed with their own eyes had practically overturned their understanding of Grand Talisman Masters. They thought that when great talisman masters drew talismans, they would burn incense in seclusion and concentrate wholeheartedly. But now, they saw this young woman standing there and drawing numerous wooden talismans in midair. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare believe it even if they were beaten to death. After a set of talisman arrays were completed, they were quickly placed on the body of the old man with rosacea. Before long, they began to sympathize with the old man. Arbor opened her eyes and waved her hand. A doppelganger talisman fell on her body. Subsequently, it was an eye-opener. 2 afterimages rustled out beside the little girl. Each afterimage held the same gold-beaded talisman brush, and their movements were exactly the same as the little girl's. They were both drawing talismans. Everyone was speechless. Why did they feel so sorry for the old man with the rosacea? Why was he so insistent on taking the bearded old man away? Chapter 1860. The old man with the rosacea started to regret his decision. He shouldn't have gotten himself involved in this mess. Looking up, he saw a streak of light appear in the distant horizon. He cursed in his heart. That ancestor had really rushed over. However, it made sense. With such a huge commotion here, as long as one wasn't deaf, they would probably come over to take a look. The red-nosed old man threw out a few punches in a desperate struggle, landing on the confinement array glyphs. His face darkened as he threatened. "Little girl, if you don't stop now, this old man will use his full strength." Arbor's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his hand, the ghost spirit talisman suddenly appeared beside her. Just now, she had already asked the little water baby, as long as she took out the black ghost spirit pearl. Even if she couldn't see the strong ghost spirit, she only needed to inject a trace of spiritual power into it. With a thought, she could make the ghost spirit pearl absorb the strong ghost spirit. Even if the ghost spirit was comparable to an immortal supremacy, it wouldn't be able to escape. I'm going to use all my strength too, Arbor shouted coldly. If you don't let her go, don't blame me for being heartless to you. Everyone held their breaths. Qi Xianxian only felt a heavy pressure on her body. She felt so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. The old man with the rosacea was at his wit's end. Who told him to receive the order? Keep, collect, cripple, trap. Sigh. He really hated that bunch of women from the Jing clan. He didn't know what they were up to. Could it be that Jing Linyao thought that by casually tossing her retarded stepsister to the crown prince, the emperor could be fooled? The emperor valued Jing Linyao, this woman, and the contribution she had made over the years. The emperor felt that with Jing Linyao's ruthless methods and ability to deal with people, she was worthy of his son. If the Jing clan really dared to toss a retarded stepsister to his son, with the emperor's temperament, the entire Jing clan would probably be exterminated. Thinking about that imperial edict gave him a headache. He had already received news that His Highness had indeed burned his own father's imperial edict without mercy. This father and son pair were like natural enemies. They didn't have good expressions when they met, making things difficult for these old officials. Boom! A thunderous rumble came from the horizon. Along with the dark clouds, the dusk scenery was completely covered by the gloomy and dark clouds. Rosacea Nose's heart trembled slightly. He looked up at the sky and had a bad premonition. This little child wouldn't really want to fight him to the death, right? Why was this girl so stubborn? Rosacea Nose had a headache. In just a few seconds, he saw a huge black shadow appear in the thick black clouds, accompanied by a cold chill, attacking his heart. Holy shit, this dense, baleful energy. Could it be what he was thinking? Jojo. Arbor's face was cold. After hearing the familiar voice, he was slightly stunned. All of a sudden, they looked up and saw a golden light gliding past their eyes. A golden dragon descended from the sky and transformed into a human. Crown Prince Mo, who was dressed in black, abruptly flitted across the sky like a soaring dragon before landing beside Xiaomu. Arbor's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he dreaming? Jojo, seeing that she was in a daze, Prince Mo rushed forward and pulled her into his arms. He raised his hand and patted her fluffy head, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, he didn't miss it. Chapter 1861. He was dressed in a handsome and elegant black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a ponytail. The man in front of her had a pair of phoenix eyes and a smile on his lips as he stared fixedly at her. It was as if time and years had stopped at this moment. At the same time, it was as if all her thoughts were drowned in his gentle phoenix eyes. She stared at it deeply, and at that moment, she discovered that her breathing was about to stop. Arbor blinked and suddenly reached out two little fingers to pinch Prince Mo's handsome face. She snorted and muttered to herself, "Divine sense. Go away, go away." Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his phoenix eyes and looked at the little fellow in front of him with a smile. Didn't disappear? Xiao Mu was taken aback, and she reached out to rub his face. The more she touched it, the more she felt that it was very nice to the touch. Her small face that was as white as snow also slowly relaxed from its original taut and serious state, blossoming into a gorgeous smile. Emollient. So it wasn't an illusion, it wasn't a daydream, or even a blur. It was, the crown prince had really returned to her side. Arbor reached out and hugged him, her little head rubbing against his chest. Prince Mo's heart almost melted from her rubbing. Of course, he was also overjoyed by her sudden smile. He reached out and rubbed her head, saying softly, "Did you miss me?" Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Yes. Hugs, hugs. She could finally hug her lotus. I also think of my Jojo all the time. Emollient sighed softly and hugged his little body tightly. "Jojo, look, I didn't go back on our May promise, right?" Xiao Mu counted with her fingers. Indeed, there was still a little less than half a month before the 5-month deadline. "Is there a reward?" Prince Mo blinked and asked. Arbor raised her head and cupped his cheek. She thought for a moment. This person's proud expression showed that he wanted to ask for a kiss. That would fulfill his wish. It had been so long, and she also wanted to. "Kiss him." The little guy leaned his head forward and was about to kiss the satisfied Prince Mo's lips. Cough, cough, cough. A burst of light coughing suddenly interrupted the charming atmosphere between the two of them. Arbor quickly turned his little head and looked at a person not far away. He was still dressed in red and had long hair. There was a trace of laziness on his handsome face. The only difference was that this guy didn't have an umbrella today and even tied up his hair. Compared to his previous lazy appearance, his whole body now had a bit more of a sword-like aura. That pair of charming and enchanting eyes looked at her with a smile that was filled with a trace of ridicule. Rotten peach blossom? Arbor's eyes lit up. He turned around and wanted to run to that person's side. When the venerable peach blossom immortal saw the little fellow's enthusiasm, he happily extended his hands. On the other hand, Dao Wuji almost burst out laughing. Rotten peach blossoms. Did he hear wrongly? Before Arbor could run 2 steps, she was caught by Prince Mo and pulled back to his side. Prince Mo glanced at Yuan Shichun in annoyance. He raised Jojo's little hand and shook it at Yuan Shichun. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Hey, you could just greet him like this. You don't have to run over." The venerable peach blossom immortal harumphed and walked over to Arbor. He reached out and patted her head. "Jojo, are you in trouble?" Arbor immediately thought of the old man with rosacea. Chapter 1862. She immediately thought of the old man with the rosacea nose. Just now, she had activated the ghost subduing talisman and summoned a ghost spirit. Arbor hurriedly turned around and saw the old man in the middle of dozens of confinement talisman arrays. He was waving his hands and struggling with something with all his might. Mo Lien, He Chun, little Tai Sui, and the others all had traces of astonishment in their eyes. Arbor, how baffling. She only saw that the old man with the rosacea nose was tugging at something like a madman. The bearded old man's body was already floating horizontally. Half of his body was grabbed by the old man with the rosacea nose, while the other half seemed to be tightly clamped down by a force. The bearded old man's face was already showing a pained and horrified expression. He kept feeling that if this continued, he would be directly torn apart by the two forces. Amazing. Mada couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Muqing, Qi Xian, and Little Fatty's gazes also moved from the old man with the rosacea nose to Mo Lien, He Chun, and the other outstanding men and women. They were all Jojo's friends. Duan Muqing didn't understand where the disappointment in his heart came from. He kept feeling that after interacting with Jojo for a while, he didn't treat any of the team members the way he treated himself. Every time their eyes met, the little fellow would be like a frightened rabbit and immediately look away. When they interacted, she always seemed to have a faint sense of alienation towards him. Why? Duan Muqing really didn't understand. He looked at the scene in front of him again. The little girl was leaning against the man who was extremely outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Her eyes flashed with the light of joy. Duan Muqing's heart couldn't help but sink inch by inch. It wasn't the same, it was completely different. The bearded old man's ear-piercing screams caused Duan Muqing's emotions to settle down slightly. He raised his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the bearded old man's left hand had already been torn off by that powerful ghost spirit. Everyone used their spiritual senses to look. Naturally, they could see a ghost spirit wrapped in a thick black fog. This ghost spirit was much more powerful than any small ghost spirit he had seen in the past. After all, he had held on for so long in the hands of a 7th-level God Realm expert and had yet to be defeated. In fact, he even faintly had the upper hand. Of course, it was also because the red-nosed old man's spiritual energy attacks had all missed. When fighting with ghosts, Talisman Master's attacks could turn into substantial effects. most people would be at a disadvantage. Rumble. In the dark night, the thunderclouds rolled, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Chow Chow, put away that ghost spirit. I'll talk to Second Elder. Emolian hugged the little fellow and helplessly lowered his head to glance at her. If this continued, the old man with rosacea would suffer a huge loss. Stinking girl, stinking girl. The old man was also stomping his feet and cursing angrily. You're turning your back on us just like that, damn girl. Arbor glared at him, took a few steps forward, took out the ghost spirit pearl, and waved his hand in the direction of the old man. Come back. Everyone. Hu Shurchin couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. Emolian hurriedly took a few steps forward and turned her little hand that was aiming in one direction so that she faced the right. She pointed forward, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He's here. Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed heartily. Boss, is this your wife? Chapter 1863. She clearly can't see the ghost spirit at all. Dao Wuji teased and turned to look at Fairy Ginkgo. He originally thought he would see an angry face, but who knew? Fairy Ginkgo cupped her face in her hands like a love-struck fool. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared at the little girl with a stoic face. So pretty. If Fairy Peony hadn't been holding her back, Fairy Ginkgo would have pounced on the little girl and made a scene, begging for a hug. Dao Wuji stared at Fairy Ginkgo like he was looking at a lunatic. It seemed that Fairy Ginkgo liked both men and women. She was interested in any beautiful creature. Fairy Peony wanted nothing more than to knock her sister out with a punch. What a disgrace that on the other side. Arbor calmly put the ghost spirit back into the ghost spirit pearl and looked up to meet Emolian and Yuan Shurchin's puzzled gazes. You really can't see it? Yuan Shurchin couldn't help but ask. That was impossible. Looking at Jojo's current realm, he should have entered the spiritual realm. Logically speaking, as long as he spread out his spiritual awareness, he would definitely be able to see the ghost spirit. I can't see it, Arbor answered expressionlessly. Yuan Shurchin couldn't help but laugh. Those who understood this little girl knew that the more indifferent and calm she appeared on the surface, the more tangled her heart was. Looking at the strange gazes of the people around him, Jojo was a bit displeased. So what if she couldn't see the ghost spirit? Even if she couldn't see it, there was nothing she could do. Emolian smiled and looked down at him. When she looked up again, her sharp gaze shot toward the rosacea-nosed old man in front of her. Second Elder. The rosacea-nosed old man looked deflated. He dragged the dying, bearded old man and coughed lightly before gloomily walking to Emolian and Arbor. Your Highness. Emolian stared at him coldly. Did you fight with my Jojo just now? No. The rosacea-nosed old man hurriedly waved his hands and laughed apologetically. What a joke. He wasn't tired of living, so why would he lay his hands on a little girl? He did it. Arbor immediately exposed the old man. Just now, he continuously shattered 8 of my array glyphs. Emolian's face darkened. The old man with rosacea wanted to cry. He had only broken 8 of her confinement talisman arrays, but he hadn't even touched her with a single finger. He even threatened me. Arbor complained about the old man's evil deeds. He said that if I didn't let them go, he would use his ultimate move on me. Otherwise, how could I have summoned the ghost spirits to deal with him first? The little fellow looked like the guilty party complaining first. That's right, it was because the old man wanted to protect those killers. Otherwise, Jojo wouldn't be so angry. It's all the old man's fault. The old man was speechless. No, Your Highness, please listen to me. So, the rosacea-nosed old man felt 2 suction forces coming from his hand. He couldn't resist it for a while, and the bearded old man in his hand flew out, being sucked in front of Emolian and Yuan Shurchin. Who is this fellow? Yuan Shurchin smiled and looked up at the old man covered in sweat. This, if you don't say it, I'll know with a soul search. Emolian coldly looked at the rosacea-nosed old man with a hint of warning in her eyes. If this prince finds any problems, you will be responsible for covering them up. They continued at around 3:30. Chapter 1864. The old man glanced at the little guy bitterly, then hurriedly cupped his hands at Prince Mo. "Your Highness, this old man is here on His Majesty's orders to clean up the mess." The old man was very skilled at selling out his teammates at critical moments. There was no other way. His Highness the Crown Prince was still angry, and the old man had to do this strenuous and unrewarding thing. It was completely the Emperor who forced him. He could only reveal everything about the Emperor to sure enough. As soon as His Highness heard his father's name, his entire handsome face immediately darkened. "He sent people to kill my Jojo." The old man hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. Your Highness, this is a complete misunderstanding." "How could it be a misunderstanding?" Arbor turned and waved at the little white snake and the other beasts. "Move those corpses over." The old man's mouth twitched, and he weakly stretched out a hand. Wait. Very quickly, the little white snake ran over from the empty space at the side and slithered to its master's side. It raised its little snake head, and its big watery eyes were filled with anger as it said, Master Silver, those corpses have been taken away by someone." They had all gathered at Arbor's side after killing the enemy, but who knew that the corpses had all been secretly moved away? Arbor was furious when he heard that, and he ruthlessly smacked the bearded old man's head with his ferrule. He turned and roared angrily at the old man with rosacea. "These people brought more than 200 black-clothed death warriors and many archers to surround me. If I let them go today, my name, Arbor, will be read upside down by you." With that, he raised his hand, and thousands of black poison-tailed butterflies emerged from his body and flew in all directions. "Get those corpses back. Whoever dares to obstruct, kill," Arbor shouted coldly, then turned to look at the little fat squirrel and the other beasts. The other beasts understood and hurriedly chased after the poison-tailed butterflies. "Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're dead." Arbor's cold gaze swept over the old man. The old man with rosacea shrank back pitifully and looked at Prince Mo for help. Prince Mo sneered at him. He opened his hand and sucked the bearded old man to his side. With a cold expression, he reached out and pressed the back of the old man's head. No, don't search my soul." The bearded old man shuddered and hurriedly shouted, I'll talk. I am the Aurora Sandlands Jing clan Xiao, consecrated Xiao. Are they Princess Jing's men?" Mo Yin's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of thousand-year-old frost. She reached out and grabbed Consecrator Xiao's neck, only to hear the other party's throat-cracking sounds. High Official Xiao stared at the young man in front of him in fear. He was clearly about to step into the deity realm, but why did he actually feel the terrifying aura of death in the hands of this young man? Boom, 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 boom. Outside the forest came the sound of the footsteps of the beasts. Soon, the little fat squirrel, snow leopard, giant ape, and the others ran back with a few four-wheeled carts. In the giant ape's palms, there were even 10 living people with drooping heads. When Mo Lien saw so many corpses, her face turned black with anger. The Jing clan actually sent so many death warriors to kill her Jojo. They were simply tired of living. Aurora Sandland? Jing clan? Princess Jing? Every name was unfamiliar to Arbor. Turning his head to look at Mo Lien, Jojo asked with a taut face, "What the hell is he talking about? Did he just make up a name to fool her?" Chapter 1865. As expected, her suspicions were correct. These people weren't Clear Sky Faction's disciples. Instead, you can't kill me. I am Princess Jing's subordinate. You can't kill. Pundit Xiao probably thought that no one would dare to do anything to him after he said Princess Jing's name. However, with a crack sound, his neck immediately bent down. He probably didn't understand how a youngster could so easily kill him, even in death. After throwing Pundit Xiao's corpse to the side, Mo Yin flicked her finger in disdain, and a cluster of flames landed on Pundit Xiao's body, burning him to a crisp. The rosacea old man didn't dare to speak anymore and silently retreated a few steps with his head lowered. After the emperor received the news, he wanted him to come clean up the mess and not make things too ugly. In the end, things still continued to develop in an extremely ugly direction. Now, there was no need for the little girl to say anything. His Highness the Crown Prince was the first to feel extremely repulsed by the Jing family. Fairy Ginkgo involuntarily chuckled and cast a provocative glance at Dao Wuji. Look, so many loyalists. They were all sent by your Princess Jing. Dao Wuji rubbed his nose. Princess Jing rose to fame more than a decade ago and has always been known for her cool-headedness and wisdom. How could she do such a brainless thing? Oh, that dead old man already admitted it himself. What? You still want to quibble on her behalf? Dao Wuji looked up at the displeased Mo Lien and coughed lightly. Boss, I still want to say something. Princess Jing isn't an idiot. This was the first time he met Boss Mo's wife, right? Due to an animal's instinct for danger, he could immediately tell that the little stoic wasn't someone to be trifled with. Princess Jing was such an intelligent woman. How could she not know the opponent's background before she made a move to kill him? Arbor's icy gaze shifted to Dao Wuji's face. Who are you? It was only now that she realized there were several unfamiliar faces standing behind Mo Lien. Fairy Ginkgo's eyes brightened, and she immediately took 2 steps forward. Twisting her slender waist, she said with a smile, Little sister, you can call me Sister Xing. It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. Take this ball of divine power and play with it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve, and a round transparent ball fell into Arbor's hand. Inside the ball, energy ripples slowly flowed. Blurred Fairy Ginkgo turned her head and glared fiercely at Dao Wuji and the Luo brothers who were retching. Fuck, you're already so old, yet you still have the face to call a 14 or 15-year-old girl little sister. How can you even say that? The Peony Fairy's mouth twitched. She cupped her fists towards Arbor in a somewhat normal manner. I'm the Peony Fairy. My sister's brain isn't working very well. Please forgive her. Fairy Ginkgo angrily glared at her sister, whose brain isn't working well. Peony simply took a step forward and used her sleeve to block Fairy Ginkgo's mouth. She dragged her back to her original place, completely ignoring her glaring eyes. Arbor silently put the divine power ball back into his inner world. His movements were so smooth that Hu Shichun couldn't help but want to laugh. No matter how much Jojo disliked him, he would accept the gift. Who are you? Arbor expressionlessly looked at Dao Wuji and continued to ask. Jojo ignored them. Mo Yin pulled the little fellow to her side and swept a glance at Dao Wuji and the others. Chapter 1866. They're just a few idlers in the Tower of Punishment. Don't worry about them. Realization dawned on Xiao Mu, and she expressionlessly nodded. Oh, it's your cellmate, is it? Cellmates? Everyone's lips twitched. Who the hell was his cellmates? Endless Blade smiled obsequiously at the little girl. No. We recognize Boss Missouri as our boss. Oh, what's going on? Why does this kid look even more despicable than little Tai Sui? Why does it feel so tiring to chat with her? It's like if you don't pay attention, you'll have nothing to say. Endless Blade's eyes widened slightly. He turned to look at little Tai Sui and suddenly snickered. Little Tai Sui, didn't you say that you're going to kill Boss Mo's wife when you see her? What he meant was, do it. Hurry up and kill her. Oh. Mo Yin tilted her head to look at little Tai Sui with a do you want to die expression on her face. Little Tai Sui silently looked up at Endless Blade, then glanced at Arbor. It suddenly reached out and pulled out a transparent Earth-type cage from its sleeve. It flicked its finger and tossed it to Arbor. Take it and play with it. Everyone, Endless Blade, didn't you say you were going to kill her? Why are you giving her a gift now? Arbor reached out and caught the Earth-type cage. He looked over curiously. Inside the cage, there was a transparent little person hugging her arms like a quail in the corner. Suddenly, she jumped up and grabbed the 2 earth pillars of the dungeon. She screamed pitifully, Shurchin, Shurchin, Shurchin! You heartless guy, why didn't you save me? Shurchin, is there something wrong with little Tai Sui? Why did it give Shurchin to Jojo as a pet? Could it be because Mo Yin wanted to give Jojo a man-eating flower, So that did little Tai Sui think Shurchin could make the little girl happy as a pet? Xiao Mu shook the dungeon in her hand as she curiously gazed at the small figure wailing to the heavens. Who is he? He is the original guardian of the Tower of Punishment, Dunju. Hichin could not bear to look at Dunju's current appearance. Arbor understood and nodded. Isn't he the head of the prison? Why are you locked up in prison? Everyone was speechless. When Mo Lien saw that everyone was giving gifts to his wife, he immediately thought of the man-eating flower. Prince Mo immediately took out the trumpet flower and handed it to Arbor. He patted her head and said, "Jojo, this is for you. Demonic plant." Xiao Mu stretched out her small hand and immediately grasped that man-eating flower in her hand. The sudden force nearly crushed the small morning glory to death. It opened its petals, revealing 2 rows of sharp and thin fangs. Arbor looked amiably at the flower in his hand and asked softly, "Can I borrow some of your poison?" No one would believe that this little thing, which was covered in poison and had fangs, was an ordinary plant-type spirit beast. This should be a very powerful demonic plant. For some reason, the little morning glory's petals actually trembled a little. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." 3 shining silver needles appeared in Arbor's hand, and he suddenly pierced them towards the flower. Guji. The pitiful man-eating flower spewed out a mouthful of green poison. A certain Xiao, who had already prepared it, opened a small jade jar and caught it. It immediately fell into the jade jar. Chapter 1867. If crying was of any use, the little morning glory would have been bawling by now. Why did she feel that her future was full of hardships? The little morning glory slumped listlessly on Xiao Mu's shoulder, feeling like she had no strength left in her body. Arbor glanced sideways at it and reluctantly took out a small bottle of medicinal liquid from his inner world. "Here, supplement for you. Look at this useless fellow. Didn't I just take 1/10 of its poison essence? Why does it look like it's on the brink of death? Useless little thing." Miss Xiao secretly despised it, but she still fed the entire bottle of nutrient liquid to the morning glory very naturally. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The faint sound of butterflies flapping their wings could be heard. Several hundred poison-tailed butterflies flew back and circled Arbor a few times. Arbor's expression froze. He glanced indifferently at the old man with rosacea and waved his hand. "Take these corpses and follow me." Wanlu Town, Shunlion. When Arbor's group arrived, it was already nighttime. The Shunlion's door was wide open. Jing Linyao sat at the entrance with a cup of tea in her hand. When she saw the corpses neatly arranged at the entrance, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jing Linyao nodded slightly at the couple who walked in hand. When her gaze fell on Arbor, her eyes flashed slightly. Like lightning, a vine whip suddenly darted towards Jing Linyao's body. If it were anyone else, their expression would naturally change. However, Jing Linyao was accustomed to great winds and waves, so she calmly leaned back slightly. The vine whip swept up a gust of wind, blowing the hair by her ear. Miss Xiao leaped to Jing Linyao's side, and the wind from her fists whistled as she threw its spirit towards Jing Linyao. Dao Wuji opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say something, Crown Prince Mo shot him a cold glance, causing him to shut his mouth with a mumble. The 2 figures fought fiercely in the lobby of the inn. The tables and chairs in the lobby were instantly smashed into pieces by the spiritual power of the 2 people. The innkeeper and waiters who had already received the news were all hiding on the 2nd floor, not daring to come down. The entire lobby of the inn was filled with a suffocating, murderous aura. Bang! The chair under Jing Linyao was smashed into pieces by Miss Xiao's fierce punch. Seeing that she only dodged and didn't fight back, Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. She raised her slender hand slightly, and hundreds of ebony blue talismans slowly rose around her. Jing Linyao's expression changed. His expression was no longer as indifferent as before, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Miss, please show mercy." She threw hundreds of attack talismans at Jing Linyao, which would obviously make Jing Linyao suffer. But at the same time, this unlucky and would be in danger. A mocking sneer flitted across Xiao Mu's lips. Didn't the shop's owner already know? You'll have to pay for everything that's broken. So it didn't matter if it was destroyed. Wait. A wry smile involuntarily surfaced on Jing Linyao's lips. She cupped her hands and said, "Miss, please forgive me. How about we stop and talk?" There were still many other residents living on the second floor of the inn. If the inn was destroyed, then they... What's there to talk about? Arbor sneered. You don't look like a fool to me. Hand over the main culprit. Miss. Jing Linyao reached out to stop her, but she was caught off guard by the little stoic's next move, and her complexion turned green from fright. Chapter 1868. Not only did Miss Qiao not put away the several hundred ebony blue talismans, she even threw out several hundred more to form several dozen defensive talisman arrays to encircle herself. She clearly wasn't willing to give up. Jing Linyao hurriedly said, "Miss, let's talk things out. I've been waiting for you here to settle this matter. My sister was foolish and muddle-headed and offended Mississippi. The Jing family will definitely teach her a lesson. I want her dead," Arbor coldly shouted, when her icy gaze landed on Jing Linyao. Even though Jing Linyao had been on the battlefield many times and was used to seeing corpses and corpses, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. What a cold gaze. That's not it. Did this little girl mean that she had to force third sister Jing Minyao to come out and accept her punishment? Are you going to hand her over or not? Arbor coldly asked. Thump, thump, thump. The innkeeper felt that the commotion downstairs was too big and couldn't bear the pressure. He struggled and stumbled down the stairs while repeatedly bowing. I'm sorry. Would it be possible for all of you to go outside? The innkeeper trembled, worried that the inn wouldn't be safe. With such a big commotion, the residents on the second floor had long been awakened. They opened their windows and doors one by one and secretly poked their heads out to look. Arbor swept a glance at the innkeeper and tilted her head at Jing Linyao. Jing Linyao bitterly smiled and slowly walked out of the Shun Lion's front door through a path that everyone had opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several hundred ebony blue talismans flew out and unceremoniously lined up in front of Jing Linyao. Give them to her, Arbor coldly said. The giant ape walked out of the crowd with a bang. With a swing of its arm, a dozen people who were on their last breaths were unceremoniously thrown in front of Jing Linyao. The mask covering the face of the first black-clothed man fell to the ground, revealing a palm-sized pale face. PR Princess, please forgive me. It's Xinlan's fault. The black-clothed woman kowtowed with a bang. Arbor's small face was expressionless and cold. Jing Linyao was just about to reach out to support Xinlan when she saw the little girl spit out a vine whip and suddenly roll Xinlan to her side. She grabbed Xinlan's neck with one hand. Send people to clean up the mess? Trying your hardest to erase what your Jing clan has done. Xiao Mu's lips turned up in a mocking smile. So, this is Princess Jing's way of conducting herself? Do you think that you can just forget about your mistakes and pretend that they never happened? What did she think Arbor was? A piece of trash that doesn't know how to fight back? Hand him over and let me deal with him as I see fit. Today's matter will be over. Otherwise, Arbor glanced at her coldly. Up to the heavens and down to the underworld. I'll make sure your Jing family is in chaos. Everyone silently looked at Prince Mo, who had a calm expression and a faint smile on his lips. The indulgent expression on your face is really an eyesore. For this child to have such a willful temper, it was most likely because of the crown prince's indulgence. Fairy Ginkgo could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. She nodded and said, That's right. You have to have a proper attitude when dealing with things. This fairy feels that what the little girl said is right. Your Jing family sent several hundred people to kill the little girl, yet you don't allow her to be angry and resist? Jing Linyao was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the crown prince. What did His Highness say? Do you not understand the crown princess's meaning? Chapter 1869. Prince Mo coldly glanced at Princess Jing. But does the Jing family wholeheartedly want to protect a criminal? Jing Linyao. Crown Prince Mo gazed at her meaningfully before saying dryly, You'd better think carefully about the consequences of offending this crown prince. Jing Linyao was silent for a moment. She raised her hand and turned to the two maids who were walking out of the inn. Go invite third miss and the rest down. The first to walk out of the inn was an indifferent Jing Qiao. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was all third sister's fault. Why not let her solve it herself? Then, Madame Jing and Jing Minyao walked out of the inn while supporting each other. Their eyes fell on Jing Linyao with a murderous glint. Jing Linyao, why are you calling us down in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What are you up to this time? Jing Minyao loudly cursed. When she saw the group of people standing at the door, her expression changed slightly. Who are they? Madame Jing looked at Jing Linyao with vigilance. She turned to look at Arbor and the rest. Yet at this time, Jing Minyao's gaze had already landed on Mo Lien. Her eyes seemed to have been ignited by fireworks, brightening at once. Your Highness! She had seen the Crown Prince's portrait. Such a handsome and outstanding man. Naturally, she could recognize him from the crowd at first glance. However, the few men and women beside the Crown Prince were also very outstanding. Jing Minyao's eyes rolled and turned to look at He Jichen's face. He Jichen's lips had a faint smile as he leisurely stood at the side and looked at the front. Sigh, Jing family, if I don't let the little girl vent her anger today, it won't be good. After all, there was no fool in the world. Someone sent so many people to kill them, and they could still smile and not pursue the matter. Moreover, the little girl's character was unmoved by force or persuasion. TSK, of all the people in the Jing family to provoke, why do they have to provoke this little fiend? Madame Jing also looked at the Crown Prince and recognized him at first glance. She quickly smiled and bowed. Greetings to your Highness. I am Wang Limeng, the wife of the Pangu clan's patriarch in the Aurora Sandland. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a vine whip flying through the air towards him. Madam! The guards on both sides turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed forward to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the vine whip was very crafty. It swept past their feet and fiercely raised up, whipping Madame Jing's graceful and noble body. Dao Wuji's eyelids twitched. TSK, 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 this little girl is really ruthless. As soon as they met, she immediately whipped him with a vine whip without saying a word. It seemed like she was really angry. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Madame Jing cried out in shock and retreated a few steps. She held onto her aching waist. That place had been whipped by someone through her clothes, and she still felt a burning pain. Emolian naturally wouldn't lower herself to talk to this stupid woman. She coldly glanced at Jing Linyao and said, Jing Linyao, who did it? Third sister, I can't protect you anymore. Princess Jing sighed. You've seen what happened. You did such a thing, and now that others are looking for trouble, you can't blame them. As the third miss of the Panga clan, you have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Don't implicate your parents and clansmen. Mother, do you think I'm right? Princess Jing said faintly and turned to look at Madame Jing. The meeting continued at 7:30 p.m. Chapter 1870. Madame Jing's face contorted slightly, and she hurriedly shielded her youngest daughter, Jing Minyao, behind her. She looked at Arbor's group with vigilance. What do you want to do? More than 200 corpses were tossed in front of Jing Minyao like trash, forming a small mountain of corpses. The terrifying scene before her caused Jing Minyao to turn pale with fright. She shrunk into her mother's embrace and didn't dare to make a sound. Madame Jing's face was also a bit pale, but as her mother, she had to stand firm and uphold justice for her daughter. Everyone, let's talk things out. Clang! A half-new dagger was tossed to the side of Jing Minyao's feet, making a crisp sound. Madame Jing's hands trembled as she hugged her daughter. She looked up at the little stoic nearby in disbelief. There wasn't the slightest bit of expression on that cold face. Commit suicide as an apology, Arbor said icily. If you need me to do it for you, the ending might not be so beautiful. Jing Minyao, who was huddled in her mother's embrace, glared resentfully at Arbor. You, why do you have to order me to die? You bitch, do you think you can monopolize His Highness by executing me? You're too naive. His Majesty has already decreed. Prince Mo glanced at her coldly. He didn't need to do anything as one of his subordinates slapped Jing Minyao across the air, successfully shutting her up. This woman talks too much. Mo Lian's cold gaze swept across Madame Jing and her daughter, and he instructed indifferently. Since she doesn't have the courage to die, then why don't you take her as your wife? Luo Yang, go help her. Luo Yang, one of the Luo brothers, nodded and walked up to Madame Jing and her daughter. Madame Jing hugged her daughter and retreated several steps. She said in a fluster, "Your Highness, you can't do this. This is His Majesty's decree. Betroth the Jing family's daughter to His Highness. In other words, Your Highness shouldn't vent your anger on them. You should vent it on the main culprit, His Majesty." Do you think that guy's decree is useful to this prince? Even if it was useful, he wouldn't burn it like this. Madame Jing's heart sank when she saw the man's disdainful attitude. Luo Yang, the crown prince called out impatiently. Luo Yang stomped his foot on the ground. The guards who were protecting Madame Jing and her daughter were thrown off their feet and coughed violently. Madame Jing stretched out her hand to grab her daughter, but she caught nothing but air. She could only watch as her daughter fell into the hands of the tall man in front of her. Min is still young, and her divine meridians have not been activated yet. How could these people have the face to bully a 20-year-old girl like this? Madame Jing gritted her teeth. "Let go of my daughter, Your Highness. Even if my family's Min has wronged this young lady, Min is still young after all. There will always be areas where she doesn't handle things properly. Why should Your Highness be so calculative with a little girl?" Madame Jing said with conviction. "Moreover, this young lady beside you doesn't look like she's injured." Arbor coldly interrupted Madame Jing's rambling. "What does my injury have to do with her appearance? So she deserved to die? Could any random Tom, Dick, or Harry send hundreds of people to kill her just because they didn't like her? If she died, then she deserved it. She was lucky to be alive, so shouldn't she pursue everything that happened before?" "Young lady, you can't say that. Our Min is only 20 this year. How can you lower yourself to her level when she doesn't know any better?" Chapter 1871. In the Divine Land, under the general longevity, a 20-year-old girl was really a very young girl. Madame Jing's words weren't wrong, but, "I'm sorry, I'm 15 this year." Arbor coldly interrupted Madame Jing and glanced at the mother and daughter. "If your daughter is still a child, then I'm still a child." Uffed. Qi Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Xiao's cold and expressionless face was inexplicably comical and adorable. Looking at Madame Jing's shocked expression, Qi Xian felt that it was extremely funny. Was this Madame Retard? She actually said that her 20-year-old daughter was immature in front of Jojo and hoped that he would let her off because of her daughter's immaturity? What kind of mother would bring up what kind of daughter? Madame Jing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. That whip just now was filled with spiritual energy. She couldn't guarantee that her daughter's strength would reach such a level after she unlocked her divine meridians. This girl was only 15 years old. Madame Jing took a deep breath and looked at her daughter in Luo Yang's hand. She hurriedly turned to Mo Lian and pleaded, "Your Highness, please be merciful. Our Jing family will definitely remember Your Highness' kindness in the future." Mo Lian curled his lips, but when Madame Jing saw the icy chill at the corner of his mouth, she couldn't help but shudder. Luo Yang didn't need Mo Lian's order. He kicked the dagger that Arbor had tossed to the ground and pressed it against Jing Minyao's neck. Jing Minyao's face turned pale. She hadn't unlocked her divine meridians. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't resist Luo Yang. Of course, she didn't know that with Luo Yang's cultivation, even if she unlocked her divine meridians, she wouldn't be his match. "Your Highness." Jing Minyao looked in Mo Lian's direction with tearful eyes, her pair of charming eyes full of pitiful pleading. "So ugly." Ginkgo Fairy turned her face away and snorted. Meanwhile, little Tai Sui was looking on with great interest. He felt that it was fortunate that he had followed Mo1 out of the Tower of Punishment, that godforsaken place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to experience the wonders of the world. Sure enough, the Tower of Punishment was too boring. Mo Yin pretended not to see and turned his face away. His smiling gaze followed his wife's slender figure. No, you can't kill her. My daughter is the genius of the Jing clan. During the test, her divine power had reached level 10. This meant that within 20 years, she would definitely become a level 10 great divine master. If you dare to kill her, the Jing family will not rest until you are dead. Madame Jing's terrified gaze fell on Jing Minyao's neck. Shut up. Jing Linyao frowned. Don't talk about the Jing family. Jing Minyao was at fault in this matter. She should bear the responsibility herself. The Jing family has no obligation to pay for her stupidity. Madame Jing viciously glared at Jing Linyao. She pointed a trembling finger at her and screamed, It's you? You schemed to kill my Minyao. It's just her own stupidity, Jing Linyao said indifferently. Second Miss Jing Qiao leaned on the side and coldly watched the farce. Chapter 1872. She was an invisible existence in the Jing family. She had an elder sister who was good at martial arts and literature, and a younger sister who was tested to have 10th level divine power. She was just a little trash who was tested to have a 7th level spiritual power. So what if she opened her spiritual meridians? She would only be a 7th level spiritual master for the rest of her life. Unlike her elder sister, who would probably break through to the divine realm in 2 years' time. As for her younger sister, her situation was even more special. Jing Minyao hadn't opened her spiritual meridians at the age of 20. This was a special way for the aristocratic families to cultivate talents. The aristocratic families of the Divine Continent would select 10 or so talented people and directly use special methods to cultivate their spiritual meridians to accumulate power. When they reached a certain stage, they would help them open their spiritual meridians. They would skip the spirit realm and directly enter the divine realm after opening their spiritual meridians. Jing Qiao's heart was bitter. Behind her back, the servants secretly spread the word that Jing Qiao was most likely brought back. Otherwise, why was her talent so different from her elder sister and younger sister? Since she was young, she didn't get the love of her parents. All the benefits were given to her younger sister, Jing Minyao. Just like this time, the emperor clearly decreed that the crown prince would marry the daughter of the Jing family. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who he was referring to. But her parents tried to push this marriage to her younger sister. Jing Qiao crossed her arms and looked at the clown-like mother and daughter in front of her with a face full of ridicule. Do you feel better now? Min. Madame Jing's heart-wrenching scream pulled Jing Qiao's thoughts back. She leaned against a tree at the side, a cold sneer on her lips as she looked at Jing Minyao, who was thrown back into Madame Jing's arms with her head drooping. Her talented younger sister had a bloody mark on her throat and blood spurted out. No matter how hard Madame Jing pressed it, it was useless. Jing Linyao's eyes flashed, and she turned to Prince Mo. She said indifferently, Your Highness, Lin Yao wants to talk to you alone. What is it that can't be said here? Crown Prince Mo flatly rejected Jing Linyao's words and walked up to pull back the fuming little fellow. What the hell is that marriage contract she mentioned just now? Don't think that Jojo is stupid. Jojo is smart. Emolian blinked at his wife and said innocently, How would I know? It's probably because my father wants to marry a concubine. Arbor opened his small mouth and looked at him in shock. Is that so? What else? Crown Prince Mo grasped her small, soft hand and squeezed it lightly. I have been inside the Tower of Punishment the entire time. If you don't believe me, you can ask Luo Yang and the others. I'm the same as you. I don't know anything about this arranged marriage. Arbor thought about it and agreed. Mo Yin had always been locked up in prison. Naturally, he wouldn't get involved in these trivial matters. That was the Xiao Mu turned her head to look at the brandy-nosed old man who had shrunk his neck back, and a vicious glint flashed in her eyes. Go back and tell your master that if he doesn't find it troublesome, then feel free to come and find me. Just let him consider it carefully. It's up to him if he wants to break his arms, legs, or even head. Everyone, this savage little girl. Then, she reached out and tugged on Mo Yin's sleeve, forcing him to bend down. The man looked at his wife in confusion. Then, the little fellow's mouth suddenly covered his mouth. He was stunned. Mine. Who dares to snatch it? Who will I kill? The end of the night. Chapter 1873. Prince Amo was dazed for a moment. His phoenix eyes followed his little wifey back and forth. His emotions were fluctuating, and he felt as if he was floating in the sky. How could he break it? This was the feeling of being in the sky, the feeling of flying. Arbor stared at the dazed crown prince and reached out to pinch his cheek. A faint trace of worry filled her heart. What should she do? Her husband couldn't withstand her flirting at all, the petrified crowd around them. How could they have never known that this little fellow had such a bold and rash action? Miss Chow released her hand that was pinching the crown prince's cheek. When she turned her head, she happened to meet the petrified expressions of Hu Jinshun, Duan Muqing, and the rest. She was stunned for a moment. Her short-circuited nerves were suddenly reconnected, and her cold, charming face was suddenly smeared with two bright red blotches. Oh my God! How could she have forgotten that there were so many people around? The action of kissing the man just now. TSK, too bold and unrestrained, too exaggerated. It was too irrational. Rationality, come back quickly. Everyone had different expressions. Did this mean that? They all saw it. The timid little fellow retreated back into the crown prince's embrace and buried his little face in it. It would be best if they couldn't see her. It would be best if they couldn't see her. The crown prince didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stroked the back of her little head and whispered in her ear, "Jojo, are you sleepy?" Arbor nodded her little head vigorously and chanted in her heart, "Calm down, calm down, calm down." Strictly speaking, this wasn't strange, right? So what if she kissed her own man? This person was hers from top to bottom, from inside to outside. So what if she kissed him? Thinking of this, the little fellow caught her breath and simply pulled her head out of his embrace. She turned her head and glared warningly at the red-nosed old man. Before today, she had quite a favorable impression of this old man. What a pity. Today, her favorable impression of the old man had dropped to the negatives. The red-nosed old man. How could he resolve this injustice? Being sandwiched between this young couple and the emperor really made him feel hopeless. When the crown prince carried his little wife and walked past Jing Linyao suddenly turned her head and gazed deeply at him. "Your Highness, please wait." The great emperor's decree of marriage had already spread throughout the upper three prefectures. Perhaps you still don't know, but this marriage is imperative. However, I can cooperate with you and help you cancel this marriage within 3 years, but you have to promise me. There's no chance. Mo Yin interrupted Jing Linyao coldly. Princess Jing was taken aback. She couldn't help but stare at the handsome man in front of her. The man raised his phoenix eyes, and an extremely cold smile appeared on his lips. "I'll give you 3 months. Before I return to the Divine Land, find the great emperor to break off the engagement and clear up the rumors. Otherwise, I don't mind annihilating the Panga clan." Jing Linyao's expression changed. She secretly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This man did not listen to her suggestion at all and actually made such a decision on his own. No chance. Did he mean that he didn't even bother to put on an act? She just wanted him to put on a show in front of others? It wasn't like he was really going to marry her. You're not even willing to do that. Just how much did he not want the little girl in his arms to be wronged? God knows, she had no interest in marrying him at all. 3 months to find the great emperor to break off the engagement. She was just a princess of the Panga clan. How could she say such words to the great emperor? Chapter 1874. If she dared to speak such nonsense to the emperor, her entire clan would be annihilated by the emperor before the crown prince could even return to the Divine Lands. Being caught in such a dilemma made her heart wrench in pain. She was caught in a dilemma, but the man in front of her was so calm as if nothing had happened. It was as if he didn't care about anything at all. At this moment, Madame Jing was holding her daughter who had already breathed her last. She glared at Prince Mo and Arbor with hatred. The Jing family won't let this go. Madame Jing said with a twisted expression. Mother. Jing Liniao's face darkened. You can't speak for the Jing family. Madame Jing was stunned. She glared at the princess with resentment and buried her head. Hugging her daughter, she wailed, Min Min, my poor Min Min. Min Min. Prince Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. He swept a glance at Madame Jing and said softly, Since you don't want to settle this peacefully, then you can all die here. Jing Liniao's expression changed slightly. She suddenly stepped in front of the crown prince and said coldly, Your Highness is wise. Jing Mingyao has already paid the price for her foolish actions. If she implicates others because of this, it's a bit inexcusable. Prince Mo stared coldly at Jing Liniao for a long time. Seeing that she had no intention of backing down, he sneered, You are indeed very bold. Your Highness is too kind. Jing Liniao bowed slightly. While the two were exchanging a few words, Madame Jing had already left with Jing Mingyao in her arms. Xiao Mu couldn't resist giving them a few more curious glances when she saw their hurried departing figure. Jing Liniao seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes flickered and she bowed to the crown prince. Liniao will take her leave first. Princess Jing. The little girl's crisp voice entered Jing Liniao's ears, causing her to stop in her tracks. Turning to look at Miss Qiao's cold and lonely eyes, Jing Liniao's heart skipped a beat. The little girl's eyes were so clear that they seemed to be able to see the deepest part of a person's heart. Jing Liniao couldn't help but wonder if she had nowhere to hide in front of this little girl. What orders do you have for me? Are you blind? Mo Yin glanced at Jing Liniao. This is my crown princess. Jing Liniao silently lowered her neck and bowed solemnly. Greetings, Crown Princess. What instructions do you have for me, Crown Princess? Arbor's cold eyes fell on Jing Liniao for a long time before he said indifferently, Remember, you owe me a favor. Jing Liniao raised her eyebrows slightly, and her heart inexplicably thumped. This little girl was so intelligent. Not only was her cultivation base more courageous than others, but even her scheming was something she had never expected. Prince Mo didn't look at Jing Liniao anymore and walked into the inn with his wife in his arms. Little Tai Sui, Dao Wuji, Duan Muqing, Qi Xianxian, and the others naturally filed in. They had been stirring up the middle of the night. Shouldn't they be resting now? The innkeeper gloomily watched this group of fiends walk in. How could he dare to tarry? He hastily opened up all the empty rooms in the inn and called over a few frightened servants to wait on them. Standing alone at the inn's entrance, the sorrowful old man with rosacea felt his heart turn cold under the cold wind of early December. Go back and tell your emperor that there is no engagement. We won't admit it. Tell him to scram. These are the last words the little girl left for him. Chapter 1875. He felt that something bad would happen if this continued. The great emperor and the young couple were already in such a deadlock before they even met. Would he be any better off when they met? Boo-hooed, she seemed powerless from beginning to end. The seed of hatred had probably been planted in the little girl's heart. Tap, 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 tap. A group of people walked through the corridor on the second floor. After a long time, everyone returned to their rooms. There was no more sound. The noisy corridor instantly quieted down. However, the guests who had been woken up were not sleepy at all. They merely closed their doors tightly and did not dare to look around. In the first room on the left on the second floor, Jiangqi heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to the table and said to the other 5 senior and junior sisters, It's fine now. Senior sister Yugue nodded and said, Everyone, be careful. It's not good to cause trouble outside. Sleep for another 4 hours. We'll leave immediately at daybreak. Yes. Everyone responded in a low voice. They did not return to their rooms. Instead, they each found a place to sleep with their clothes on. How could they not have heard such a huge commotion earlier? However, it was not appropriate for them to go out when the experts were fighting outside. Now that it was finally quiet, everyone just wanted to rest quickly and rush to Mount Dai Zone as soon as possible. However, they did not know what they had missed in that room. Mo Yin kicked the door open, hugged the little fellow, and kissed her. Miss Qiao was very reluctant to part with Mo Yin after not seeing him for so long. She reached out and hugged him, rolling in his arms. What should I do? I can't see him. But when I see him, it feels so unreal. This feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses, that what exactly is going on? Prince Mo realized that his little wife was daydreaming. He simply cupped her face and rubbed her cold little nose twice. Jojo, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about you. Arbor answered honestly. She was silently sorting out a strange emotion in her heart. Mo Lien was taken aback, but he soon revealed a hearty smile. He cupped her small face and planted a heavy kiss on her small, pouty lips. Good girl. He raised his hand to rub her little face and led her to the table. He reached out and placed her on his lap. He rubbed his head against her slender neck and said softly, Baby, you definitely didn't think as much as I did. Even when I went through the Tower of Punishment and passed through the illusions, you were the one I saw. You saw me in the Tower of Punishment. Arbor was stunned. What am I doing? The little fellow turned his little face and looked at him curiously. Did I fight with you? Do you think I can beat you? Is there only fighting in your mind? Defeat me? Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he reached out and rubbed her little head. With a straight face, he said, No, you didn't fight with me. You were really busy. Mo Lien looked at her solemnly, but when he saw the curiosity written all over her face, he couldn't help but stifle his laughter. He kissed her tender little face. You're transporting gold. You were working hard. Arbor turned her head away and faced a certain someone with the back of her head. She said expressionlessly, You saw wrong. Prince Mo burst into laughter. Arbor hurriedly turned her face back. Looking at the crown prince's handsome face under the faint candlelight, her eyes lit up. This person was really good looking. Mo Tai's phoenix eyes curved slightly. He lifted her up. How about a couple's bath? Thump. Arbor took a hit on the head and jumped to the ground. Without turning her head, she waved her hand. Wait. They continued at 7:30. Chapter 1876. Here, go on. The little fellow stuffed a basin into his hands and turned to trot away. The crown prince looked down at the basin that had been stuffed into his hands. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked innocently at his wifey's back. Speechless, he carried the basin out the door and called for someone to bring his wifey's bath water. That's not it. Wifey, don't you have water spirit? Can't you just fill it with water and hubby will warm it up for you? Hubby can also give you a bath while he's at it, right? Why did he have to find a waiter to bring basin after basin of water? Don't waste your spiritual energy. His wifey expressionlessly urged a certain someone to fill the bathtub with water. Then, she asked this free labor to help her carry the bathtub into the inner hall. She directly chased a certain crown prince out and happily bathed. Poor crown prince, though what happened to the lovey-dovey bath we agreed on earlier? You gave me a basin and let me fill it with so much water. Does that count as bathing together? After Miss Xiao finished bathing and ran out, she saw Prince Mo sitting lazily at the table under the candlelight, wearing a white inner robe. It looked like he had already tidied himself up. Miss Xiao happily ran over and hugged him to give him a kiss. Prince Mo, that wifey, don't flirt. It's very easy for something to happen in the middle of the night. Hubby isn't as strong as you think. He wasn't someone who could sit still, especially in front of his wifey. He didn't have any self-control to speak of. Seeing his strange expression, Arbor nonchalantly pinched his face and snuggled into his arms. Sleepy? Mo Yin sighed. His slender fingers brushed the hair by her cheeks, and he lowered his head to kiss her furry head. Sleep. I still want to talk to you. Arbor shook her head. Mo Yin chuckled and carried her to the bed. We'll talk after you wake up. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here with you. Big liar. How am I a big liar? Mo Yin looked at his wife speechlessly. Look, I kept my promise and came back within 5 months, didn't I? Arbor leaned against the pillow and looked at him for a while. He nodded and said, Why aren't you asleep yet? I'll fall asleep soon. I'll watch you fall asleep. You're so weird. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me into falling asleep so you can slip away. Prince Mo looked at the undisguised suspicion in the little fellow's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and rubbed her little face. Don't worry, your husband won't run away. Are you really going to come out of the Tower of Punishment? Arbor was still worried. He quickly got up from his bed. Could it be that he had broken out of prison or something? Then, he came out to take a breather and still had to go back into Emollien. However, looking at this little fellow's restless appearance, his heart was filled with joy and gratitude. He reached out to embrace this fair and tender little girl and simply hugged her as they laid down together. I'm not lying to you, it's really out. Arbor put her arms around his neck and buried her little head in his chest. How did you come out? Was it dangerous? How could it be dangerous? Prince Emo immediately bragged, awkwardly. From entering the tower to leaving, he talked about how he had smoothly passed all the obstacles and so on. He was simply bragging about his skills. It wasn't until the little fellow couldn't bear the sleepiness anymore. She opened her little mouth and fell asleep in his arms that his voice eased. After a long while, he heard the little fellow's steady breathing. Chapter 1877. Emollien lowered his head to kiss her ear before gently laying her down on the bed. He pulled up the blanket and gently covered her with it. It was only after stroking her small hand that he got up to put on his coat and dashed out the door like a bolt of lightning. Outside the inn, a cold crescent moon hung high in the sky. Emollien's figure had just appeared in the night when a black shadow landed beside him. Master, Madame Jing took her 2 daughters and used a special passage to return to the divine continent overnight. Oh, Emollien asked coldly, where's Jing Linyao? Jing Linyao is still in Wanlu town. How dare she scheme against my Jojo? Teach her a lesson. Don't think that you can scheme against anyone in this world. When does Master plan on returning to the divine continent? What? Even you want to meddle in my business? This subordinate doesn't dare. The black shadow lowered his head in fear and trepidation before hastily saying, this subordinate was only thinking that if Master still plans on staying in the 6 prefectures for a while, this subordinate should make arrangements. We can't let His Highness suffer by staying in such a small, run-down inn. No need. We'll leave tomorrow. Emollien waved her hand. Oh, has Hui Feng found his way here? Not yet. When he arrives, have him lead a group of people back to the divine continent first. The black shadow was taken aback before nodding. Yes, Master. My father seems to be very idle. Why don't you have Hui Feng and the others find something for him to do? That way, he won't have to worry about things that he doesn't need to. The subordinate's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head. He was the one who sent you to my side. Of course, you can also go back and inform on him first. Master, ever since Tong follow Master, I've never been disloyal. The man in black named Tong hastily knelt and thumped his chest to show his loyalty. Emollien's icy gaze swept over him before she nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you? Yes. This subordinate will spare no effort to contact Hui Feng and relay Master's words to him without missing a word. Very good. Emollien withdrew her murderous aura and nodded. Now, you know what to do. Yes. Don't worry, Master. I'll do it right away. Watching the black-clothed person's figure disappear into the night with the wind, Emollien's lips curled up in a sneer. Jing Linyao, you are smart, but you are still not smart enough. At the same time, in a very ordinary house in Wanlu town, Jing Linyao sat at the table by the window, flipping through the information in her hand. Princess, since Madame had rushed back to the divine land in such a hurry, she must have gone to tell the clan leader about this. Is it really okay if we don't hurry back? What's wrong with that? Jing Linyao said lightly. Madame will definitely add fuel to the fire in front of the clan leader and push all the blame to you, Princess. Jing Linyao curled her thin lips sarcastically. Even if she doesn't push everything to me, will Father believe me? It's not the first time he's wronged me. You get used to it. Jing Linyao set down the teacup in her hand and burned the information into ashes in the candlelight. Do you think Wang Limeng is in such a hurry to go back just to complain to Father? Jing Linyao gently flicked the wick of the candle and turned to look at the maidservant beside her. She said with a faint smile, she's going to ask Father to save her life. Save her life? Whose life was to be saved? That went without saying. Chapter 1878. The maid's eyes widened. Princess? What do you mean? Can Third Miss be saved? It can't be. That dagger, she saw it clearly. It was right at the neck. Blood spurted out like this. How could she be saved? Even the best doctor wouldn't be able to do that. Princess Jing didn't say much. She just glanced at her indifferently. You can leave. Of course, she wouldn't tell this maid that her Jing family had a divine weapon called the Soul Congregation Bell. Not to mention a person who had died a few hours ago. It could gather the soul and reverse the yin and yang of heaven and earth to save the person. Even if a person had died 10 or 20 years ago, it might still be able to save them. This Soul Congregation Bell could only be used 3 times. It was said that it had been used once. If it was used to save her third sister, then it would be the second time. Princess Jing's lips curled into a mocking smile. She squeezed the cup in her hand and crushed it into pieces. If third Miss died again, perhaps even the Soul Congregation Bell wouldn't be able to save her. All her previous efforts would be wasted, but it wasn't all wasted. Before she took action, she already knew it. Xiaosan might not really die this time, but Xiao San's death would definitely disrupt their plans and buy her some precious time. But the Crown Princess, that little girl, was too smart. She could see through her plan with one glance. She didn't even tell her closest maid, Xian Lan, about this plan. From the moment she received the marriage decree from the emperor, she had been plotting against Jing Minyao's life. She knew that with her father's love for her, he would definitely make her hand over this good marriage to her younger sister. Sure enough, everything was going according to her plan. This idiot, as long as she leaked a bit of information to her, she would send someone to assassinate the little crown princess. Did she really send someone to stop this idiot from assassinating her? Did she really want to clean up this idiot's mess? Of course not. Everything was a show. But everyone was in the show, and only a few people could see it clearly. In the Divine Land, it was too easy to investigate a mere mortal from the lower realm. Of course, Jing Linyao had investigated Xiao Mu and knew that she was out of the ordinary. However, all the rumors were merely stiff words on a piece of paper before she truly faced her. Only today, when she truly faced Arbor, she truly felt the chilling pressure. Only then did she realize that the little crown princess in front of her might not be as useful as she had imagined. Using the crown princess as a tool to get rid of the favored stepsister would make him owe her a favor. Jing Linyao felt that she somewhat admired this little girl. For a little girl from the lower realm to be able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age, it was definitely not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Bang! While he was thinking, the door of the residence was broken into. A group of more than 30 men in black appeared at the door and stared at Jing Linyao with murderous eyes. You seem to be late. Jing Linyao was not flustered at all. She only raised her hand to stroke the hair on her temples. Under the flickering gaze of the leader of the black-clothed men, she suddenly pulled out a short blade from her waist and forcefully made 3 cuts on her wrist. Take this as Lin Yao's apology. Lin Yao will remember that I owe the crown princess a favor. Princess! Xian Lan and the others heard the news and exclaimed. Princess Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. She sat calmly under the flickering candlelight, looking at them with indifferent eyes. The 6th watch ended. Chapter 1879. The men in black probably didn't expect Princess Jing to be so decisive. They were stunned for a moment. Princess Jing put down the sharp blade in her hand and smiled at the uninvited guests. The leader of the men in black glanced at the 3 deep wounds on her arm and nodded. He waved his hand and led his men away. Your Highness! Your Highness! Xian Lan and the others quickly surrounded her and hurriedly treated her wounds. Your Highness! The maids couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry, Princess Jing said faintly, as if she didn't care at all. This is how the world works. It's the law of the jungle. If she hadn't made a prompt decision today, her injuries might have been worse. She wouldn't resent anyone. She could only blame herself for being useless and not smart enough to be guessed by others. In the future, she would be more careful and work harder to strengthen herself, until no one could easily hurt her. The next morning, Yugui led her junior sisters and left the town before dawn. They hurried to Mount Daizong, planning to meet up with the other 6 from the school. This time, the Heavenly Bestow School sent out 12 people. They were supposed to set off together. Yu Guwei and the other 5 had to rush to Wanlu town to meet up with Yang Shirong and the others. Therefore, they were separated from the other 6 for a while and found a reason to make do with it. Yu Guwei and the others had told Yang Shirong that the people in the school were nice and the students got along well. But in fact, most of it was just words of comfort. They didn't have a good time in the school. After all, Yu Guwei and the others had very ordinary backgrounds. They were almost invisible in the school, where there were many influential people. This time, the other team that entered the mountain with Yu Guwei's team was actually not in sync with Yu Guwei's team. Usually, there would be some friction between them, but it was just a small conflict. Therefore, when Yu Guwei and the others left the school first and hurried to Mount Daizong, the leading teacher didn't say much, although he didn't look worried. The 2 teams didn't get along well. It would be troublesome if they forced themselves to stay together. It was better to go separately and meet up at Mount Daizong. There would be less friction on the way. After Yu Guwei and the others left, it took a while before the inn's lobby began to bustle with activity. Guests came down from the second floor one after another. Some were eating, some were drinking, and some were drinking tea. It was as if the big commotion last night had happened in a dream. Miss Chow slept all the way until noon. Only then did she roll around a few times and open her sleepy eyes. When he raised his head, he saw Prince Mo's helpless gaze. Arbor blinked and stretched out her arms. The crown prince picked her up. "My Jojo is really good at sleeping," Prince said with a smile. "How long has it been since you had a good sleep?" She didn't know why she slept so deeply last night. Arbor looked at him suspiciously. "Did you use the drug on me?" Mo Yin shook her head. "No, that was probably because he was back. She could sleep peacefully." Arbor washed up and looked up at Crown Prince. He reached out and pressed his little belly, saying crisply, "I'm hungry." Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. He led her to the door. "What do you want to eat?" Compared to Arbor and Prince Mo's late arrival, He Chun, the Peony Fairy, Dao Wuji, Qi Xianxian, Duan Muqing, and the others had already gotten up. They had eaten breakfast and waited for a long time. Chapter 1880. The hall, which had been beaten into a mess last night, looked tidy after the waiter's overnight rescue. The group sat at 3 or 4 tables, occupying the center of the hall. Seeing Arbor come down, Qi Xianxian hurriedly waved at her with a smile. "Jojo." Arbor glanced at everyone's gazes, and her gaze drifted everywhere. She expressionlessly walked to Qi Xuanxuan's side and pulled Mo Lien to sit down with her. Every time Jojo felt that she did not handle things well and refused to admit it, she would deliberately put on a poker face and her gaze drifted. Qi Xianxian was secretly happy and poured a cup of tea for her. "Drink some water first. Let's set off after lunch." Xiaomu nodded and took a sip of water from her cup. "Speaking of which, we came to Poland Manor in a hurry and didn't have much time to play along the way," Mata muttered. "Once we enter Mount Daizong, we definitely won't have time to play." "Play what?" Zhou Danjin blew his beard and glared. "You have to remember that this trip carries the honor of the entire academy. Be careful and don't cause trouble." Who was causing trouble? The students curled their lips disapprovingly. They had always behaved themselves, and it was always trouble that came knocking on their door. Instructor Wei Wei looked at Miss Chiao with a serious expression. Everyone felt that this instructor's gaze was simply looking at a troublemaker. Miss Chiao calmly drank her tea and did not speak for a long time. Ahem. Instructor who saw that the atmosphere was not good, so he quickly coughed and said, "Xiao Xiao, we are about to set off from Mount Daizong." Ahem. What about this young master's group? Husband, Arbor said crisply. Wife. The two corrected the instructor's address at the same time. Instructor whose mouth twitched. Ahem. What about your husband's group? They? Let's go together, Prince Mo said faintly, interrupting instructor whose question. No way. Instructor Wei Wei and Zhou Danjin rejected at the same time. Their faces were tense. This is my first time visiting Poland Manor. Ginkgo Fairy covered her mouth and laughed. I heard that the scenery on Mount Daizong is pretty good. Not bad, my ass. The corners of Instructor Wei Wei and the others' eyes twitched as they tried their best not to collapse. Everyone, that place has already been occupied by the zombies. Where's the bullshit scenery? This time, they were going there to participate in the Academy ranking competition and the preliminary elimination competition. They weren't going sightseeing. Instructor Wei Wei's face darkened as he stared at Arbor. "What do you say?" "Sure." The little girl took a sip of tea and looked up at the waiter serving the dishes. Although it was called a dish, it was actually very unsightly. There was a plate of white steamed buns and some pickled vegetables that had been pickled for an unknown period of time. That Miss Chow looked at the plate of pickled vegetables in disdain and silently reached for a steamed bun. The veins on Wei Wei's forehead twitched. "What do you mean?" "Okay, your sister." Her speech was unclear. When he asked her what she should say, she would say something along the lines of, okay, my ass. Jojo means that we can all go together. Qi Xian saw that Instructor Wei Wei was about to explode, so she quickly took a steamed bun and explained to him. Wei Wei's face darkened. "No." Arbor was expressionless. "Since it's not okay, why are you asking me?" She said it was okay, but he rejected it. What was the point of asking? Chapter 1881. Mo Yin looked at the plate of white steamed buns with disdain. He reached out to take the steamed bun from Arbor's little hand and threw it back on the table. "Jojo, let's go back to the room and cook porridge for you." Tutor Wei Wei was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. He shouted at the two of them as they walked away. "We're leaving soon." "Cooking porridge? Your tutor is so hot-tempered. I'm scared." Mo Yin hugged the little fellow's waist and whispered in her ear, "Don't be scared. If he dares to yell at you, I'll beat him to death." Arbor also comforted her in a low voice. However, everyone present had excellent hearing, so they could naturally hear the conversation between the two of them. Tutor Wei Wei's face darkened even more. Yuan Shichen looked at Prince Mo's back with disdain. "Shameless. Looks like we have to go back to the room to pack up and get ready to leave." Ginkgo Fairy giggled. "Everyone, I'm just asking you, what the hell is there to pack up? Who here didn't have an inner world? Who would carry a bag with them?" The two of them went back to the room. Mo Yin patted Arbor's little head and said with heartache, "Jojo, you haven't been eating well and sleeping well lately. Look at you, you've lost a lot of weight." Arbor touched his little face. Strange, he didn't feel that he had lost weight. The food in this inn is terrible. As Mo Yin spoke, he took out 2 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes from his inner world. He also took out a pot of sparkling, fragrant, and delicious rice and a pot of pork rib soup. Just as he finished setting out the dishes, the door was pushed open. Yuan Shichen slipped in and rolled his eyes at the two of them. "Can you bear to leave me alone downstairs to eat coarse, steamed buns?" He knew that this guy was busy cooking for Jojo in the backyard early in the morning. He even pretended to be serious and pulled Jojo upstairs. How petty. She had just cooked a meal for Jojo and himself. Mo Yin rolled her eyes. Arbor moved to the side and looked at Yuan Shichen with a rare, amiable expression. "Peach Blossom, how are you doing in the Tower of Punishment?" "Of course it's not good at all," Ma Shichen said angrily. "There's no wine or food. I don't know how I've survived." After saying that, her beautiful eyes glanced pitifully at Arbor. "Then do you want to go to Paradise Planet and play with little water for a while?" Arbor asked softly. Good. He-Chen's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. "Not good." Mo Yin glanced at him in annoyance. She scooped a big bowl of rice and stuffed it into his hand. "Finish eating and get lost. Don't disturb them. You sneaked up with us and suddenly disappeared. How are you going to tell the others?" He-Chen pursed his lips and glanced at Arbor. "Jojo, if I'm tired after going to Mount Dai Zone, you can take me in." Prince Mo's handsome face darkened. "You should get back to the holy region as soon as possible." This shameless guy dared to act coquettishly in front of his Jojo. As expected, he couldn't be at ease without looking at him. He-Chen shook his head hard. "No." His voice was very resolute. He had already passed through the Tower of Punishment. Why should he continue to suffer in that broken place with no wine and no meat? "Jojo, summon him back." Arbor blinked his big eyes. Summon him back? Could a summoning talisman summon an immortal supremacy expert back? Arbor held a small bowl of rice and watched helplessly as the two men fought back and forth. He couldn't help but sigh. 7:30 p.m. Chapter 1882. Looking up at the roof, Arbor thought to himself, "Where there are men, there will be men." These two men, their words were like knives and swords. It was really worrying. Jojo is the best. Jojo never quarrels with others. During the meal, Arbor ate calmly as the two men attacked each other with their chopsticks. More than an hour later, dong, 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 dong. Looking at the three people coming down from upstairs, Instructor Wei Wei's eyes were filled with anger. More than half a day had already been wasted. Can't these naughty kids participate in the competition properly? Okay, everyone is ready. Let's go now. Seeing Instructor Wei Wei's angry face, Qi Xianxian hurried to smooth things over. Everyone agreed. Instructor Wei's face softened a little. He glanced at Arbor, who was standing with Prince Mo and He-chun, and shouted, "Come here." Miss Chow obediently trotted to the instructor's side with a blue and white cloth bag in her arms. Endless Blade couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you holding a bag?" She's the wife of the big family. Nowadays, there are still people who bring bags into the mountain. Xiao Mu cast him a glance and harumphed. She simply couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him with the back of her head facing him. Seeing this, the corners of little Tai Sui's mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly glanced at Dao Wuji. "You're not popular anywhere you go." Endless Blade. "Master, master, little master. Actually, I don't dislike the body of the girl yesterday." Dunju, who was locked in the dungeon, lay on Arbor's shoulder with her eyes shining. "Why don't we use that body?" "You don't dislike it because it's a woman, but I dislike it because it's disgusting to my eyes," Arbor said coldly. Dunju pursed her lips and firmly grasped the dungeon with her two thin little hands. "Master, when will you find me a beautiful body? It's best if it's not missing an arm or a leg. It's best if it's beautiful. It's best if it's not dead for too long. What if it rots or it turns into a corpse?" He was just a soul floating all the way, which was very inconvenient for him to move around. Xiao Mu cast him a sidelong glance before directly yanking that dungeon off her shoulder and tossing it toward Paradise Planet. Nagi people don't have a good ending. Everyone, you don't know Jojo well. How can she listen to you talk so much in front of Jojo? Everyone got on Instructor Wei's flying centipede again and left the town for Mount Dai Zone. Will these people be going in with us later? Zhou Danjin cast a glance at Mo Lien and the others behind him. What identities will they be using to go in? Teacher, Everlasting Blade crossed his arms and smiled nonchalantly. Zhou Danjin was about to go crazy. Our academy only has 8 students. Originally, there were 5 instructors, and now there are 9 of you. Do you think it's believable for a student team to send 14 teachers to follow them? Why not? It's because the students are precious that we have so many instructors. Endless Blade curled his lips. Emolian nodded in agreement with Endless Blade, which was rare. It's impossible for there to be no supervisors during the assessment. We're just there to serve as a foil. Wei, he didn't want to talk to these people. When we get to Mount Dai Zone, don't talk so much, Zhou Danjin said angrily. Wei snorted and turned around, only to find Mo Lien floating to Miss Qiao again. Chapter 1883. Wei Wei's eyes twitched at the sight of the two of them holding each other's hands intimately. He patted the flying centipede's head. The centipede hissed and suddenly sped up. The sudden acceleration caused everyone's bodies to lean forward and backward. Endless Blade, who was still looking at the scenery below, was almost thrown off by the flying centipede. He hurriedly shouted, Hey, fly better, fly better." The flying centipede swung its body and flew over the long town. Everyone looked back and saw that Wanlu town had become a small black in their eyes. As night approached, Arbor and the others finally saw the majestic Mount Dai Zone. The mountain ranges rose and fell continuously. The Heavenly Academy had its back to Mount Dai Zone. Looking down from above, one could see the buildings in the academy rising steeply from the ground. The entire academy was shrouded in a layer of night fog. As the top academy in Poland Prefecture, the Heavenly Academy was not just a boast. The academy could accommodate at least 30 to 50,000 people, which was comparable to a medium-sized town. Everyone stopped at a distance from Mount Daizong and jumped off the flying centipedes one after another. So this is Mount Daizong. It looks quite majestic. The little fatty looked up at the boundless Mount Daizong and shrank his neck. Such a large mountain range is indeed a good base for raising zombies. Arbor's eyes flashed slightly. He nodded and said, "Let's go." The group quickly moved toward Mount Daizong. The gathering point should be near the entrance. We can see the instructors of the Heavenly Academy when we get there. Zhou Danjin led the group to quicken their pace. After a quarter of an hour, they saw a table on the path into the mountain. Two middle-aged instructors in black academy uniforms were sitting at the table. Zhou Danjin hurriedly stepped forward and exchanged greetings with the two instructors. The top academy of Shuntian Prefecture? One of the middle-aged instructors frowned. He raised his hand and took out a crystal shining with green light. He handed it to Zhou Danjin. "Why are you so late? Almost all the teams have entered the mountain. We were delayed by something on the way," Zhou Danjin explained with a smile. The middle-aged instructor did not say anything. He nodded and said, "This green crystal must not be lost. This is used to record the area you are in." The top academies above the 6 prefectures have formed a supervisory team. After you enter the mountain, there will be a supervising instructor following you in the dark. The data used to eliminate the zombies. After saying that, the instructor looked up at the group of more than 20 people. "How many students do you have?" The number of students in an academy cannot exceed 12. Oh, we didn't surpass them. Teacher Zhou proudly patted his chest and promised, "We only have 8 students." The middle-aged instructor from Poland Mansion's Heavenly Bestowing Academy looked at Arbor and the others. He thought to himself, "They're all a bunch of kids." Then he looked suspiciously at Mo Lien and the others. "They're all instructors? Why was there a child with a slightly pale face? That was also a teacher?" Right. The middle-aged instructor from the Heavenly Bestowing Academy secretly twitched his mouth and looked at them suspiciously. Why was this extremely unfamiliar top-notch academy so hilarious? Out of the 8 students in the team, there were actually more than a dozen instructors. What a weirdo. Chapter 1884. Just how worried was he about these students? Could it be that these students were still breastfeeding? That tutor mocked inwardly and waved his hand. "You can go in now. Oh, remember that the deadline is within 15 days. Calculate your own time and start counting from this moment. You can come out early, but if you come out late. Shuntian Prefecture Sunlight Academy is here to report." A voice suddenly interrupted that middle-aged tutor's words. Everyone turned their heads and looked back, only to see a group of neatly dressed people with the Sunlight Academy badge on their chests walking in front of them. Arbor couldn't bear to look at them and turn her head away. "Did you see that? This was a proper team that had come to participate in the competition, all right? They were wearing brand new Silver Academy uniforms, so neat and energetic. Unlike this group of people, each of them wore their own clothes. Fatty and Mata's cheap school uniforms were wrinkled, making them look like beggars. Compared to the others, it was obvious that their team was a proper army, while theirs was a salted fish team. Suddenly, a familiar yet piercing laugh came from the crowd. "What I see? Aren't you the 2 girls who shamelessly rejected our Sunlight Academy's elder Sue? TSK. I didn't expect to meet you here. How is it? Looks like the 2 of you aren't doing very well." Arbor looked down at her clothes. It was a pale pink dress. Although it didn't have much decoration, it looked very clean. She didn't know how this person in front of her could tell that her life wasn't going well. "It's you." Chi Xianxian jumped up and pointed at the girl who mocked her and rolled her eyes. This person was the daughter of the Sunlight Academy's principal, Yu Xian. When they went to register at Sunlight Academy, this woman and another woman called He Wei stood beside her and made things difficult for them. How could Chi Xianxian forget their despicable faces? He Wei also smiled and walked up slowly. "Senior Yu Xian, don't tease them anymore." Following this, his gaze swept over the faces of the people behind Xiao Mu. He originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but when he saw Mo Lien and He Chun, he was clearly taken aback. His eyes seemed to have been sucked in by something unable to shift away. What are you looking at? The peony fairy held a cluster of lightning in her hand and threw it in her palm. Be careful that I'll blow up your eyeballs. He Wei's face darkened. He subconsciously clenched his fists and pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything. Uxin abhorred Xiao Mu and Qi Xianxian to the extreme. Last time at Sunlight Academy's registration point, Xiao Mu ruthlessly humiliated her. After returning, Elder Su actually complained about her in front of her father, and she was reprimanded by her father in addition to being grounded for 3 months. It truly infuriated this pampered eldest miss. Now that he saw Qi Xianxian and Arbor again, it was truly a gathering of enemies. He couldn't wait to beat them up first. The instructor from Poland Mansion's Heaven Bestowing Academy hurriedly took out a green crystal and gave it to the instructor from Sunlight Academy. Keep this well. You can go in now. As the organizers of this elimination round, they naturally didn't want anyone to cause trouble in front of them. If you want to cause trouble, you can fight to the death when you enter the mountain. They can't do anything about it. But if you cause trouble in front of them, should they do something about it or not? Hey, do you dare to make a bet? End. Chapter 1885. Uxin looked at Arbor from the corner of her eye. The words that came out of her mouth were full of provocation. Arbor glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. She had a strange expression on her face. You want to bet with me? Ha! These days, there were still people who wanted to be abused. It was a strange feeling. What? You don't dare? Uxin looked at Arbor coldly. She looked like she would laugh at Arbor if she dared to reject her. Arbor shook her head. What's in it for me? You look like you can't afford to lose. After saying this, Xiao Mu examined Uxin from head to toe with suspicion in her eyes. To be honest, she wasn't interested in a bet without a prize. If the prize wasn't to her liking, she couldn't be bothered to bet. Uxin shouldn't even think about doing something for free. She had always been a person who wouldn't act unless she saw an incentive. Uxin's face twisted slightly. She suddenly sneered. Just say if you dare or not. Arbor looked at her as if she was looking at a retard. After a while, she said slowly, Deal with you? I'm not interested. The disdain in his words made Uxin's hair stand up in anger. Uxin was very dissatisfied with such a contemptuous attitude. Uxin felt that she was being despised from the inside out. Arbor didn't care. She didn't have much interest in playing house with Uxin in the first place. Arbor looked at Uxin coldly and didn't say anything. A silent and awkward atmosphere gradually spread among the crowd. Seeing this, Zhou Danjin hurriedly called out to everyone. All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and enter the mountain. If they continued like this, it would be late at night. Wait! Uxin took a step forward and blocked Arbor's path. Her originally elegant and beautiful face had changed. His face was distorted by anger, making him look somewhat ferocious. Tell me, what kind of prize do you want? Arbor looked at her coldly and sized her up. I either don't play or I like to play big. Are you sure you can afford to gamble? Such a cold gaze made Uxin feel a chill in her heart and a chill run down her spine. She originally thought that the prize this young lady was talking about was just some rare treasures. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. Go ahead. Uxin braced herself and spoke. Being stared at by that pair of icy eyes, Uxin felt as if half of her life was about to be pierced through by that cold gaze. Arbor was cold and expressionless. I don't think you have the courage to do that. Even if you promise me now, I don't think you're the kind of person who will keep his promise. So forget it. Uxin was so angry that her blood rushed to her head. She shouted angrily, Cut the crap. Tell me your prize. All of Sunlight Academy's properties in Shuntian Prefecture. You're crazy. Uxin's eyes widened. She felt as if she had heard a fairy tale. I knew you couldn't afford it. Arbor rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Sorry, I never bet with poor people. Everyone was speechless. Why did he feel that this child's current appearance made him feel like he needed a beating? I don't have the right to make this decision, Uxin said angrily. Besides, I'm the one who wants to bet with you. Why are you dragging the entire Sunlight Academy down with you? Then what do you have? Arbor said impatiently. I have a casino in Shuntian Prefecture, 3 farms. Sunlight Academy's herb plantation. Chapter 1886. Yuxian's face flushed bright red. The little girl's word from time to time simply made people want to suffocate. She spoke so casually that it didn't take her any effort at all. Sunlight Academy's medicinal herb cultivation base. To think that she dared to make such a big bet. Seeing her blushing and not speaking, the little girl involuntarily swept her a disdainful glance. This won't do, that won't do. Who would bet with a pauper? Scram. Everyone, Dao Wuji, even looked at the grinning Prince Mo with an odd gaze. The daughter-in-law of the eldest son's family was too scary. The little stoic glanced at Yuxian impatiently before turning around and walking toward Mo Lian's group. Zhou Donjin's mouth also twitched, and he quickly said, "Let's go. Let's go." The crowd followed the mentors noisily and headed for Dai Zong Mountain. Yuxian still wanted to roar, but was stopped by the Sunlight Academy's team mentor. Yuxian, stop fooling around. Their team came very late, and the teams ahead of them had probably already reached the vicinity of the zombie base. Although they arrived at the same time, it was still beneficial for the operation to converge with the main group earlier. Otherwise, if they were to fight alone, they might even suffer a great loss when they encountered a gathering place of corpse puppets. Yuxian's team entered the mountain forest one after another with Arbor's group and advanced on a mountain path. The night was dark and the wind was strong in the mountains. Mo Lian took out a cloak from her inner world and wrapped it around Arbor. Wei Wei and the others turned a blind eye. Perhaps they were used to the two's closeness, but they felt like they were already immune to it. Zhou Danjin took out a map and pointed ahead. If we go up from here and turn around the mountain path, we should reach the gathering place. I wonder if there's still anyone there. After all, they came very late, and the first few teams might have already gone deep into Mount Dai Zone. Sure enough, when Xiao Mu and company arrived at this area's gathering place, there was no one else besides the dozen or so people from the two teams sleeping peacefully next to a bonfire. There were at least a few hundred teams entering the mountain this time. All the academies of the 6 prefectures, big and small, had gathered here. The elimination round of the preliminaries would eliminate a large number of people. Hearing the footsteps, the 2 night watchmen looked in the direction they came from. Both sides were unfamiliar with each other, so there was naturally no need for them to exchange pleasantries. After looking at each other for a moment, Zhou Danjin nodded to the other party. The people on duty looked at them curiously. They thought that their team was the last to arrive, but they didn't expect there to be someone even later. Just like their mentors, they were very ambitious. Rest for 4 hours. We'll set off at dawn, Zhou Danjin said. It was quite dangerous to travel at night, and they were on Mount Dai Zone of Poland Prefecture, which they were not familiar with. It was difficult to tell the direction, and their future was unknown, so there was no need to rush. Everyone hastily sat down and looked back. Prince Mo took out a thick cushion from his inner world for the little stoic to sit on. He even wrapped her in a blanket. Mentor Wei Wei knew that he would definitely have a toothache if he saw this, so he simply stopped looking at the young couple and lay down on the ground. He heard Zhou Danjin say, "Little fatty, you keep watch." Little fatty Ko Hongwen nodded. "Yes, mentor." Zhou Danjin was satisfied. Chapter 1887. Although these students weren't very reliable, they were still quite obedient. A cluster of flames lit up a pile of tree branches. The faint light from the fire made the little girl's delicate face appear bright red. Mo Lian raised his hand to caress her and gently tucked the blanket around her neck. He looked up at the dark night deep in the mountain. Mount Dai Zone looked ordinary from the outside, but who knew what was hidden in the dark places of the mountain? The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Arbor vaguely heard Instructor Zhou's shouts. He opened his eyes and vaguely saw Mo Lian's handsome face swaying in front of him. A low chuckle sounded beside his ear. "Jojo, do you want to sleep a little longer?" Xiao Mu tried her best to open her eyes, which were filled with a misty mist. He woke up immediately. Arbor sat up and coughed lightly. "Morning." Mo Lian smiled and raised his hand to touch her little face. "Do you want your husband to carry you? You can sleep a little longer on the way." Everyone, Instructor Wei Wei's face had completely darkened. This kid was too doting. He thought that he had completely adapted to the two's closeness, but he didn't expect that his heart was still not strong enough. "Umph." Uxin snorted coldly. "Why did you come up the mountain when you're so weak?" Arbor turned to look at her with an expression that said, "None of your business." Uxin gritted her teeth and angrily turned her head away. "All right, we're all packed. We can set off now," Zhou Danjin ordered, and everyone stood up with him. "Instructor Zhou, are we going directly to the zombie base now?" Zhou Danjin frowned. "The map doesn't indicate where the zombie base is. You have to find it yourselves. The instructors can't interfere." The instructors were only sent to protect the students when they were in danger. The entire process of cleaning up the zombie base had to be completed by the students themselves. Zhou Danjin turned to look at Duanmu Qing. "Duanmu, you lead the team." Duanmu Qing didn't say anything and only nodded silently. Arbor and the others turned around and saw Uxin's group following them. However, there was only one mountain path here, so Uxin and the others were not really following them. After all, everyone was walking in the same direction. Cuckoo. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard from the mountains. Everyone looked ahead warily. Suddenly, he heard an ear-piercing scream. Duanmu Qing, who was leading the group, remained unmoved. However, the other two groups in front of them started to stir. "Coming," Little Fatty roared. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 strange-looking corpse puppets chasing after 4 or 5 people. They were running toward them. "Back off. Step back." The leader of Uxin's team protected Uxin and the other students as if they were little chicks. Zhou Danjin, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He roared, "Remember to use your defensive barrier to protect yourself. Go." Little Fatty wielded his double-headed hammer and was the first to rush forward. With a clang, he smashed a corpse puppet into 2 at the waist. The 4 or 5 people who were being chased by the corpse puppets quickly turned around. One of them crouched down and rummaged through the corpse puppet's head. Seeing that there were no crystal cores, he couldn't help but pout in disappointment. He casually took out a corpse puppet's bone and stored it in his inner world. Little Fatty, Qi Xian, and the others cut down the corpse puppets as if they were in a no-man's land. The others picked up scraps behind them. 7:30 p.m. Chapter 1888. The Little Fatty, Qi Xian, Lu Yu, and Jiang Shaoxin ran at the very front and chased after the zombies that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as if they were chopping vegetables and melons. Xiao Mu and Mo Lien exasperatedly followed behind and exchanged exasperated glances. Arbor immediately understood Mo Lien's gaze. "These idiotic people are your teammates these days." Arbor was speechless. To be honest, Little Fatty and the others were so naive that Arbor couldn't bear to look at them. A group of idiots chased after the zombies in front. The team that was chased by the zombies just now was happily picking up scraps behind them. "Instructor, are we counting points based on collecting a part of the zombie's sternum?" Zhou Danjin nodded. "Does a mutated animal count?" "Yes. There should be a supervisor nearby." "It's fine. The zombies that Little Fatty and the others killed won't be taken advantage of by others. Usually, the supervisors wouldn't appear. However, if someone cheated or stole someone else's spoils, then it was time for them to show up. Like now, the 4 or 5 students from unknown schools were happily picking up the bones. In the blink of an eye, they saw 2 old men in black tights appear beside them. Arbor looked at the 2 old men curiously. The 2 of them waved at the 4 or 5 students and led them to the side. Since they were quite far away, Xiao Mu was not in the mood to listen to what they were saying. After a while, those students walked over with drooping heads and pulled out all the bones they had just collected, throwing them all on the ground. Arbor saw this and frowned. He immediately walked over and took out a small pouch from his pocket. He shouted at them, "Hey, there are still 8 crystal cores. Hand them all over." The students' faces froze. One of them looked at Arbor with an ugly expression and said angrily, "Which school are you from?" "What?" When Fatty heard someone yelling at Jojo, he immediately turned around and yelled at the man who was yelling, "Just hand it over." "What are you talking about?" "We are from Shantian Prefecture's Hippopotamus Academy. I am their leader, Shagua," the man said in a deep voice. "Which academy are you from?" "Shut up," Arbor poked the bag in front of them impatiently and turned to look at the two black-clothed supervisors standing at the side. Instructors, they stole from us. Don't we need to do something about it? The corners of the two old men's mouths twitched imperceptibly. One of them coughed lightly and said, "The corpse puppet was indeed killed by you, so the spoils of war should indeed belong to you. Did you hear that?" Arbor stepped forward with a small bag. "Hurry up and put the 8 crystal nuclei inside. I won't argue with you about what happened just now." The little girl's eyes revealed such a meaning, which made the people from Hippo Academy a little angry. "Where are the 8 crystal cores?" Hippopotamus Academy's leader, Shagwa, was about to vomit blood. "From just now until now, we have only picked up 3 crystal cores." "Hey, there's no point in doing that, huh?" Chi Xianxian came over and looked at them coldly. "You dare to take responsibility for your actions and return them. This is what a gentleman should do. You all look like talented people. Don't do such despicable things." Arbor nodded and turned to look at the 2 supervisors. "Instructors, let them return it. Everyone." The 2 black-clothed old men looked at each other helplessly. Chapter 1889. To be honest, they were only responsible for ensuring that no one cheated in the preliminaries. Of course, they didn't want to care too much about the disputes between the other students. Damn it, they weren't stewards, they had to care about everything. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, they heard Arbor shout again, "Teachers, you guys aren't thinking of running away, right? Is that okay?" The 2 old men in black slipped and turned their heads to look at the little fellow who had a serious expression on his face. "They're thieves. If everyone was like them, taking other people's spoils of war as they please, then this competition shouldn't be held. There's no fairness at all." Chi Xianxian pointed at the people from Hippo Academy, causing their faces to darken and their expressions to become flustered and exasperated. That's right, that's right." The little fatty nodded repeatedly, and his hammer landed on a corpse puppet's head. Arbor hurriedly shouted, "Don't break the crystal cores. Pick them up." "Oh." The little fatty hurriedly went to pick up the corpse puppet's rotten head, and sure enough, he saw a small crystal core. Arbor turned to look at the people from Hippo Academy and used his eyes to signal them to quickly hand over the items. The faces of the Hippo Academy students were very ugly, and one of them even shouted indignantly, "We really didn't pick up 8 crystal cores, only 3. Big liar." Arbor angrily rebuked. He raised his hand, and a stream of water twined around his hand. His cold eyes looked at them without a trace of warmth. "Don't force me to make a move." Seeing this, the 2 supervisors hurriedly scolded the Hippo Academy students. "What are you still dawdling for? Hand over the other person's things." They hadn't even entered the gathering place of the large number of corpse puppets, and this group of students was already making a ruckus. If they didn't abide by the rules, who knew how they would fight among themselves? The shouts of the supervisors made the people from Hippo Academy feel especially sullen. They dared to swear on their 18 generations of ancestors that this fair and tender expressionless face in front of them was a big liar through and through. She clearly knew that they took 3 crystal cores, but she complained to the teachers, saying that they stole 8. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. With sullen faces, they could only reluctantly gather the 8 crystal cores and throw them into Qiao Mu's open pouch. Arbor nodded and put the bag back on his waist. He hugged his small bundle and turned to leave. The team leader of Hippo Academy, Shagwa, became angrier the more he looked at her back. He couldn't help but roar, "Stop right there! Is there anything else?" Arbor turned to look at Shagwa, his small face expressionless. "Deadpan face, let me tell you we lost this time. Just you wait," Shagwa said angrily, unconvinced. "It's a small world. There will always be a chance." Arbor glanced at him and trotted to Mo Lian's side. He looked up at him and asked monotonously, "Why do losers always like to say something superfluous at the end?" Mo Lian held her small hand with a grin. "Because they're stupid. That's right. They're stupid." The little fellow nodded. She hugged her bundle with one hand and followed Mo Lian to the teachers. Wei Wei felt a toothache just looking at her. What did this child come here for? It was like she was here for a fucking sightseeing tour. Why did they let her come here to train and kill corpse puppets? Why didn't she do it? Wait for me. Arbor suddenly patted Mo Lian's hand. Chapter 1890. Zhou Danjin looked at the student with gratification in her eyes. She then exchanged a glance with Wei Wei. This kid finally wants to improve himself? Arbor jogged behind Duan Muqing and the others. She took out a small pouch from her waist and picked up the crystal cores on the ground. The corners of the two supervisors' eyes twitched, and they immediately turned around and disappeared from where they were, as if what they didn't see couldn't hurt them. Arbor picked up the spoils on the ground and looked down on them. The quality of this batch of zombies is not high. There are only about 10 crystal cores among the hundreds of zombies. TSK low quality. Zhou Danjin did not know what to say about her. She thought that this girl finally understood and wanted to join her teammates in the battle. But in the end, she was a professional at picking up scraps. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Besides Arbor's team, the teams from the other two assembly sites also joined the battle. On the other hand, Uxian and the others were protected by their leader and did not go forward to fight. Qi Xianxian looked at them curiously and laughed. Yo, you're so spoiled and you're still hiding behind your mentor. What's the point of coming here to train? Hurry up and go home to drink milk. Everyone, Xianxian, this girl. She had already shut up, but she still had to provoke her. Uxian couldn't stand being provoked. She jumped up and said, What did you say? There's so many people, and they need so much time to kill 100 zombies. You guys are not any better. It's better than being a coward. Little Fatty turned around and snorted. Uxian flew into a rage. She pointed at Arbor and said, She didn't do anything either, right? You didn't do anything. Miss Chow immediately retorted. She raised a small pouch in her hand. If I didn't do anything, would these crystal cores run into my pocket? An idiot would be an idiot. It was so tiring to say one more sentence. Everyone, Qi Xianxian laughed and ran to Arbor's side. She hugged her shoulder. Yes. Let's not talk to idiots. Just as Uxian was about to lose her temper, she heard an earth-shaking sound coming from the depths of the forest. Everyone felt as if their ears were about to explode, and their bodies swayed left and right along with the tremors of the earth. Fuck, what the hell are those idiots doing inside? Mata didn't pay attention for a moment and was shaken into a tree. He quickly hugged the tree with one hand. Rumble. The loud sound lasted for a long time. It was as if a flat ground had exploded in the depths of the mountain forest. The shockwaves spread to their side, making everyone feel that the situation was not good. If it had been a normal spiritual energy ball, the explosion would not have caused such a huge commotion. Uxian suddenly screamed, The ground! Everyone looked down and cursed in their hearts. What the fuck? The ground is actually cracking from the tremors. Run! Someone shouted, and the group of people immediately unleashed their abilities to the limit, flying towards the sky above the mountain forest. Arbor quickly swallowed a flying pill and stuffed one into Mo Lian's mouth. When the two of them flew into the sky, they saw Instructor Wei Wei summoning the flying centipede and calling the students up. However, this was a mountain forest after all, and the trees were lush. The flying centipede barely managed to get out, but it was almost smashed down by a few broken branches. Hover, everyone hover. End of night. Chapter 1891. Everyone floated up into the air. Less than 2 seconds after they jumped onto the trees, they felt the trees shaking and falling down one by one. Arbor and Mo Lian held hands and jumped to a relatively empty and safe area. Shurchun, Little Tai Sui, the Luo brothers, and the others had also jumped up and gathered around Arbor and Mo Lian. Everyone frowned slightly and looked down at the turbulent mountain range. Mata said in confusion, How could this be? Mount Daizong didn't look so fragile. Could a random tremor flatten the entire mountain? Everyone, be careful. The situation is not good. The leader of Uxian's team looked at the constantly shaking earth with a solemn expression. After leading the students into the air, he quickly said, Let's go down the mountain to avoid the tremors first. Maybe this really wasn't caused by humans. Maybe the earth dragon turned over. Their luck was really bad. Woof, 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 woof. 3 small white hounds with pure white fur suddenly rushed out of the forest. Each of them was only the length of a forearm. They were very small and lively as they scurried among the crooked trees. One of the hounds suddenly pounced at Uxian's feet, who was suspended in the air. Go away! Uxian wouldn't let them pounce on her. She directly kicked the hound away. Woof! The hound whimpered and rolled on the ground after being kicked by Uxian. Coincidentally, a towering tree tilted down and was about to smash through the hound's intestines. The other 2 hounds pounced over and desperately pushed the previous one away. The 3 hounds rolled on the ground for several meters. They whimpered and kicked their legs to get up. They nimbly avoided the fallen tree and pounced in the direction of the people. Woof, 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 woof. The 3 hounds cleverly dodged Uxian, who was a tough nut to crack, and rushed toward Arbor's group. Woof, woof, woof. Miss Chow was speechless. Could it be that some owner brought 3 hounds up the mountain to hunt and suddenly encountered an earthquake and were forced to separate? Woof, woof, woof. The puppy raised its head and circled around the fallen tree. It looked up at the people of Arbor who were hanging above with pleading eyes. Chi Xuan's heart immediately burst with love. She stretched out her hands and shouted, Come, come, come into Big Sister's arms. Woof, woof, woof. The puppy jumped under Arbor and Mo Lien and barked at Arbor. Chi Xian. Fuck, was she being completely ignored? Little Fatty could not help but laugh out loud. He turned to look at Chi Xian sympathetically and said, Even the dogs know that you're a glutton. You only like them because they look delicious. Chi Xian was speechless. Woof, 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 woof. The 3 puppies gathered around Arbor's feet and started barking pitifully again. Arbor was speechless as he looked down at them. His gaze met everyone's gaze. Chi Xian nodded her chin at her. Arbor, what did she need 3 puppies for? Not only did they not know how to work, but she also had to take care of them. Woof. The 3 puppies circled around below. From time to time, they would raise their little heads and jump around, barking pitifully at Arbor. Arbor looked at Chi Xuan's eager gaze and reluctantly raised his hand. A wooden vine shot out from his hand and wrapped around the 3 puppies. Chapter 1892. Woof, 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 woof. The 3 puppies leaped into Arbor's arms and shoulders. One of them even tried to pounce on her face, but she caught it with a wave of her hand. Everyone's lips twitched upon seeing this. Mata was just about to tease her when they suddenly heard a massive boom in the distance. This time, everyone stood in the air and looked into the distance. Immediately, they saw a huge tail covered in armor appear on the top of a mountain in the distance. It rolled and swept across a mountain peak. Holy fuck, what's that? Mata exclaimed. It can't really be some kind of mutant dragon, right? Uxian and the other Sunlight Academy students looked at each other and saw a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Instructor, what do we do now? Huey asked anxiously. Let's get down the mountain first. But how could they make it in time? Everyone hovering in the air felt a burst of gravel beneath their feet. A fissure opened up in the mountain, and a powerful suction force erupted from deep underground. Instructor. Uxian lost her footing and was immediately dragged down by the suction force with a pale face. Only then did everyone realize that there was a massive hole in the mountain path beneath their feet. Uxian had been sucked into that hole. Emolien reached out and hurriedly hugged Arbor. She was just about to rise into the air. Arbor suddenly patted Emolien's arm. Little Water told me that it sensed a profound spirit jade mine down there. Emolien faltered. At this moment, the suction force was already sweeping toward them. Little Tai Sui's expression darkened. It was just about to reach out to control the suction force when Emolien's indifferent voice sounded in its ears. Go down. Xian, be careful, everyone, Xiao Mu exhorted. But Crown Prince Emo had already jumped into the hole with her in his arms. Without Emolien, He Chun, and Little Tai Sui to control the suction force, no one else was able to withstand it. They were all dragged down by the suction force. As soon as they entered that hole, the sounds of other people wailing and groaning could be heard everywhere. other than Mo Yin, little Tai Sui, and the others who jumped into this hole of their own accord. The others were all pulled in by the suction force. All of them were terribly flustered and felt like they were rolling down, as if they were going to roll into the depths of the Earth's core. Holy shit, were they going to die? Why did it feel like they couldn't get up, even with their spiritual power? That suction force was simply too strong. Everything was pitch black. No one knew where they had rolled to dot. They just struggled there, trying harder, trying to keep themselves afloat. However, it was to no avail. Following the uneven tunnel in the dark cave, the group tumbled all the way down. It wasn't until they heard Yuexian scream from afar that everyone's heart tightened slightly. They silently chanted Umitba several times, guessing that they were about to reach the bottom. Bang! 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 Everyone rolled all the way down, eventually forming a pile of human pyramid. Mo Yin held onto Arbor and steadied herself. She, He-chun, little Tai Sui, and the others moved to the side of the tunnel. Miss Chiao heard Xuan's cries coming from afar. She hurriedly stretched out her small hand and pulled Xian along. Io, little fatty, who had rolled over from behind, bumped into Xuan's back. The two of them lost their balance and rolled on the ground, hugging each other. Duan Muqing then flew down and stood firmly next to Mo Yin. Chapter 1893. Ma Ta, Lu Yu, and the others stopped in their tracks and didn't get into a fight with Yuexian's group. Holy shit, this place is too dark. The little fatty couldn't help but cry out. Tutor, stop playing. Hurry up and unseal our spiritual senses. We can't use our inner worlds here. I can't even take out a torch. The little fatty paused for a moment, then started shouting again. That's right. Tutor, although training is very important, if you kill us, you won't be able to find a group of naive and simple students like us. Mata also started shouting. There was no other reason. After falling down, almost everyone's first reaction was to take out some lighting tools from their inner worlds. The result could be imagined. Little fatty Ma Ta thought of the tutor's bad natures and naturally suspected Tutor Zhou and the others. However, in the darkness, Zhou Donjin's expression was very ugly. All of you try and see if anyone can open their inner worlds. Zhou Danjin said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank, and they hurriedly used their spiritual senses or divine senses to open the door to their inner worlds. The result was obvious. No one was able to open their inner worlds. Holy shit, it can't be, right? Tutor Zhou, stop playing, hurry up, and unseal us. The little fatty cried out. Fuck off. Zhou Donjin's face turned even darker from anger. He wasn't an idiot. He clearly knew that the current situation was disadvantageous to his side, so why would he seal the student's spiritual senses? Tutor, you really didn't do anything? Qi Xian cried out. No way. Then what about you? Tutor Wei laughed bitterly. Our spiritual senses are like clay oxen thrown into the sea. There's no trace at all. A faint light shone in the crowd. The little girl was holding a luminous pearl in her hand and was leaning against Prince Mo's chest. Her expression was unclear as she scanned the tutors. Zhou Danjin looked at the little girl and couldn't help but feel a headache. The look in his eyes clearly showed that he was suspicious. Students, Zhou Danjin sighed. You've really misunderstood me. If it was the teacher who sealed your spiritual sense, how could he seal himself as well? Lotus? Arbor looked up at Prince Mo. Prince Mo nodded. As soon as I entered this place, I discovered that there should be something here that blocks spiritual sense and divine sense. Arbor looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others. Little Tai Sui and the others all shook their heads with dark expressions. My divine sense has been blocked. What should we do? What should we do? Will we die of hunger and thirst in this place? A student from the Sunlight Academy couldn't help but scream. With her shout, everyone's emotions fluctuated. They all asked their mentors what they should do now. Arbor was rather bored. He took out a carrot from his small bag and took a bite. Crack! Everyone's eyes focused on the carrot in her hand. Arbor looked at them in shock. Continue the discussion. Don't mind me. She was just having lunch, and it was almost time for dinner. Woof! Woof, woof. The three little white hounds lying on her head and shoulders barked twice. Arbor took out a basin and a bottle of goat's milk from his bag. He poured half of it into the basin, pulled the three little hounds down, and urged them to drink it. It's useless. It's a waste of food, Arbor muttered. Uxin scowled. Then why are you giving it to them? Chapter 1894. He knew it was a waste, yet he continued to waste it. This was unforgivable. In such an environment, no one knew when they would be able to get out. Everyone's inner worlds could not be opened. Food was naturally very important. Yet Xiao Mu, this damn lass, actually casually poured out so much goat's milk to feed three useless puppies? Uxin was not the only one complaining in her heart. Most of the people from the Sunlight Academy were also very angry. They all looked at Arbor strangely. Crunch. The crispy carrots from Paradise Planet were delicious and could replenish one's energy. It was refreshing and relieving one's boredom. Jojo, Qi Xian, the foodie, could not stand it. She looked at Arbor anxiously. Arbor hurriedly took out 2 carrots from his bag and gave them to Xian. The two of them ignored everything else and went to the side to eat. Jojo, how long will our food last? Qi Xian could not bear hunger. She had to confirm one thing. She would not run out of food in the next few days. If she ran out of food, she would endure it and hide these 2 carrots first. Arbor looked at her speechlessly for a while. Qi Xian was very nervous. Her little face was slightly serious. Is it not enough at all? Arbor, did you forget that I gave you storage talismans? Not to mention that her Paradise Planet was completely unaffected by spiritual sense, and she could enter and leave as she pleased. Even if everyone's spiritual sense and divine sense were blocked, didn't she give them storage talismans before? How could storage talismans be affected? Qi Xuan's eyes lit up as if they were lit up by flames. She jumped up and laughed loudly. That's right. I'm so stupid. How could I forget about that? Then I'll eat. Qi Xian, who realized that she had a lot of food and did not have to worry about food, happily picked up 2 carrots and took a bite, eating happily. Uxin and the other students from the Sunlight Academy looked at the two of them with gloomy expressions. Hiwei bit his lips and turned to look at the pitch-black tunnel. Senior Sister Uxin, what do we do now? If only Uxin knew what to do. Other than Uxin's Sunlight Academy's team, the unlucky Hippo team was also among the teams that had fallen. The other 2 teams that they had encountered at the assembly point were Hades Prefecture's Honghu Academy and Yuchuan Prefecture's Frostgale Academy. These 2 academies were not much weaker than the Sunlight Academy. They could be said to be the signature academies of the Nether River Prefecture and Yuchuan Prefecture. The leaders of the 2 teams were much stronger than the leader of the Hippo team, Shagua. While the 5 members of the Hippo team were running around in circles, the 2 teams from Yuchuan Prefecture and Nether River Prefecture were already looking for a way out. The place where we came down is blocked by sand and rocks. The suction force in this place is so strong that it's impossible to jump out. The few of them analyzed the situation in front of them and looked at each other with a solemn expression. The 2 mentors, Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei, walked to Mo Lien and the others and said in a low voice, "It seems that we can only continue forward." Mata's jaw almost dropped. Walk forward? But don't you feel that the further we go, the deeper we go? Shouldn't they be going up now? Do you have a way to go up? Lu Yu looked at him exasperatedly. Listen to the mentors. Maybe we can find a way out faster if we continue forward. He had been forced to work overtime at the last minute. The rest of the day would be 9:30. Chapter 1895. Mata shrugged. His expression was not optimistic. To be honest, walking in such a place required a lot of courage. It was all dark in front of them and behind them. Fortunately, there were many of them, so they could walk in a group. At least they had company. After Arbor and Qi Xian finished the carrots in their hands, everyone had finished their discussion. The 2 young ladies went up and asked in unison, "Where are we going?" The young ladies were holding luminous pearls in their hands. They could clearly see the teacher's toothache expressions. Arbor did not care. There were teachers and husbands here, and so many people who were more powerful than her. She could just follow them and pick up the leftovers. There was no need for her to use her brain. Qi Xian, was indeed Arbor's best friend. The two of them had the same thoughts. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were people with higher cultivation levels to hold it up. Jojo, you have a luminous pearl. Why don't you lead the team? Arbor immediately refused. She threw the luminous pearl in her hands to Teacher Zhou. Teacher, lead the team. Everyone, Teacher Wei Wei, do you want a luminous pearl? It seemed that she had more than one luminous pearl in her bag. The teachers all turned their heads away. They did not want to bother with this little girl. How many luminous pearls did she need? Arbor casually grabbed a handful from the mountains of gold and jewels. She might have more than 10. Although her inner world was sealed, Arbor had taken out many luminous pearls and jewels. It's mainly for fun. You say it's useful, but it's really not that useful. Teacher Wei Wei, here you go. Teacher Hu, here you go. Arbor really gave each of the teachers a luminous pearl. Then she said to them, "This is the legendary luminous pearl of the Southern Sea. It has good lighting. Remember to return it to me after you use it." Everyone, ha 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 ha. Looking at the 5 teachers' dumbfounded faces, the little fatty actually laughed out loud. His loud laughter spread through the dark tunnel, causing people's spirits to rise slightly. His laughter made the others laugh as well. In return, the 5 teachers glared at them sternly. A bunch of bastards. They were always cheating their teachers. No, cheating their teachers. Under Wei Wei and Zhou Danjin's lead, Duan Muqing, Lu Yu, and the others quickly followed. Arbor and Mo Lin walked in the middle of the group. Behind them were Little Tai Sui, Everlasting Blade, and the others. Little Fatty and Qi Xian were at the back of the group. When they started walking, the Sunlight Academy's leader followed them with the 12 students. What kind of top-notch academy would send so many instructors to protect the students? What a joke. This was the first time he had seen an academy with more instructors than students. While this person was muttering in his heart, he didn't know that from top to bottom, there were only these 8 student treasures. There wasn't any more. Xian, I'm thirsty. If I ask Jojo for some water, will her husband hit me? Why would her husband hit you? Qi Xian looked at the submissive little fatty in amusement. Don't be a coward. Go. Forget it. I'll go find Ma Ta and ask him to get me some water. Qi Xian looked at the terrified little fatty and grinned. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Fatty, let me tell you something that will make you happy. Go ahead. Actually, the storage talismans Jojo gave us can be used here. There should be a lot of peaches in there." Chapter 1896. Little fatty Ko Hongwen's eyes lit up as if his short-circuited nerves had been reconnected. Damn, how could I have forgotten about the storage talisman? Usually, everyone used their inner worlds, so they did not really need the storage talisman. Most importantly, Jojo had already reminded them not to put all the storage talismans in their inner worlds. They had to keep at least 1 or 2 of them on their person. Now it was finally put to good use. The little fatty happily took out the storage talisman from his waist pocket and happily took out 2 peaches. He stuffed one into Xian's hand and held the other for himself. He chuckled and said, "Here you go." Of course, Qi Xian would not stand on ceremony with little fatty. She took 1 peach each and munched on it as she walked. Dao Wuji, who was walking in front of them, turned around to take a look. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Where did you get the peaches?" Little fatty looked at Dao Wuji sincerely. "When we left the academy, we brought a few with us. Sigh, now it's our lifesaver." Dao Wuji looked fatty up and down suspiciously. Just now he had seen this kid drooping his head and looking listless. But now he was in good spirits. Fairy Ginkgo turned around and winked at little fatty. "Little fatty bro, do you still have any more peaches? If you do, give big sister one." That wink was really Qi Xian immediately pulled little fatty behind her and looked at Fairy Ginkgo warily. She stretched out her little finger and pointed in Fairy Ginkgo's direction. "Hey, I'm telling you, look at people properly. Don't blink like you're having a cramp." Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fairy Ginkgo's lips trembled, and she rolled her eyes at Qi Xian. "Little brat, what do you know? This is called flirting. Do you know? Do you have any peaches?" Big sister is thirsty too. Really, it felt like she was playing the lute to a cow. She actually said that her eyes were having a cramp. You're the one having a cramp. Your whole family has a cramp. Qi Xianxian took out 2 peaches from her storage talisman and gave one to Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Peony. Dao Wuji was stunned. Storage talisman? Hey, little brat, you have a storage talisman. You haven't seen the world. Don't make a fuss. Qi Xianxian kept the storage talisman with a smug look on her face. Facing Dao Wuji's incredulous gaze, Xianxian raised her head and lifted her chin. That's all. Dao Wuji's eyes widened. You only gave it to the 2 of them. What about me? You're a man with a high cultivation. He had only left for a short while, and he was already asking for food and drinks like a woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Qi Xianxian roared. Her voice was so loud that everyone could hear her. Little Tai Sui sneered speechlessly. Dao Wuji, you're really disliked wherever you go. Attention, everyone. Instructor Zhou, who was right in front of them, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone in the dark tunnel also stopped in their tracks. For a moment, most of their nerves tensed up. It's a steep slope below. Do you want to go down? And it's a damn steep slope? If this continued, he would really slide into the depths of the Earth's core. Down. Don't be a coward. If you're afraid, let me lead the way for you. As he spoke, his figure flashed and dashed forward. Then, with a cry of surprise, a human figure disappeared in front of everyone just like that. I already told you it's a steep slope. He actually flew over and fell down. That wasn't he courting death? See you tomorrow at 12:30. Chapter 1897. Dao Wuji felt like his balls were hurting. How could he have known that Instructor Zhou's speech was so vague? Was this even a fucking steep slope? This was basically a vertical cliff? Okay. Saber Wuji gathered strength in his dantian, his left foot bouncing on his right foot as he raised his chi. He thought that he would be able to fly into the sky, but to his surprise, he fell deeper into the ground at an even faster speed. Wah, 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 wah. A series of shouts came from behind him, accompanied by the rustling sound of people tumbling down. Everyone was rolling deeper into the ground at a strange speed. Uxian's expression changed drastically. Everyone was shocked to find that their bodies seemed to be wrapped in invisible air currents, and they were being dragged down by a powerful force. Fuck! A crack appeared in the depths of Dao Wuji's eyes. Am I going to die here today? Splash! Dao Wuji was the first to fall into the ice-cold water. Immediately afterward, little Tai Sui fell into the water, and its toes touched the surface of the water, barely managing to stabilize itself. He saw a strange fish with jagged teeth jump out of the water, and with a whistling sound, it tried to bite the back of his foot. Bam! Little Tai Sui made a prompt decision and kicked the strange fish's head. With a loud thump, the strange fish was kicked into the icy water by little Tai Sui. In the following period of time, all of the team members fell into the water in a single file. One after another, the water splashed into their eyes, making them unable to open their eyes. Holy fuck! Mata pulled out a spear and jabbed it into the mouth of the strange fish that was swimming over to bite him. After a shriek, the strange fish fell into the water, and a thick stench of blood spread out. The water in the distance rippled, and it seemed that even more strange fish were gathering toward the team. Senior brother Su Liang! Senior brother Su Liang! Uxian screamed in horror. Everyone struggled in the pool with all their might and began to fight with the strange fish that were gathering toward them. Little Tai Sui's eyes were cold. He raised his hand, and an incomparably powerful earth spirit barrier fell, covering everyone around him. Qi Xianxian raised her head, but before she could even make a sound, she saw a strange fish with its mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. With a loud boom, it crashed into the earth spirit barrier in front of her. Through the thick earth spiritual barrier, Qi Xianxian could see that the strange fish's eyes were bulging. Its fangs bit down on the exterior of the earth spirit shield with a kacha sound. Then, it fell into the water with a blood-curdling screech. Oh my god! Qi Xianxian exclaimed in a low voice. This strange fish is too ugly. Everyone be careful! Zhou Danjin had a fierce expression on his face as he controlled a water ball in his hand and smashed it on the head of a strange fish that was slithering over at a high speed. "Tutor, tutor, what should we do now?" Wei cried out in alarm. She looked left and right, and all she could see was boundless black water. This underground pool seemed to have no end in sight. Soaking in the cold water, one's senses were exceptionally cold. At this moment, Arbor was lying on Mo Lian's back. She hugged his neck and shouted, "Forward, forward!" Hichin turned around and glanced at her. "What's ahead? Hurry, hurry!" Arbor couldn't be bothered to care about how others were screaming. She just kept ordering her husband around. "Mo Lian, baby, can you not pull your husband's hair when you're agitated?" Chapter 1898. Arbor hurriedly smoothed her husband's wet hair. She lowered her head and whispered in his ear. "Little Shui said that the Black Spirit Jade Mine is right in front. Let's hurry over." Her little tree was still waiting for the Black Spirit Jade to prolong his life. This was not a joke. "Got it." Mo Yin nodded helplessly. He carried his wife and quickly moved forward. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal followed beside them. He also slid forward for a while. He asked curiously in a low voice, "What's in front?" Arbor turned to look at the group of people they had left far behind. She waved at Yi-chun and said, "Just now, I calculated with my fingers that there's a Black Spirit Jade Mine here." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyes twitched. He looked at her helplessly and said, "Little thing, do you think I'll believe you just because you say that?" "Humph." Arbor turned her head and faced him with the back of her head. Mo Lian glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up." "Where is it?" He-chun was helpless. Under the water? The three of them moved forward quietly. What was strange was that those strange fish, who knew if they bullied the weak and feared the strong, actually didn't approach the three of them. Instead, they all gathered around Xian and the others. He-chun looked back and saw that the people from the Sunlight Academy were frantically dealing with those strange fish. He could not help but feel curious. "Jojo, did you do something? Why did those strange fish like the people from the Sunlight Academy so much? Look at Frostwind Academy and Honghu Academy. They were not as loved by the strange fish as they were. Even the extremely poor Hippo Academy was slightly better off than the Sunlight Academy." Arbor snorted. He subconsciously grabbed Mo Lian's long hair. "Do I look like someone who would do such a silly thing?" "Yes." He-chun nodded inwardly, but shook his head outwardly. "You don't look like someone like that." What the heck? He did not mean what he said. If he said that he looked like someone, he was sure that the little thing would not even show in the back of her head. Arbor looked back at him expressionlessly and nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. At least you have good taste." Ma Shichan silently turned to look at Mo Lian. "Do you know that your wife is so narcissistic?" Mo Lian. Although the three of them were talking, it did not affect their movements. Paddling to the front of a row of walls, Mo Lian reached out and touched the cold and protruding relief wall. Her eyes flashed slightly. "It seems that this is an underground mausoleum. Because of the earthquake, they actually slid all the way into the Earth Mausoleum." He didn't know whose mausoleum it was, but the mausoleum had the entire Dai Sect Mountain as its mausoleum. Arbor nodded. "Let's see if there's an entrance." The three of them wandered along the relief wall for a while. Arbor's little hand suddenly touched a cold tab. He reached out and pulled it expressionlessly. It didn't budge. "Girl, don't talk nonsense," Ma Shichan hurriedly said. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because the tab didn't budge, Miss Qiao channeled a wave of wood spirit onto the tab and pulled with all her might. Kaji, a huge circular hole suddenly appeared in the wall beside the tab. A strange fish leaped out of it. Ma Shichan decisively flung it out with a vine whip. Pu. One after another, strange fish leaped out of the circular hole in the wall. Without even looking at Arbor and the others, they quickly swam in the direction of Xian and the others. Chapter 1899. Miss Qiao, who had done something bad. She silently raised her eyes to look at the speechless expressions of the two men beside her. Cough. Miss Qiao retracted her fair and tender hand and said seriously to the two of them, "I didn't do it on purpose." Mo Lian and He Shichan looked at each other, and decided to treat Jojo's words as a joke and laugh it off. After all the strange fish jumped into the water from the round hole, Arbor stuck her head out to take a look and then beckoned to the two of them. Go in. She jumped into the round hole. Emolian hurriedly followed and pulled her to his side, touching her slightly cold little hand. The red flame flickered in his palm, and he used his fire's spiritual energy to wipe away the moisture on the little fellow's legs before drying his clothes. The three of them walked along a path paved with limestone. Not long after, they vaguely saw a ray of light. Arbor held Emolian's hand and hurriedly walked in. This place seemed to be a side chamber of an underground palace. Candlelight flickered all around, and there was nothing inside. Arbor communicated mentally with the little water child and quickly walked forward. After passing through this side chamber of the underground palace, they walked into a stone room carved with countless murals. Arbor stood in the middle of this chamber and lightly stepped on the ground. Is there a way to dig up this ground quietly? She didn't want to make too much noise and attract Uxian and the rest. When that time came, although she could still take the Black Spirit Jade Mine for herself, she would still have to do something. It would be troublesome. Emolian nodded, and a cluster of black fire landed on the ground, burning fiercely. The sacred fire that could burn everything was naturally a piece of cake for it to deal with this limestone ground. In just a few seconds, the ground had already sunk in from the heat, revealing a deep pit. Xiao Mu stretched out her hand, and the transparent water child circled around her finger. It jumped like a sprite before leaping into the deep pit and turning into a drop of water that slowly seeped into the depths of the ground. Soon, the little water child's joyful voice filled her conscious. Master Silver, I see it. Mystic Spirit Jade Mine. Very good. Take them all to Paradise Planet. But Master, these profound spirit jade ores are buried underground. If I were to take them all away at once, the entire ground would collapse. Then this half of the underground palace will probably be lost. Arbor nodded. Collect. For the sake of Little Tree's recovery, she was not afraid of any danger. Besides, this underground palace was so big that it would take a while for it to collapse. There was plenty of time for them to escape. Yes, Master. Get ready. The little water baby nodded and began to collect the Black Spirit Jade Mine. His little heart was also very excited. With such a mineral vein below, it should be enough for the small tree to squander and absorb. As time passed, the entire mineral vein was finally absorbed in a Paradise Planet by the little water child. Arbor did not have time to take a closer look and directly dragged the little water baby in a Paradise Planet. He then pulled Emolian and said to Chung Chun, Let's go. When the three of them came out of the anteroom, they happened to see teacher Zhou leading the others in. Behind him was a group of battered and exhausted students from the Sunlight Academy. When the two clashed, everyone felt the ground shake and shake. They tried their best to stabilize themselves. What's going on? Zhou Donjin's expression changed. Let's go. Arbor did not say anything else and turned to lead the others out. 7:30 p.m. Chapter 1900. It was obviously impossible to go back the way they came. At this moment, the water from the pool outside was surging into the round hole in the relief wall. In the blink of an eye, the cold water covered everyone's feet. Everyone looked outside in a daze. A strange fish with jagged teeth jumped in from the round hole and swam towards them at high speed. Dao Wuji's eyes widened, and he cursed in exasperation. These damn fish are here again. Go, 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 go. Everyone pushed each other and rushed forward. They jostled and staggered through the side hall of the underground palace. They didn't know what was going on in the underground palace. Everyone rushed forward in the corridor, their figures swaying back and forth with the shaking of the underground palace. Their faces were full of solemnity. The craftsmen who built this underground palace were most likely novices, right? Otherwise, how could such a large underground palace begin to shake as soon as they entered the side hall? Arbor, Emolian, and Yuan Shurchen ran at the front. They turned up the corridor and ran for a while before stopping. Holy shit, this isn't a dead end, is it? Dao Wuji squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the three. He glanced at the thick stone block blocking the way. Let me try. Dao Wuji gathered his spiritual energy and was about to send it out. His palm was suddenly stopped by Yuan Shurchen. Don't act rashly. At this time, they were all in the corridor. The underground palace behind them was constantly collapsing. If Dao Wuji sent a palm flying down, it would cause the entire corridor to collapse. In this way, everyone could be buried alive in this corridor. Then what do we do now? Dao Wuji glared at Yuan Shurchen. If we continue to fight, we will die. If we don't walk and wait for death, we will also die. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and go. Xin screamed in panic. Everyone could only see an ice-cold stream of water sweeping towards them. As the water flow spread, the strange fish also swam over. From time to time, they would jump half a zhang high and bite their calves. Fucking hell. Little Fatty bent down and tied his trousers tightly. He swung his double-headed hammer and killed a strange fish that pounced at him, sending it flying. Rise to the sky. Rise to the sky. Zhou Danjin shouted in a low voice as he leaped into the air. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly floated into the air one after another. No matter how the strange fish jumped, it still couldn't bite their legs. However, if this continued, it would probably only save them for a while. This was because the tunnel would soon be filled with the ice-cold water. At that time, they would sink into the water, which would greatly affect their movements. Qi Xianxian wielded a purple treasured sword. She drew a sword flower and swept it horizontally, slashing apart 2 or 3 strange fishes that were darting toward her. Her pretty face sank slightly as she said, "Quickly think of a way to leave this tunnel." According to the current speed of the water flow, the entire tunnel would be filled to the brim with water in about 7 to 8 minutes. At that time, those strange fishes would be the rulers of the water. If they were surrounded by them, their lives would be in danger. At this time, Arbor didn't make a move. Several of the Sunlight Academy's students pushed them aside and pounced on the stone block blocking the way. They searched back and forth as if they were looking for a mechanism. Xin and Hiwei squeezed to the left and right of the stone block. Chapter 1901. The two of them squatted on the stone block and touched the cracks in the stone block inch by inch. They then touched the green stones on the walls. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything useful. The water in the tunnel had almost gathered to the bottom of everyone's feet. One had to know that everyone was floating in the air right now. Therefore, in less than a few minutes, the water had almost reached the top of their feet, which was quite frightening. When the entire tunnel was covered by the cold water, everyone could only use their own protective shields to protect themselves and fight the strange fish in the water. The price to pay for this would be huge. The protective shields couldn't last forever. If the strange fish tore open a crack, the entire mystic weapon would be useless. Look! Xin squatted on the stone block and looked at the water that had already reached her feet. Her eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, a student from the Sunlight Academy climbed onto the green stone wall and shouted in surprise, "Look, there's a tab here." People couldn't see it when they were standing on the ground. The student only saw the tab on the blue stone wall when he was close to the top of the tunnel. Mo Yin and Ma Shurchen's eyelids twitched. Before Qiao Mu could blurt out, "Wait," she saw that idiot pull on the tab and tug hard. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the underground palace, there was the sound of mechanisms clashing. A circular hole suddenly appeared on the bluestone wall beside the student. A strange fish suddenly jumped out and bit the student's neck. Ah, cough-ug, ugh. The student struggled to escape, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. With a kacha sound, the strange fish bit off half of the student's head. Blood flowed down the green stone wall and mixed with the cold water. Stimulated by the blood, the strange fish jumped out of the water and bit everyone's legs. Qi Xianxian, Little Fatty, and the rest quickly stabilized themselves and tried their best to float close to the limestone ceiling above them. One of their hands groped around the ceiling, as if they had grabbed onto something. They quickly tugged at it. "Don't move." Arbor saw that Qi Xianxian was also pulling on a tab. The tab was made of brass, and there was a layer of stone on the outside. It was completely stuck to the green stone wall. When it wasn't pulled, one couldn't tell that there was a tab. When one touched it, it would be because of all kinds of bad hands. Or perhaps it was because of their survival instincts. They would inexplicably pull at it. Xuan's hand froze on the spot. She didn't know if she should pull or not. Xiao Mu, Mo Lien, and Ji Chun hastily floated over and stared fixedly at this tab on the ceiling. At this moment, the strange fish that had swallowed the student from the Sunlight Academy and chewed on the remaining corpse of the student. Then, it quickly swam towards Yu Xian and He Wei, who were on the stone block. Yu Xian's expression changed as she clenched her teeth and exerted all her strength as she blasted a wisp of profound energy towards the strange fish. Bam! The strange fish didn't slow down its speed at all. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit towards Yu Xian at an even faster speed. At the critical moment, the Sunlight Academy tutor threw out a wooden vine. Chapter 1902. After the wooden vines were flung away, they immediately wrapped around the waist of the two students and lifted them up in an instant. At the same time, the giant strange fish opened its mouth and bit down on the stone block with a loud bang. In an instant, it bit off a large chunk of stone from the stone block. The sharpness of its teeth made everyone's expression change abruptly. Holy shit, why is this mutated fish so big? Dao Wuji's eyes darkened. With a flip of his hand, he hit the fish and sank it. Ever since that student foolishly pulled the ring and opened up another round cave, many more strange fish jumped out. Limitless Blade took the lead and floated over to take a look. It was pitch black inside, without any light at all. It was probably a dead end. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and enter the cave. Yu Xian shouted. She floated over and wanted to enter the new cave. The Sunlight Academy's teacher hurriedly pulled her back. Wait! Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei were already behind Qi Xianxian. Seeing her touch the ring, their expressions darkened. It's very likely that it'll be another hole if you pull it. If I let go, I might not be able to. Qi Xianxian muttered softly. She obviously didn't use much strength when she pulled the ring, but now she had a bad feeling. It was as if something bad would happen if she let go. It's fine. Arbor patted her shoulder. You'll have to let go no matter what. Let go. Let go and see what's going to happen. Qi Xianxian quickly retracted her hand. Just as she retracted her hand, another round cave appeared on the stone wall opposite her. It was perfectly symmetrical with the cave on the other side. This time, everyone was on guard. Seeing a huge monster fish jump out, everyone swung their spiritual power together and smashed it fiercely. In less than 2 seconds, this arrogant sawtooth monster fish was killed. Cold sweat appeared on Yu Xian's head. Let's go. Which cave do we go to? Everyone hurriedly looked up at their respective teachers. Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei pondered for a moment. In the end, they couldn't help but look at Mo Lien and He Chun. Where do you think we should go? Mo Lien raised her hand and pointed at the cave that Xian had opened. Let's go there. All right. Zhou Danjin nodded and led the group towards the hole in the blue stone wall. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy hurriedly called them from behind. Instructor, do you want to reconsider? Although the water hadn't reached the surface yet, it wouldn't take long for the water to cover the entire tunnel. At that time, the excess water would definitely pour into the round hole in the blue stone wall, and they would still be unable to escape the fate of being chased by the strange fish. Zhou Danjin's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He decisively led the group of students into the bluestone cave. A huge tremor came from the tunnel behind him. The instructors from Honghu Academy and Frostgale Academy also gritted their teeth and made up their minds. Let's go. Since Hippo Academy did not have an instructor to lead them, the group of poor students could only follow the crowd. As for the Sunlight Academy's leader, he didn't hesitate for long. Soon, they saw the waterfall like water rushing towards them. Following it, huge strange fish jumped back and forth in the water. They didn't have time to think. They hurriedly followed the group and jumped into the cave in the bluestone wall. The end of the 6th night watch. Chapter 1903. When the last person from the Sunlight Academy stepped into the circular cave on the limestone wall, a loud sound came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw that the path they came from was blocked by a huge rock that fell from the sky. Everyone's hearts sank slightly. This underground palace was very strange. The interlocking mechanism seemed to be guiding the group forward step by step. They didn't know if it was a dead end or a way to escape. If there was no way out in the end, then perhaps everyone would be suffocated to death in this small passageway. This place would become their burial ground. Everyone sucked in a breath and followed Zhou Donjin's group forward. After the huge rock blocked the cave, although it cut off their path, it also cut off the water flow and the strange fish. The people from the Sunlight Academy, who were walking at the back, turned back to look at the dark tunnel. They couldn't describe the nervousness and melancholy in their hearts. The advantage of those strange fish was that there were many of them, and the combined attack power was enough to make them suffer a lot. Also, the mutated fish that appeared later were at least 3 to 5 times bigger than the original fish. It was even more difficult to deal with them. Mystic energy and spirit energy would dry up if they used too much. No one could hold on for 4 to 6 hours under this kind of siege without feeling tired. Uxin and He Wei followed closely behind the leading instructor, walking forward quickly. Every student's face revealed traces of anxiety. If people walked in the dark for a long time, they would feel a certain amount of psychological pressure. Also, everyone was uncertain about the road ahead. Naturally, the psychological pressure would be even greater. Feng Tong, do you think we can get out of here safely? A student from the Sunlight Academy asked his classmate in a low voice. Because the tunnel was narrow, only one person could pass through at a time. Therefore, everyone lined up in a long, snake-like line, following the snaking line in front of them. After a long time, Wang Haiji didn't get a reply from his classmate. He looked back in confusion and saw his good friend Feng Tong following behind him with his head lowered. There was no one else behind them. Wang Haiji looked at Feng Tong and sighed. He turned around and patted Feng Tong's shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll definitely get out." Wang Haiji didn't know if he was comforting himself or others. He sighed, turned around, and walked a few steps faster. He called out to Feng Tong, "Feng Tong, hurry up. Haiji, what do you think we should do if there's no road ahead?" A female student in front of Wang Haiji couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Wang Haiji felt a chill run down his spine. He shrugged his shoulders. "Even if we have to crawl, we'll have to crawl out." The female student nodded listlessly. Her eyes casually glanced behind him, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. "Haiji, where's Feng Tong?" Wang Haiji turned around to take a look and felt a chill run down his spine. Feng Tong? Feng Tong?" Wang Haiji turned his head abruptly. Feng Tong? Feng Tong?" The female student shuddered and hurriedly gathered in the direction of the group. She ran a few steps and shouted, Instructor, Feng Tong is missing. How could Feng Tong disappear?" The leader of the Sunlight Academy turned around. Chapter 1904. Wasn't this path already blocked by the huge boulder at the back? Feng Tong disappeared without a sound. Everyone looked at the dark tunnel they had passed through when they came, their bodies emitting cold air. "Everyone, be careful," the leading teacher said in a low voice. He had a very sullen feeling in his heart. They didn't encounter many corpse puppets in the mountain. They didn't even touch the edge of a large corpse puppet base. In the end, his school lost 2 students. It was really a headache. "Teacher, what do we do now?" Wang Haiji felt goosebumps all over his body. Such a big living person, who was following behind him just now, disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Continue forward." The teacher from the Sunlight School looked back and saw the luminous pearls getting further and further away from them. He hurriedly said, "Now is not the time to think about this. We have to catch up as soon as possible. Let's go." Wang Haiji swallowed his saliva and looked behind him again. The dark path was silent and there was no movement. He couldn't see the end of it. It was as if there was a huge black beast in the darkness, opening its mouth, waiting for its delicious meal to arrive. Wang Haiji shivered and hurriedly followed the group. This narrow passageway seemed to be especially long. They had been walking for almost 2 hours, but they still hadn't reached the end. After another quarter of an hour, Wang Haiji vaguely heard a faint breathing sound coming from behind him. The breathing sound was very heavy, mixed with a few wheezing sounds, like a lazy donkey dragging a broken cart. The footsteps were heavy. Wang Haiji quickened his pace, his face almost turning green. Previously, Feng Tong had disappeared behind him, so he was the last person in the team. But now, who was the one who was breathing heavily behind him? Wang Haiji only felt that his neck was as stiff as a car wheel that had not been repaired for a long time. He could even hear the sound of his neck bones moving. Wang Haiji carefully looked at the people behind him and let out a tragic scream. The group stopped. This long line of people added up to 60 to 70 people. Arbor and the others were walking in front of the group. They didn't know what was going on with the scream behind them. What happened? Instructor Zhou frowned and turned to look at the back of the team. The instructor from Honghu Academy, who was following closely behind the top academies, quickly stepped forward and said, "You are Instructor Zhou, right? Should we stop and rest for a while? Should we send someone to check the rear?" After walking in this dark and long corridor for so long, the students were not in good condition. Teacher Zhou heard this and turned around to look at the group of students behind him. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, Lu Yu and the others didn't look too good, but at least they weren't as pale as the other students. "All right, let's rest here for a quarter of an hour." Instructor Zhou nodded. After all, from the moment the strange fish attacked, they had been fleeing all the way. They barely had time to catch their breath. The leading instructor from Honghu Academy nodded gratefully at Instructor Zhou. Then, he turned around and said, "Pass the message down one by one. Rest here for half a quarter of an hour. Everyone, use this time to recover your strength and mystic energy. Don't let your imagination run wild." Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads one after another. Chapter 1905. As soon as the instructors finished speaking, some of the students immediately collapsed onto the ground, looking both mentally and physically exhausted, panting heavily. It was mainly because they were too mentally exhausted. They had been stretched taut the entire journey. Now that they could rest for a quarter of an hour, it was as if they had extended half of their lives. After everyone sat down against the wall, the few people from Sunlight Academy standing at the back of the group were especially eye-catching. "Everyone, sit down and don't move." The Honghu Academy instructor instructed and walked towards the back of the group. Due to the fact that everyone was leaning against the wall with their legs tucked in, there was some space in the narrow passageway for the instructors of Honghu Academy to pass through. Xiaomu was sitting next to Mo Lian. It was unknown what she was pondering, but her eyes were half-lidded and she didn't say a word. At the end of the team, Feng Tong, the student from the Sunlight Academy who had disappeared and then reappeared, strangled his classmate Wang Haiji's neck as if he had gone mad. With dim lights flashing in his eyes, he stared at Wang Haiji coldly and emotionlessly, as if he hated Wang Haiji so much that he wanted to strangle him on the spot. No matter how the other students gathered their strength and bombarded his back, he remained unmoved. Although blood was dripping from the corner of Feng Tong's mouth, and it was obvious that his body was also injured, he was especially strong at this moment. His hands that were strangling Wang Haiji were like two steel pliers, firmly fixed there. Wang Haiji's eyes rolled back, and he was gasping for air. Seeing this, the Honghu Academy instructor's eyes darkened. He hurriedly threw out a yellow talisman and slapped it onto Feng Tong's body. "Gee!" A short and sharp cry sounded in the air. In the dark and long tunnel, it was extremely frightening. Xiao Mu returned to her senses from her thoughts, and she suddenly pulled out a spiritual dagger from her waist. She then carved a Zhongji character on the wall behind her with a creak. His face darkened as he turned towards the direction of Sunlight Academy. From a distance, he looked at Feng Tong, who was being dragged to the ground by the instructors. They were stepping on him, but he was still writhing. The group of students looked at Feng Tong, who was still writhing and screaming under the feet of the Honghu Academy instructors. They all swallowed their saliva silently. At this time, Wang Haiji, who was finally able to exhale a long breath, covered his chest with a pale face and coughed loudly. "Haiji, how are you?" A few students from the Sunlight Academy gathered around and asked with concern. Wang Haiji could not help but smile bitterly. The taste of taking a trip to the gates of hell was really unpleasant. When Feng Tong grabbed him by the neck just now, he thought he was going to die. Because even though he had accumulated all the strength in his body and smashed his profound energy onto Feng Tong's body, he was still unable to push him away. Feng Tong's strength was simply astonishing, and there was a feeling that he could not be defied. The Sunlight Academy's instructor looked at the Honghu Academy instructor who was stepping on Feng Tong with a shocked expression. "Instructor, what's wrong with my student? What happened?" "He's probably possessed by a ghost spirit," the instructor from Honghu Academy said in a deep voice. He exerted force with his feet and firmly stepped on Feng Tong, who was twisting his body and howling madly. "However, the protective talisman in my hand is not enough to repel this ghost spirit. We need to think of another way." The instructor frowned slightly. "If only we had a rope to tie him up first. Didn't someone bring a bundle?" Chapter 1906. Uxin turned her head to look in Arbor's direction. Everyone's voices weren't low, so Arbor naturally heard them. She hugged her small blue and white cloth bag and walked over. Emolian followed behind her, frowning as she looked at Feng Tong, who was being stepped on by the Honghu instructor. When Feng Tong saw that more people were surrounding him, he glared fiercely and bared his teeth at Arbor and Emolian as he roared. Emolian curled her lips into a smile that wasn't a smile. A purple flame rose from her fingertip, and she was about to throw it at Feng Tong. "Gee!" A sharp cry came from Feng Tong's body, as if he was afraid of the flame. His entire body trembled as he hugged himself, and he lay on the ground without moving. "Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want me to beat you up until you come out?" Arbor said coldly. A dozen blue safety talismans appeared from her sleeves, each one emitting a faint blue light. Gee, this ghost spirit probably didn't expect that it would encounter a young couple, one more savage than the other. If he still had a shred of consciousness left, he would definitely cry tears of sympathy for his own experience. "Still not coming out?" The little fellow shouted impatiently. She raised her hand, and the dozen blue safety talismans flew towards Feng Tong's body. Feng Tong, however, suddenly started coughing violently. Prince Mo hurriedly grabbed the little fellow's finger and helplessly pointed at a place in front of her. "It's coming out." Miss Xiao raised her head to look at the crown prince. The crown prince immediately understood and hurriedly moved her small body in a certain direction. He pointed at a corner. "It's there." In a place that the little fellow couldn't see, the black shadow had curled itself into a ball. It shrank into a corner against the wall, and it hated that it couldn't squeeze itself into a crack in the wall. It wasn't that it couldn't, but it was afraid that if it acted rashly, before it could escape, the purple flame and talismans of the savage couple would hit its body. At that time, its soul would definitely scatter. The little fellow took out the ghost spirit pearl and waved in the direction that Prince Mo pointed. "Come!" The ghost spirit's face was probably twisted as it shrank back, not daring to approach. Although Arbor couldn't see it, seeing that the ghost spirit pearl didn't light up, he knew that the ghost spirit didn't enter the pearl. Her little face immediately darkened, and the talisman in her hand jumped slightly. "You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." It looked like it was about to flare up in the next second. Screech! The ghost spirit let out a mournful cry and rushed towards the bead in Arbor's hand in the blink of an eye. After a burst of dazzling light, Arbor turned his head and glanced at Prince Mo. He went in. The crown prince nodded helplessly. Arbor replied with an "oh," and put away the ghost spirit pearl. He coldly glanced at Feng Tong, who was coughing and spitting on the ground. She frowned in disgust, and her little mouth was extremely venomous. "Useless fellow, just a mere ghost spirit, and you're already like this. Take it." He took out an ordinary water gourd from his bag and tossed it to Feng Tong. Feng Tong held the gourd and hurriedly opened it. He gulped down 5 or 6 mouthfuls of water. He only felt that the water was sweet and pure, and after drinking it, his whole body felt warm and comfortable. He wiped his mouth and raised his head to look in the direction that Arbor left. With a face full of gratitude, he called out loudly, "Many thanks to Miss for saving me." Arbor snorted and muttered in a low voice, "A fellow who's dragging me down." Chapter 1907. Prince Amo couldn't help but smile. No matter how venomous this little fellow's mouth was, the things she did couldn't help but make one's heart warm. Raising his hand to rub the little fellow's head, the crown prince chuckled and said, "My Jojo is so good." Miss Chow turned her head with a proud expression, then couldn't help but tilt her head and sneak a glance at Prince Amo. Coincidentally, she met the crown prince's smiling gaze. This guy's gaze had been on her from the beginning until now, never moving away. The Sunlight Academy students hurriedly seized the time to rest for a while. When 7 minutes were up, Zhou Danjin called out, "Let's go." The group of people got up again and walked toward the front of the tunnel. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Arbor stopped and said with a heavy expression, "Everyone, stop." "What's wrong?" Zhou Danjin stilled. Arbor squatted down with a heavy expression and pointed at a clear Zheng character on the limestone wall. "I carved this here when we were resting just now." Both Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei's expressions changed. Everyone's expressions also became extremely unsightly. "No wonder," Little Fatty said with a pale face. "Why is it that this tunnel doesn't look long, but we can't seem to finish walking? I've always felt that it was a bit strange too." Qi Xian said, "So we've been going back and forth on this path." Arbor nodded. "Everyone, let's look around. There's probably a teleportation glyph formation on this path. Every time we walk to that glyph formation, the glyph formation will silently teleport us back to the starting point." "What?" Uxian exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible? We walked into the glyph formation. Didn't anyone feel it? If you felt it, you wouldn't have been unable to walk out of this tunnel." Mata shouted at Uxian exasperatedly. "Senior sister Uxian." Hiwei reached out and pulled Uxian's sleeve, giving her a look that said, "A wise person submits to circumstances." Right now, they still had to rely on Arbor and the others to walk out. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score with Arbor after they got out. Uxian had obviously thought of this as well, so she lowered her gaze and didn't say anything else. Everyone spread out on the road, looking for the teleportation array that Arbor had mentioned. After everyone had left, Arbor turned to Zhou Danjin and said, "Professor, come here for a moment. This teleportation array is embedded in this tunnel. If we don't dig it out, we won't be able to find it," Arbor said coldly. Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" So, just now, the little fellow had asked them to look for the teleportation glyph array everywhere in order to distract those people so that he could talk to them? "I have a way to get us out of here. However, I'll have to trouble you all to hide in the storage talisman first. Are you willing?" What are you going to do?" The teleportation glyph array formed by the profound level blue glyph I made can teleport no more than 20 kilometers away, and the maximum number of people it can teleport is 10. It can't be teleported more than 6 times in a row. Arbor said indifferently, "I need Professor Zhou, Senior Brother Duanmu, and the others to enter the teleportation glyph. Are you all willing?" Zhou Danjin nodded blankly. "Yes, if we can get out of here, of course we're willing." "What's Kiki?" "That teleportation glyph array." Professor Zhou felt as if he was listening to a fairy tale. Chapter 1908. Something like a teleportation glyph array. Was it something that could be made by just anyone? The little girl, however, had an indifferent expression, as if making a teleportation glyph array was not a big deal. There might be a deviation in the teleportation process. The little girl said expressionlessly, "Maybe it will appear in the corpse puppet camp, or maybe it will appear in the pool we just passed. It will land randomly, and it will depend on your face." That's right, teleportation glyph arrays and teleportation glyph arrays were basically the same thing. But at least a teleportation glyph array could transport 10 people at once, and her mystic level teleportation glyph array could transport people 6 times in a row, as long as their faces were not extremely dark. Arbor felt that they would be able to get out of this crappy tunnel. As long as they could get out of this tunnel where the teleportation glyph array was hidden, there would still be some hope. Then what about them? Zhou Danjin asked in a low voice, pointing at the students and instructors of the other academies behind them. Arbor frowned slightly. They could bring them, but there were two particularly annoying ones that Jojo really did not want to bring. Zhou Danjin hurriedly said, "How about this, instructor? Go talk to them. Let them bleed a bit, and we will bring them out for the funds of our academy." "All right, I could buy you 2 sets of academy uniforms. The quality of the materials will definitely be beautiful. I guarantee that you will be many times more beautiful than those bastards from Sunlight Academy." Arbor expressionlessly looked at his stingy instructor, then turned around and faced him with the back of his head. She did not know what to say to this person. He was using her as a means to make money, and insisted on getting some from the other academies before he was willing to give them 2 sets of academy uniforms. It could not be helped. The instructors were poor. Poor people have low ambitions. This was not nonsense. Zhou Danjin chuckled and ran to the instructors of Honghu Academy and Frostwind Academy, whispering to them for a while. The eyes of the instructors of the 2 academies lit up, and they nodded, saying, of course, if you can bring us out of here unharmed, we will definitely reward you." After that, Instructor Zhou took advantage of his seniority and squeezed the students of Hippo Academy dry. Finally, he came to the instructor of Sunlight Academy. It had to be said that Instructor Zhou's eloquence was exceptional. When Mr. Zhou returned to Arbor with a big smile on his face, Arbor felt that the faces of those naughty kids and mentors of Sunlight Academy had become worse than before. Just now, the teachers of the Sunlight Academy begged us to take Xian and Hiwei away. Because of this, the teacher has ruthlessly squeezed them dry. Jojo, don't worry. The teacher will definitely share with you what we get. 1/5. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but vomit blood. Can you be any more stingy? The storage talisman was Jojo's, and the teleportation array was Jojo's as well. Jojo brought a group of people out of this damn place. And in the end, you were the one who collected the money. Arbor looked at Zhou Danjin, speechless, and gave him a "as long as you're happy" look. Then he suddenly threw out an empty blue storage talisman and put everyone inside. Regardless of how surprised they were at the storage talisman, Arbor turned to Mo Lian, He Chun, and little Tai Sui, who were still standing outside, and said, "Let's go." 60 ebony blue talismans slowly rose around her at the end of the 6th watch. Chapter 1909. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a palace with a high ceiling. This main hall seemed to be much larger than the side hall they had entered before. The structure was much more luxurious than the side palace. In addition, there were 16 huge golden pillars with coiled dragons. Silk floated in the air and bells rang out. At first glance, it seemed to be the residence of some aristocrat. After coming out of the teleportation rune array, Dao Wuji let out a sigh of relief. Good. We didn't get sent back. If they were sent back to a collapsed place, it would be really depressing. In any case, he had completely left the tunnel where the teleportation rune array was hidden, and he had been successfully teleported in one go. Arbor waved the storage rune and let Instructor Zhou and the others out. Look around. This hall looks so luxurious, but it's completely empty inside. The Sunlight Academy's leading instructor muttered softly, and his gaze seemed to shift back and forth between Xiaomu's body. Other than some golden pillars, there was really nothing else in the hall. After the instructor's careless reminder, everyone from the Sunlight Academy looked at Arbor and the others strangely. Seeing this, Zhou Danjin's face darkened, and he scolded angrily. "You don't know what's good for you. What do you mean? Did they empty the hall before they let you out?" Xian snorted. "With such a big storage rune, it's not impossible to move some things." Xiaomu coldly swept a glance at Xian, her gaze as sharp as a blade, causing Xian to inexplicably shudder. Arbor said coldly, "There's nothing in the palace. Even if I emptied it, what can you do?" Xian was rendered speechless. Arbor's words weren't pleasant to hear, but he was right. Even if she emptied the palace, what could they do? Fight? Could they win? Turn hostile? Now that they had yet to leave this unknown underground palace, if something were to happen after they fell out, there would be no one to help them. Hiwei coughed lightly and tugged at Xian. whose expression was unsightly. He then turned to look at Arbor with a smile and said, "Miss Chow, this is all a misunderstanding. I hope you won't be angry. All right, I see that you have quite a few storage talismans on you. Hey, are you willing to sell it?" "Sell my ass." Zhou Danjin waved her hand angrily. She took a few steps forward and took out a bag from her waist. Okay, pay the money. You can continue after you pay." The leader of the Sunlight College stared at Zhou Danjin with a dark face. He reluctantly took out a spirit coin card from his waist and threw it to Zhou Danjin. The guy surnamed Zhou was quite angry. They were in the same team, but the cost of the teleportation rune arrays of the Sunlight Academy was 5 times higher than that of the Honghu Academy and the Hippo Academy. Zhou Danjin rolled his eyes and snorted. "All right, let's look around and see if there's a way out." Wait. Hiwei almost couldn't maintain the kind smile that he pretended to have. "Miss Chow, I wonder if my suggestion just now. In your dreams." He even gave them storage talismans. Did he really think that his face was as big as the sun? Arbor turned and pulled Mo Lien to the side. Hiwei's expression became extremely ugly. Chapter 1910. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth from clenching them. Hiwei's expression was extremely malicious as he coldly watched Xiao Mu and Mo Lien's departing figures, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Despicable brat. She didn't know what was good for her. He was willing to pay for it, and she dared to say that it was a dream? Despicable. Zhou Danjin was also in a bad mood. Originally, since they were all from the 6 Prefectures Academy, he acted as a mediator and brought the Sunlight Academy people along. But he didn't expect that the Sunlight Academy people, from the teachers to the students, were all troublemakers. The Sunlight Academy teachers even dared to slander their students and say that they took the treasures in the hall. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Without Xiao Mu to bring them out of the tunnel, how could they still be alive to fight for the treasures? Zhou Danjin regretted it. If he knew that this group of people would be so troublesome, he would have charged them 100 times the price. Soon, everyone gathered in the center of the hall. The Honghu Academy teacher said, "I took a look. There are a total of 4 tunnels around the hall, and we don't know where each tunnel leads to. I think the best way is for our 4 academies to go through the 4 tunnels." Teacher Wei Wei pondered for a moment and said, "If we can't get through, we'll turn back and gather in the hall." Everyone looked at each other. The Honghu Academy teacher shook his head. "If we split up, our strength will be dispersed too. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble if we encounter any danger." Teacher Wei Wei glanced at him indifferently. "Oh, then teacher, do you think it's better for everyone to go through the same tunnel?" "That's right." The Sunlight Academy teacher quickly nodded. "Let's go together." Teacher Wei glanced at them non-committally. "Let's go." Zhou Danjin led his students to a tunnel on the left. The Sunlight Academy teacher was still yelling behind them, Hey, don't you want to think about it carefully?" Zhou Danjin and the others ignored him and walked into the tunnel. The Sunlight Academy teacher's face was dark. Uxin suggested, "Why don't we go by ourselves? There's no need to look at the faces of those people from top academies. What kind of top-notch academy is this? They're turning their backs on us just like that," a student said angrily. Feng Tong frowned. "Can everyone stop complaining for now? They're being polite by bringing us along. If they don't bring us along, we can't say anything." After all, they were not related to each other, and no one had the obligation to protect the people of the Sunlight Academy. Feng Tong's words immediately attracted the angry glares of a few Sunlight Academy students. Hiwei scolded him. "You're such a traitor. You only know how to put in a good word for others." Wang Haiji glanced at Hiwei. "Miss Chow saved us just now." "You shut up," Hiwei shrieked. "That's just a small matter for her. If she hadn't been so hesitant, she would have brought us along to use the teleportation rune array." Su Liang's face darkened as he scolded. "Are you done yet? Who do you think you are? Why don't you think about what happened between you and those 2 girls from the top academies? You still have the face to ask others to do this and that." Hiwei was furious. Chapter 1911. Su Liang sneered as he looked at the 2 of them and said, "In your dreams." Looking at Su Liang's merciless eyes, He Wei's heart was filled with anger and grievance. She pouted and shouted, "Senior brother Su Yang, we are your junior sisters." Humph. Su Yang didn't want to talk to them anymore. Along the way, he had had enough of the stupidity and ignorance of these two women. They really thought that the sun was shining on them. It was ridiculous. Why should other people give them face? Just look at those two stupid women. Are they qualified? Let's go. The entire Sunlight Academy was divided into two teams. Su Yang led Wang Haiji, Feng Tong, and a few other young men and walked toward Arbor's team without looking back. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy had a gloomy face. His drooping mouth could almost hang an oil bottle that his anger was obvious. He also wanted to refuse to follow the people from the top academy and take the other students to another path. But now wasn't the time to be angry. With his ability, if something happened, he might not be able to protect so many students with the other two instructors. If the students were injured or killed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. On top of that, he himself also coveted the transfer talisman matrix on Xiao Mu. Following Arbor would definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Even if they encountered a place they couldn't get out of, they could just use the teleportation array and get out of there, right? But the price was too fucking expensive. As his mind raced, the Sunlight Academy's instructor signaled his two colleagues with his eyes and quickly chased after Xiao Mu's group with the rest of the students. As soon as they stepped into the spacious path, they saw Instructor Zhou from the top academy quickly retreating with a group of people. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy was about to mock them when he saw a bunch of black things following behind them. His expression changed drastically. "What's wrong with you guys? Why did you attract all the ghosts?" The instructor from the Sunlight Academy wanted to curse. This bunch of bastards, he had told them to consider carefully and choose a path to take. In the end, they didn't listen to him and randomly chose a path, luring out a swarm of ghost spirits. At this time, Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the other instructors all had a gloomy face. They tried their best to protect the students and retreated to the hall. They were too lazy to care about that idiot from the Sunlight Academy. Feng Tong couldn't help but say, "Instructor Chao Yin, you've misunderstood. It's not the path we took that is ghosts. You'll know when you turn around." The Sunlight Academy's teacher's expression changed slightly. Together with the other students, they all looked back and saw dark shadows emerging from the four tunnels. It turned out that it wasn't just one tunnel that was filled with ghost spirits, but all four of them. From the moment they entered, the ghost spirits had been gathering. It was just that they had coincidentally gathered and exploded at the same time. Chao Yan's expression changed a few times, and he quickly said, "Quick, quick, who has a protective talisman? Quickly take it out and give it to everyone." Although he said, "You all," Chao Dan's eyes were fixated on Xiao Mu from beginning to end. Although he didn't know that Arbor was a great talisman master, it was an undeniable fact that Arbor had many talismans. Xiao Mu could not help but be amused by this matter-of-fact attitude. She expressionlessly glanced at Instructor Chao Yin before lowering her eyes and sneering. Huh. Chapter 1912. They were truly a group of people who were naive to the extreme. Why did they think that Arbor had the obligation to provide them with the safety talisman for free? Zhou Danjin couldn't help but rage. "Scram! This place is filled with ghost spirits. Didn't you say that you would organize everyone to fight against the ghost spirits? Why are you staring at our seat, Xiao?" Qi Xinxin glanced at Chao Dan unhappily. She did not like the way he looked at Si Xiao. Where did that feeling of determination come from? Did Jojo owe their school something? Prince Mo glanced at Chao Dan and the others with a half-smile. He didn't say anything and just pulled Arbor to the back of the crowd. His attitude was clearly saying, "Go ahead if you're so good. Jojo, you must be hungry after all this." Mo Yin patted her head and chuckled. "What do you want to eat?" Xiao Mu wore "I'm full of anger from those people" expression as she said dispiritedly, "Eating dragon meat is tasteless when I'm with these people." In Mo Yin's spiritual consciousness, Little Seven flew into a rage. "Master, listen, listen, listen. She just wants to eat dragon meat. She just wants to eat me. No wonder she always beat him up whenever she saw him." She wanted to beat little Seven to death and roast him. What a violent woman. Master must be crazy to like her so much. All right, all right, all right. Emo Yin helplessly consoled our dear Seventh, Yin who had gone berserk. Arbor looked up at Emo Yin and wrinkled his little nose. What are you doing? After saying one sentence, he suddenly fell silent. Could it be that Seventh Yin was bad-mouthing Xiao to him again? Emo Yin couldn't help but laugh. She pulled Arbor and waved her hand to take out a small stool and a small square table from the storage talisman. Jojo, have some porridge first, okay? As he spoke, he took out the porridge that he had cooked in advance from the storage talisman and filled a bowl for Arbor. You only ate a carrot today. How can you continue like this? You'll lose weight. Come, eat something to fill your stomach. When we get out, I'll cook a big meal for you. Arbor thought about it and agreed. He sat down, picked up the small bowl, and ate the porridge with a spoon. Occasionally, he would eat some side dishes. Seeing that she was eating, Emo Yin couldn't help but smile and wave her hand. She took out a stool from the storage talisman and looked at her. If you don't eat, how can you have the energy to fight, right? Right. Arbor nodded in agreement. He reached for a snack and took 2 bites. He didn't even look up as he ate happily. She didn't even need to raise her head to know that Chao Dan, Yu Xian, and the others from the Sunlight Academy were staring at her like poisonous arrows. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal appeared beside them in a flash. I'm hungry too. Get lost. Emo Yin waved her hand. As an immortal supremacy, this guy couldn't possibly be hungry. Even if he had to drink wind and eat dirt for half a year, he couldn't possibly be hungry. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't be bothered with Emo Yin. He asked Jojo for a fully equipped storage talisman. Beaming, he took the bowl and chopsticks and scooped the porridge himself. Emo Yin snorted. A immortal supremacy guy was actually a foodie. No one would believe it. Lien, why aren't you eating? Arbor scooped another bowl of porridge. It's quite good. Emo Yin reached out and patted her head. Eat more. He didn't feel hungry at all. Naturally, he couldn't be like that foodie rotten peach blossom who wanted a bite of whatever Jojo ate. Chapter 19:13. Arbor finished 2 bowls of porridge and 3 pieces of pastries. She rubbed her round tummy, wiped her mouth, and stopped eating. She stood up and took out some fruits and pastries from her storage talisman. She waved at Qi Xian and the others and said, Xian, little fatty, come and eat something if you're tired. In front of her, everyone was fighting with a bunch of ghosts. It was chaotic and fiery, and all kinds of spiritual power were flying around. Compared to that mess, Arbor looked like it was just sitting there and watching the clouds rise. The scene was very funny. Zhou Danjin and the others turned around and looked at the little girl with their mouths twitching. They didn't know if it was their imagination, but they felt that there wasn't a single ghost around the little girl. What was going on? Xian and the little fatty were already dead tired, so they quickly ran towards Xiaomu when they heard this. The 4 to 5 ghost spirits that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws abruptly stopped when they were 8 feet away from Xiaomu. They abruptly shrieked and dashed toward instructor Chao Yin from the Sunlight Academy on the side. Chao Yin was shocked. He was already having a hard time dealing with 4 or 5 ghosts. At this moment, the spirits that were chasing after Qi Xian and Little Fatty were all attacking him. For a moment, his back was wide open. Chila, one of the spirits' sharp claws tore through his defensive barrier. Chao Xian shuddered when he felt the gloomy, cold air enter his body. It was very unfair to fight ghosts. Other than fire spiritual masters, who had an innate advantage against ghosts, no one else could hurt them at all. A large amount of spiritual energy had been consumed, but the ghost spirit was completely unscathed. This was a very worrying matter. As Qi Xian was running, she suddenly stopped and looked at Xiaomu with a strange expression. Arbor beckoned her with its little finger. Come, I have your favorite hibiscus pastries. However, Qi Xian ignored Xiao and abruptly turned around to run in the opposite direction of Xiaomu. When the ghosts in all directions saw her, they all swarmed towards her. Qi Xian hurriedly took 2 steps back, and those ghost spirits turned around and left. Qi Xian took a few more steps forward, and the ghostly spirits rushed over. Yes, no wonder it looked so strange. Little Fatty could also tell what Qi Xianxian was doing. He walked to her side, and, as if he was experimenting, he took 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. Then, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions before turning to look at Miss Qiao, who had a confused look on her face. "What are you two doing?" It felt like they were crazy. "Duanmu, senior brother Lu Yu, stop fighting. We're almost at Jojo." Qi Xianxian shouted at the top of her lungs. Duanmu Qing turned around to glance at them. With a leap, he broke free from the encirclement of ghosts and arrived beside Arbor. Then, he slightly raised his slender eyebrows and looked at Arbor with some surprise. Arbor saw that Lu Yu and the others were looking at her strangely. She wrinkled her nose and asked expressionlessly, "What are you looking at?" "Jojo, did you not notice?" "What did I notice?" Arbor could not help but want to throw her little hand. But on the surface, she still had a serious expression. "What's the matter?" Qi Xianxian pursed her lips. She turned around and shouted at Arbor, "Jojo, pay attention. Look at me, look at me." Qi Xianxian ran forward a few steps. She was 8 feet away. Chapter 19:14. As the swarm of ghosts surrounded her, she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Then, she turned to look at Arbor. Qi Xianxian blinked at her and asked, "Jojo, can you tell?" Mo Yin wanted to laugh, but when she noticed the little fellow's dazed expression, she could not help but burst out laughing. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal ate the side dishes slowly and raised his chopsticks. "Don't waste your energy. It's not like you don't know that this little fellow can't see any ghosts at all. So your ridiculous experiment. Sorry, this little fellow can't see it at all. Can't you see her dazed expression? She doesn't know what's going on at all?" Qi Xianxian was speechless. She had run here and there to show Jojo her experiment, but it was like playing the lute to a cow. She quickly ran to Arbor's side and stopped messing around. She took a piece of hibiscus pastry and ate it. Arbor looked at her curiously and asked, "What did you want me to see just now? Ghost spirits?" Jojo, who couldn't see ghosts, was also very distressed. Why couldn't she see the things that everyone else could see with their spiritual senses? It's fine if you can't see them. They're not beautiful things anyway. They're all ugly and ugly. It's good that you can't see them, Ma Shurchin said. Prince Imo nodded in agreement, which was rare. "Jojo, you can't sense any ghosts aura at all, right?" Arbor nodded vigorously. He also found it very strange. Xianxian did an experiment just now, Ko Hongwen said. The little fatty Ko Hongwen said, "Every time she runs out, when she is 8 feet away from you, the ghost spirits will swarm towards her, and when she returns to your side, those ghost spirits will leave on their own. So Jojo, your body is very strange. Is this the legendary ghost spirit dispersing body?" Mata rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There's such a strange body in this world." Qi Xianxian was confused. "Of course not. Don't listen to Mata's nonsense." Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Mata and said, "I've only heard of innate spiritual water body and innate pure elemental body. I've never heard of ghost spirit dispersal body like he said." Qi Xianxian glared at Mata and nodded. "Okay, don't think too much. This is a good thing." Lu Yu smiled and said, "As long as we stand next to Jojo, the spirits will automatically fade away. Isn't that good?" As they spoke, Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the other mentors also ran over while panting. They grabbed the cups on the table and gulped down some water. "There are too many ghost spirits. If we continue to fight like this, we will definitely exhaust our spiritual energy. Teacher, please take a rest first," Qi Xianxian hurriedly said. "I'm afraid that more and more ghosts will gather." The 5 mentors sat down, and Zhou Danjin looked up at Arbor. "Is there a way to teleport again?" "It's possible, but I'm not sure about the teleportation location. If we return to the starting point, then all our efforts will be in vain," Arbor said expressionlessly. Zhou Danjin clenched his teeth. "If this continues, it won't work. The moment everyone's spiritual energy is exhausted, it will be our burial ground." Zhou Danjin turned his head and looked at Instructor Wei Wei, who was tugging at his sleeve. "Why are you tugging at me?" Wei Wei passed him a piece of pastry and ate it himself. There was no expression on his face. I'm talking about serious matters. Zhou Danjin chewed on the pastry and said angrily, "Stupid." Wei Wei glanced at him and was worried about his intelligence. Chapter 19:15. This old fellow has been sitting here for half a day. Did he not notice anything unusual? Instructor Wei Wei's disdainful gaze swept over Zhou Danjin. He even signaled Instructor who was sitting beside him, to raise Instructor Zhou's intelligence. Instructor who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "Instructor Zhou, didn't you notice that we've been sitting here for half a day and not a single ghost dared to come over?" Instructor Zhou was stunned, then nodded in realization. "That's right. What's going on?" Instructor Zhou quickly asked Instructor who. "Instructor who, we've been sitting here for a long time. Why haven't any ghosts followed us?" Mata's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. "It's obvious, Instructor Zhou. We have Jojo, the ghost spirit's body here. None of the ghosts dare to come over." Ghost spirit's body? What kind of strange body was this? Instructor Zhou looked at Wei Wei in confusion. Wei Wei looked up at the sky, not bothering to say anything to this idiot colleague of his. A student casually tricked him, and he believed it. "Look at me, look at me." Qi Xian ran back and forth, letting Zhou Danjin see the changes in the ghosts. Zhou Danjin's eyes widened, and he looked around him in surprise. He nodded and said, "It's really Ghost Spirit's body?" Just now, they were dealing with a large group of ghosts, so who had the time to pay attention to the situation here? They only looked around and felt that something was off. Now that they had been sitting here for half a day, they immediately noticed the difference. Zhou Danjin's eyes brightened, and he quickly stuffed himself with food and drank 2 cups of water. He smiled and said, "That's easy. Let's go, that passage is still very wide. We just have to surround Student Xiao, and we can continue moving." Wei Wei looked at Instructor Zhou with gratification. It wasn't easy. His intelligence finally came online. Seeing that everyone was full, Arbor took the rest of the food and water. Suddenly, he heard an angry rebuke. "Wait!" Yu Xian rushed forward and glared at the empty table. She was so angry that her eyes were vertical. You, selfish!" Yoshin screamed and pointed at Arbor with a trembling finger. Slap! Little Fatty swatted her hand away in annoyance. "What are you doing? If you don't know how to speak properly, scram. What are you pointing at?" Yu Xian glared at Little Fatty, her face flushed red. "You guys are really..." Simply, they had gone too far. You brought so much food and water, but you only care about yourself. Look at how tired everyone is. You, very close to you. Miss Chiao interrupted Yu Xian's accusation with a cold face. "I think you're probably a retard." Everyone was speechless. Yu Xian's eyes turned red as she clenched her fists. "What will it take for you to share your food and water with us? With that attitude of yours, I'm not willing no matter what." Qi Xian said unhappily. "Who do you think you are?" Yelling and shouting at others. She wanted to be the young miss. "Go home and be a rich young lady. Don't show off your IQ in front of us. Bitch." Yu Xian was so angry that blood rushed to her head. With red eyes, she threw a punch at Qi Xian and leaped toward her. Slap! Qi Xian didn't hold back. She wasn't an idiot. How could she not retaliate when someone pounced on her and bit her? Chapter 19:16. A huge slap landed on Yu Xian's face. Ah! Yu Xian fell to the ground. How could the exhausted Yu Xian be a match for Qi Xian, who was full of energy? She would be asking for trouble if she went up to fight with Xian. Yu Xian struggled to get up from the ground and shouted at the group of brothers and sisters behind her, "Why aren't you attacking her together? Take this bitch down." She had suffered a huge loss and naturally wouldn't let it go. Qi Xian, on the other hand, was very nimble. She evaded her with a tricky move and reached out to grab her left wrist. Yu Xian screamed in pain. Qi Xian kicked the back of Yu Xian's knee, causing her to fall flat on her face. "You overestimate yourself." Qi Xian clapped her hands and stepped on Yu Xian's back. "If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you." Teacher, senior brother Su Yang. Lady, stop it. Teacher Chow Dan from the Sunlight Academy frowned and reprimanded her. If something were to happen to you, Xian, it would be a disaster. At the same time, a few strong male students from the Sunlight Academy also pounced towards Qi Xianxian. Arbor waved his sleeve impatiently, and a few body securing talismans floated out. They whooshed past the crowd and split open on Yu Xian and a few other Sunlight Academy students. Yu Xian was instantly rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. She lay on the ground and felt that this position was extremely humiliating. The feeling of her body being frozen made her furious. Shut up. After Arbor threw the body, securing talismans, he didn't look at Yu Xian and the rest. When he turned around, Yin had already kept the tables and chairs beside her. Let's go. Yin smiled and rubbed the little fellow's head. Xiao Moon nodded, her small, expressionless face carrying a murderous aura. She coldly glanced at Yu Xian before wordlessly following Lien to leave. Yu Xian. Instructor Chow Dan couldn't help but panic. Yu Xian was Dean Yu's precious child. If anything happened to her, how could a mere instructor like him bear Dean Yu's wrath? Stop right there. Stand. Boom. A cluster of flames suddenly exploded in front of Chow Dan, causing him to immediately shut his mouth and stop yelling. The moment Prince Mo's cold gaze landed on Chow Dan, the old man was so scared that he took a few steps back. Even after Arbor's group left, Chow Dan didn't dare to make a sound. He just looked in the direction of their disappearing figures and muttered to himself, I just want to ask that lady to remove the body securing talisman on my student. No one paid attention to Chow Dan's mutterings. Most of them were frightened by Prince Mo's cold gaze before he left and shut their mouths tightly. Hai Ji run. Su Yang suddenly jumped up. He didn't even have time to explain. His figure flashed in the direction Arbor's group had left in. A large group of ghosts whistled and gathered. Chow Dan's expression froze at first, then turned to joy and shock. Quickly carry Yu Xian and the rest and chase after them. He remembered that when he was talking to Arbor's group just now, there were no ghosts attacking them at all. What did this mean? Perhaps that damn girl had some talisman on her that could effectively ward off ghosts. Chapter 1917. The group from Arbor and the 5 instructors from the top academies advanced at an extremely fast pace. Su Yang, Chow Dan, and the others ran with all their might. After running for about 15 minutes, they still hadn't seen the people from the top academies. With a large group of ghosts chasing after them, no one dared to relax. They could only run forward with their heads covered. Even when they heard the screams of 1 or 2 students, they could only bear the pain and abandon them at a time like this. After running for another 15 minutes, they vaguely saw the people from the top academies. Su Yang, Wang Haiji, and the others hurried over without a word. Once they got close to the top academies, Su Yang and the others abruptly realized that the ghostly wails and howls had lessened by a lot. Even their wildly thumping hearts calmed down a lot. Su Yang and Wang Haiji, who was behind him, exhaled deeply at the same time. They suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. Chow Dan and the people from Honghu Academy and Hippo Academy also caught up. Lagging behind were the miserable students carrying Yu Xian and the others. After one of the 2 students carrying Yu Xian was torn apart by the ghosts, the other was so scared that he pissed his pants and ran away, abandoning Yu Xian. If it weren't for one of the instructors from Sunlight Academy who made a prompt decision to grab Yu Xian and leap away, Yu Xian would most likely have become a delicious meal for the ghosts. When the last few people caught up, a large group of ghosts had gathered in the passageway. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws at everyone for a while, then resentfully turned and left. Chow Dan stared in shock in the direction the ghosts left. His brows furrowed, and he abruptly turned back and chased after the ghosts. When the ghosts were enraged and turned to chase after him, he quickly shrank back beside the people from the top academies. So it wasn't an illusion. The stoic-faced little girl from the top academies really did have a Dharma treasure that could effectively avoid ghosts. When Chow Dan understood this, his face instantly turned ashen with anger. However, due to Crown Prince Mo's cold and severe gaze just now, Chow Dan didn't dare to speak too much, let alone complain. He could only follow along with them in silence, his heart heavy and oppressed. When the passageway turned a corner, everyone felt that they were going downhill. Zhou Dan looked back at Arbor worriedly. Classmate Xiao, we didn't take the same path, did we? He was about to go crazy from all the traps in the underground palace. It had probably been more than half a day since they entered the underground palace. But now, he felt as if there was no hope in sight. Arbor shook his head, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He frowned and lowered his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something. The further down she went, the more she felt an indescribable emotion roaring at her. It was so irritating that she couldn't help but frown. What kind of strange emotion was this? Xiao Mu lowered her eyes and followed Instructor Zhou and the other step by step down the slope. Soon, a rusty old iron door appeared in front of her. Arbor's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but raise his hand, his body trembling slightly. Her obvious change in mood immediately alerted Mo Lien, He Jiechin, Little Fatty Chi, Xian Xian, and the others. What is it? Xiao Xiao. Everyone asked at the same time. Mo Lien quickly reached out and pulled her into her arms. When she touched her forehead, it was covered in cold sweat. Mo Lien panicked. She quickly hugged her and asked in a low voice, Jojo, what happened? Arbor looked up, her eyes filled with fear. Chapter 1918. Bam! Arbor kicked the door. The black, rusty iron door fell to the ground with a loud crash. Clang! A loud sound reverberated through the tunnel for a long time. Chow Dan's expression changed drastically. You're fucking crazy. How could she make such a big commotion? Was she afraid that nothing would come to stop them? Xiao Mu's eyes were instantly filled with viciousness, and she ruthlessly struck Chow Dan's chest with her palm, instantly sending him flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. All of you shut up. The merciless Miss Xiao glared at the people from the Sunlight Academy with a pair of vicious eyes. A water spirit sword formed in her hand with a whoosh. If you don't want to die, scram. Xiao Xiao. Just as Crown Prince Mo called out, he saw the little fellow charging through the iron gate with her water spirit sword in hand and murderous aura all over her body. The moment she stepped through the iron door, a thick stench of blood mixed with a foul odor hit them in the face. They didn't expect the two to be separate cells. Mo Lien and the others couldn't help but be startled. Xiao Mu was running at the front by herself, and she kicked open the nearest prison door with a bang. The cell door turned to dust. Arbor rushed in and shouted, Fan Xioha! Fan Xioha, you scum, come out! Wake up! Hey, are you still alive? Xiao Mu rushed to the side of a single earthen bed in the center of the room and lightly patted the dying young woman on the bed. Looking at her pale and sunken cheeks and her skinny appearance, his eyes instantly became a little blurry. Wake up! Wake up right now! Wake up! Arbor patted the woman's face. She took out 17 to 18 bottles of medicine and poured them into the woman's mouth. You. The people from the Sunlight Academy who rushed into the cell were all shocked by her generosity. This medicine, just by smelling it, smelled fragrant. It must have cost a fortune. In the hearts of the Sunlight Academy students, Miss Xiao was an extremely stingy little devil who charged them for bringing her away. Now, she was pouring medicine into the mouth of a dying person. It was a huge visual conflict. Cough, cough, cough. The weak woman on the bed twitched slightly. She coughed a few times and opened her weak eyes. In a trance, she seemed to have seen a fairy from the ninth heaven. It's okay. It's okay. I'll save you. I won't die. It's okay. Arbor wiped away the dirt on her face. She looked at her with a determined gaze. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll save you. Definitely. Cough, cough, cough. The woman was clearly at the end of her rope. She stood up and opened her mouth to speak, but her breath was so weak that she couldn't utter a single syllable. In the end, the woman didn't say anything. She looked at Arbor warmly and closed her eyes. Xiao Mu was startled, and she quickly reached out to touch that girl's icy face. She repeatedly called out, Hey, quickly wake up. Wake up. Drink medicine. I have a lot of medicine, Jojo. Emolien flashed to his wife's side and hugged her. His palm gently patted her back as he said softly, "She's already dead." Arbor shivered and hugged him back. After a long silence, she suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 1919. She's not dead, not dead, not dead. I can save her, I can save her. Arbor struggled to leave. Emolien wasn't willing to let go. He hugged her tightly and comforted her in an extremely gentle voice. "Jojo, Jojo, it's okay. Look at me, Jojo." Arbor's eyes were hazy with tears. She looked up at him blankly. "It's okay, Jojo. Jojo." He caressed her trembling body and comforted her softly. "I'm here. I'll protect you, Jojo." Arbor looked at him and felt that the man's pitch-black eyes were incomparably deep and serene, giving her an inexplicable sense of peace. "Save them." Emolien turned his head and said to little Tai Sui and the others in a low voice. Everyone understood and hastily rushed out the door, breaking open the earth cells one by one. The scene inside was simply unbearable to look at. Every person who was moved out was either in tatters or on the verge of death. There were all kinds of torture instruments in the earth cells. Seeing these people's dismembered bodies, even the noisiest Yuexin silently shut her mouth. They were truly too miserable. Who knew what kind of tragic things they had experienced? After everyone moved the people out and lined them up in the passage, they saw the stoic-faced girl give the medicine one by one and insert needles into them one by one. Over and over again, she muttered, "I can save them. I can save them." However, those people were all beyond cure and were basically dead. Even if they were given the best medicine, they were only hanging on to their last breaths. The injuries on their bodies were truly too severe. Some of their hands and feet had already festered beyond recognition. Some had their stomachs cut open, and half of their intestines were exposed. Little brother, hang in there. Miss, wake up, miss. Uncle. Qi Xianxian watched as Arbor shuttled back and forth in the crowd like a spinning top, administering medicine and calling out to them one by one. An inexplicable sourness welled up in her heart. Xiao really hoped that they could live well. "All right, don't go crazy. We have to keep moving forward." Yuexin angrily tugged at Arbor's sleeve. "Anyone with a discerning eye can see that these people are at the end of their rope and can't be saved." "Who says you can't save him?" Arbor snapped and pushed Yuexin's hand away. He took out a cup of spiritual tea and poured it into the mouth of a young man. "You will definitely get better. You will definitely get better. Are you stupid?" When Yuexin saw that no one stepped forward to stop her, she couldn't help but say angrily, "I don't know what you fed him. But even if you gave her elixirs, what use would it be if her body was completely dead? As a doctor, you should understand this better than anyone else." As Yuexin's voice fell, the little brother spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor rushed over, hugged his dirty head, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Little brother, don't die, little brother. Don't be crazy. He's already dead." Yuexin angrily shouted. Emolien, He Jiechin, Qi Xianxian, and the rest glared at her. Yuexin straightened her neck and screamed, "You guys are glaring at me. Even if you kill me, I have to say it. Do you guys think it's a good thing to watch her go crazy and let her vent? Aren't you afraid that she'll go crazy and become a demon?" "He's dead." Yuexin didn't back down and glared back. "You guys don't dare to tell the truth, but I dare to." Chapter 1920. Arbor was like an ignited firecracker. She rushed up to Yuexin and gave her a good beating. "He's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead. He's dead." Yuexin rebuked angrily. "These people are hopeless. You're just wasting your energy. Even if you beat me to death today, these people won't come back to life. You said that I was dreaming. I'll return those words to you now." Xiao Mu was startled, and then her small fists slowly relaxed. She put down her hands and hugged herself into a ball, burying her small face into her arms in a somewhat sorry state. "You're right. I'm useless. It's all my fault. I'm useless. It's my fault. It's all my fault." She cried like a child, curling herself into a shrimp ball. Her voice was choked with sobs. Her shoulders drooped and trembled slightly. Her heart was in a mess. She was indeed useless. It was only now that she realized that this hell on earth was the place where Fan Xiohe had imprisoned her. If she had known about this place earlier, would she have been able to save them? Yuxian was stunned. She stretched out her leg and kicked her lightly. Get up. Where's the smugness you had when you called me a retard? Where's the arrogance you had when you threw Mentor Chow out? Arbor hugged her body and ignored her. She wished she could bury her head in the ground. Seeing her blaming herself, Mo Yin's heart ached. He quickly walked up to her and pulled her into his arms. He glared at Yuxian angrily and angrily. Although this woman's words were reasonable, but his heart ached. Couldn't she use a gentler method to enlighten his Jojo? Don't be afraid, Jojo. Don't be afraid. Mo Yin patted her body and murmured softly, the dead are gone. Everything will pass. What we need to do is figure out how to ferret out the murderers behind the scenes and make them pay the price they deserve. These bastards had caused his Jojo to break down. No matter what, once he found them, he would tear them into pieces and burn their bones to ashes. There's a child here. Duan Muqing suddenly walked over with quick steps. In his arms was a child who was as thin as a little monkey. Mo Yin loosened her grip slightly. She took the child from Duan Muqing's arms and handed him to Jojo. Arbor hurriedly wiped away his tears and began to treat her wounds. He also gave her 2 or 3 mouthfuls of the nutrient solution to recuperate her body. Only then did he raise his head and say, he can be saved. This child must have been brought in not too long ago. Although he was so skinny that he was almost out of shape, at least his hands and feet were in good condition, and his stomach was not cut open. All right, after we get out, we'll find a good family for this child. He'll definitely live a healthy and happy life. Prince Mo nodded. Xiaomu nodded and reflexively hugged this child who was as thin as firewood tightly. Mo Yin looked up and said, the smell here is not good. Let's go out and rest for a while. No one objected. Because they had witnessed such a tragedy, everyone moved forward quietly. They didn't fight with each other anymore. One of the instructors sighed and said, life is really fragile. In limited time, it was better to do more meaningful things. After the group left, Arbor turned to look at the prison that was emitting a faint purple light. He knew that Mo Yin had burned the corpses. The 6th watch ended. Mobile QQ News, reading my Activity Center, Creation God 101. Vote for me, Ziyunshi. Let's do something big. This week's Creation 101 has more than 80 million votes. Chapter 1921. Everyone, rest here for a while, Zhou Danjin said. Everyone consciously leaned against the walls and sat down. Here, Arbor suddenly tossed a bottle of medicine into Yuxian's hand. Yuxian was taken aback. She looked up at the little stoic sitting across from her and snorted, mumbling as she smeared the medicine powder on her arm. She gave that guy a beating just now, so there were finger marks all over her arm and neck. He should get it to her. Arbor also snorted and tossed her another bag of food. Take it and share it. Yuxian was dumbstruck for a moment. She opened the bag and saw a lot of food and fruit inside. It was about the same as what Arbor and the others ate just now. Yuxian was happy on the inside, but she didn't show it on the surface. She picked up the food and passed a portion to He beside her. For your instructor. Arbor tossed 2 pills to Yuxian as if he was throwing trash. Then, he turned his head and hid in Mo Yin's embrace, ignoring them. Yuxian harumphed. Your attitude is bad. Your attitude is bad too. Arbor turned his head to glare at her. When he thought of how he lost control of his emotions and bawled his eyes out in front of so many people, he felt ashamed. He quickly turned his tsundere little head and buried his face in Mo Yin's embrace. Prince Mo reflexively patted her head, but his gaze seemed to be fixed in the direction of the dungeon, flickering with purple flames. Jojo, he asked softly, are you sure that Fan Xiohe was the one who set up this dungeon? Of course she was sure. She recalled it when she saw that rusty iron door. Back then, when she was carried out of this dungeon by Omega Kitoku, she faintly caught a glimpse of it. Although her memory was a bit hazy, she wouldn't forget that familiar fishy and stinky smell until she died. She had stayed in this place for 2 whole years. from a healthy young girl to a monster with crippled limbs and skin all over. Of course, she couldn't forget this place. Arbor was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "I'm sure." "Who's there?" Suddenly, the peony fairy's clear and melodious voice came from the side. A palm wind passed through the wall. A faint shadow suddenly flashed past the end of the brick path. Arbor was the first to jump up and quickly chased after him. Fan Xiuha. Everyone immediately forgot about eating and drinking. They hurriedly put away the food and water and hurriedly chased after him. Soon, everyone heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. When he rushed over, he saw that Miss Qiao and Prince Mo were surrounded by over 100 blue-clothed men with short lapels. The two of them attacked fiercely as if they were chopping vegetables and melons, aiming for the neck of the green-robed man. Within a short period of time, more than 10 people had fallen around the two of them, forcing the encirclement to move back half an inch. "Everyone, let's go together." Zhou Danjin whistled and led everyone to surround them. Without saying a word, they began to attack. There was nothing much to say to these enemies who had appeared out of nowhere. Just go up and kill them. Everyone rushed forward and attacked the dozen or so green-robed men on the periphery of the encirclement. Their swords and sabers greeted them without any mercy. "Fan Xiuha, that coward, where is he?" Arbor asked coldly as he pressed a dagger against one of the men's necks. "I don't know." The green-robed man had just finished speaking when he saw Arbor raise his dagger and cut a line of blood on his neck. Chapter 1922. Before the man died, he looked at her in astonishment. This vicious and merciless little girl fell to the ground. Arbor was ruthless and didn't waste words with these people. Anyone who said they didn't know Fan Xiuha was sent to hell by her, until she grabbed a young man in green with one hand and held a dagger to his neck. She said as usual, "Where is Fan Xiuha?" That person had long been scared out of his wits by her ruthless methods. He hurriedly said, "Young master, he's up there, up there. Go." Arbor grabbed that person's collar and dragged him out of the encirclement like a chicken. "Take me to Fan Xiuha. Go." Arbor pushed him hard. That young man didn't dare to say no. He nodded repeatedly and led Arbor to a passage. But when his hand touched the wall, Arbor threw out a Thunder Spirit talisman, which directly exploded on that young man's body. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck that person, causing him to fall to the ground like a piece of deadwood. That person's entire body was emitting thick smoke. He rolled back and forth on the ground and wailed. He stammered, "You why? You." The little girl looked very young, but he didn't expect her to be so scheming. How did she know that he was lying to her? Arbor raised her hand and stabbed a few needles into that person's acupoints. That unlucky person rolled back and forth, crying out involuntarily. He only felt that a terrible pain in the depths of his nerves was infinitely magnified countless times. From top to bottom, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't screaming in pain. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt like his head was being rapidly stabbed by hundreds of rows of needles. That kind of pain was simply driving him crazy. "You still want to play tricks with me?" Arbor asked coldly. "If you don't answer honestly, I have hundreds of ways to make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. But you'll still be half dead, half alive, and have a clear mind." The man's entire body trembled, and he was in so much pain that he roared back and forth on the ground. On the other side, most of the green-robed men were about to be slaughtered by Zhou Danjin and the others, with the exception of a few who were lying on the ground with heavy injuries and on the verge of death. Xiao Mu didn't waste any more words with the man who had been struck by lightning until he was emitting black smoke from his body. She picked him up like she was picking up a chick and dragged him forward like she was dragging a dead dog with large strides. "Where is it? Speak. You won't be able to find young Master Gong." The man finally revealed the truth. Young Master Gong has already left with Vice Sect Leader. And you can't leave this place at all. After the man finished speaking, a strange twist appeared on his face. Arbor pointed a finger at his neck and sneered. "You want to die? It's not that easy." "Roar! Roar!" Arbor turned his head to look. He dragged the young man with one hand and pulled out a crow repeating crossbow with the other. He aimed at the newcomer and fired 5 arrows in quick succession. The 5 black gold arrows pierced through the heads of more than 10 corpse puppets. The 3 little white dogs that had been obediently squatting in the corner suddenly started barking. "Let's go." Wei Wei raised his arm and shouted. Everyone cautiously activated their defensive barriers and rushed forward to fight the corpse puppets at close range. Chow Dan kept reminding the students, "Everyone be careful. Everyone, be careful not to get caught by the corpse puppets. Pay attention to your defenses. Pay attention. Enough, old Chow. Don't keep begging us to be careful." Zhou Danjin rolled his eyes and said, Chapter 1923. If the students don't gain experience, how can they grow? Let them charge forward and kill. Zhou Danjin kicked a zombie that was pouncing at him, then raised his hand and roared, "Students, charge! There's a large amount of points in front of you, beckoning you." All the students, but with Zhou Danjin's roar, everyone's spirits were roused, and they activated their defensive barriers one by one and charged forward. Pay attention to your defenses. Pay attention to your defenses. Chow Yin roared behind them. Don't panic. Group up in 2s and 3s. There's no need for you to play hero and fight alone. Old Chow, you can't be so cowardly. Do you still want your points? Zhou Danjin couldn't help but complain. Bah! Chow Yin was furious. Points, points, points. If we lose our lives, what's the point of having points? The 2 of them bickered behind them as they slaughtered the zombies around them. Everyone slaughtered their way through the zombie horde, but they didn't even have time to pick up the piles of bones on the ground. Just like that, they slaughtered their way forward, and when they finally exited the passageway, they were immediately enveloped by a glaring light. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, but they didn't dare to relax at all. Everyone, gather here. After Arbor's cold shout, Zhou Danjin led the group of students and ran to her side. This was probably the main hall of the underground palace. The reason why everyone found it glaring was because there was a large circular crystal in the center of the main hall. The smooth surface of the crystal was currently reflecting rays of dazzling light, dazzling everyone for a moment. Be careful. Little Fatty flew up and kicked away a zombie, then reached out and pulled Xian Xian. If you can't do it, everyone close your eyes and use your spiritual awareness to look. Although it was more taxing on spiritual awareness, in the current situation, with their eyes open, they couldn't see their surroundings clearly due to the blinding light. Stinky girl, let's see how you leave here alive. The green-clothed man, who was on the verge of death from the lightning attack, barely managed to speak, his eyes full of viciousness. Woof, woof, woof. 3 little puppies pounced forward and bit that man's leg. The green-clothed man felt like he was about to die. Even when the 3 little puppies bit him, the pain was infinitely magnified, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. What a joke. He was already useless to this extent. Arbor swung his arm and threw him towards the corpse hag with its fangs bared. The corpse puppet probably didn't expect that someone would suddenly feed it. It paused in its steps and suddenly reached out to grab the green-robed man's waist. Oh, no. Crunch. The corpse puppet monarch lowered its head and fiercely bit down on the man's hand, happily eating. When the other corpse puppets saw this, they immediately ran over with envious eyes and gathered around the green-robed man. It didn't take long for them to devour him. With a kick, Xiao Mu dragged the other people that everyone had tied up to her side. She then swept her icy gaze over the shivering men. Where's Clear Sky Faction's headquarters? No. Oh, my great aunt, this little one really didn't know. Seeing their companion die so miserably, the men in green were about to go crazy. They lay on the ground in fear and raised their heads with bitter expressions. They kowtowed repeatedly and cried, "It's really grand, Aunt. Yes. We were blindfolded when we entered and exited the Clear Sky sect." Chapter 1924. Yes. We only know that it's a canyon. We usually live there, and we call it Clear Sky Canyon. Great Aunt, every word this little one says is true. We usually train in Clear Sky Canyon, and the Vice Sect Master occasionally comes to patrol. Usually, we're not allowed to leave that canyon unless we have a mission. We really don't know where that is. Liar. Arbor kicked one of them in the face, sending him flying. He landed among the zombie horde, and a few zombies immediately grabbed his arm and tore him into pieces. The remaining people were so scared that their guts were about to burst. They sat on the ground, paralyzed, and almost pissed their pants. Do you really think I'm a child with no common sense? Arbor sneered. It's fine if you don't say it. Wait until I get someone to search your souls. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately turned to look at Mo Lien. Prince Mo nodded. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw one of them slap the top of his head with all his might. You really aren't afraid of death. Yuan Shurchen laughed. A streak of wood spirit flew out from her fingertip and pierced through that person's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and drop his hand weakly. I'll talk. In Shuntian Prefecture, no. Wulong Mountain. Traitor. After one of them confessed, the other three pounced with all their might, wanting to beat him to death. However, before their hands could touch that guy, they were suddenly sent flying by an explosive shell. Puffed! A Clear Sky sect disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a brilliant smile, We've all been imprinted in our conscience. If we reveal anything about the sect, we'll be destroyed. Ha ha ha. No, but that's right. This is better than being eaten by zombies. Arbor glanced at them coldly. Looks like none of you are willing to take me to the Clear Sky sect. The remaining three shut their mouths and didn't say anything. Fine, I'll let you die comfortably. Arbor raised his hand, and a vast amount of Earth's spiritual energy converged into a large palm and slapped towards the head of one of the three. Since you dared to attack me, you must have been prepared to die. Arbor said coldly, Remember to find your enemies on the road to the underworld. It's that idiot Fangu who killed you. Puff, puff. After a few soft sounds, the three of them suddenly stopped breathing and fell to the ground. Under Arbor's signal, two students immediately flew up and kicked the three into the zombie crowd. While most of the zombies were distracted by the three corpses, the group quickly moved forward. Mo Lien leaped onto the large crystal in the middle and slammed her palm down. The crystal shattered into pieces with a crash. Without the flickering light in front of everyone's eyes, the light in the hall also dimmed a little. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shaking roar coming from above his head. His voice was so loud that it almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Everyone's hearts clenched, and they hastily looked up. With one look, he felt his heart sink. There was also a crystal ceiling above them. However, at this moment, everyone could faintly see a coiling and meandering object with a thick body slowly moving above their heads. Could it be that this was some kind of huge snake? No, it can't be the one we saw before. That. Chapter 1925. The huge commotion at Mount Dai Zone shook all of us down. Was it an earth dragon? A student stammered, his face pale and powerless. Everyone stared with wide eyes and looked up. The more they looked, the more they felt. This brother might even know the truth. Woof, 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 woof. The three puppies suddenly barked at the top. Everyone looked down at them helplessly, thinking that the three of them were especially ridiculous. These three little puppies were courting their own deaths. With their bodies, they probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of the one above. Woof, woof, woof. After the three corpse puppets had finished eating the corpses, they didn't come forward to attack Arbor and the others. Instead, they quietly retreated to the side, as if they were waiting for some grand arrival. Another terrifying roar came from above the crystal roof, accompanied by the ridiculous barking of the three puppies. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously leaned closer and nervously gripped the weapons in their hands. Looks like this will be our last battle. Zhou Danjin laughed bitterly. Just the pressure emitted by the big guy above was enough to make people feel terrified. Not to mention that it was separated by the transparent crystal roof. Woof, 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 woof. The three puppies rushed forward and bared their teeth at the crystal roof. Everyone was speechless. We're ignoring you. You three are really excited to bark. Arbor looked down at them helplessly. Everyone, summon your mystical beasts and prepare for battle. Arbor said calmly. During the chaotic battle with the corpse puppets, everyone had the same idea that they couldn't summon their mystical beasts. Apart from flying mystical beasts, most of the mystical beasts on the ground relied on their physical bodies to fight with humans. They had no advantage over the corpse puppets. But now, they had reached the point where they had no choice but to summon their mystical beasts. Mystical beasts appeared beside everyone. For a moment, their huge bodies almost filled the center of the main hall. Fortunately, the space in the main hall was very large. Even if there were so many corpse puppets eyeing them covetously, it was enough for them to stay. After Qi, Xian, and the others summoned their mythical beasts, they hurriedly summoned their summoned beasts as well. At this moment, the sound of crystal cracking could be heard from the crystal ceiling above them. Dao Wuji laughed. I didn't think that I would be able to meet an adult saint beast in such a small, crappy mountain. My luck is really good. When everyone heard Dao Wuji's words, their hearts sank. Saint beast? These students had almost never seen a holy beast in their entire lives. After all, they had only seen holy beasts in books. Who would have thought that he would be able to feast his eyes today? He didn't know if he was unlucky or extremely lucky. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly as they looked at each other with bitter expressions. Prince Amo turned to look at Instructor Wei Wei. Bring everyone back. Pay attention to your surroundings. You guys are in charge of dealing with the corpse puppets. You don't have to worry about the rest. Arbor also had the same idea. Letting a group of little spirit masters go up against a sacred beast was definitely courting death. Moreover, there were many students among them who couldn't even afford to equip themselves with spirit beasts. They were all just Xian beasts. Xian, Fatty, pay attention to your defenses. Be careful. The student from the other academies all said. Chapter 1926. The instructor from Honghu Academy nodded at Arbor and the others. They had been on the same team for a long time. If he still couldn't see the abnormality in Arbor and Mo Lian's group, then he was really blind. Ga. Bang. The crystal ceiling above them finally cracked. Woof, 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 woof. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't Mo Lian, Yuan Shurchen, or little Tai Sui who made the first move. Instead, the three puppies pounced with all their might and opened their mouths to bite the giant tail hanging in the air. The giant tail was covered in dense scales, so thick that it was frightening. Even so, the three puppies, who probably hadn't even grown their teeth yet, bit off several scales and spat out a few mouthfuls. Everyone was stunned. Arbor also raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked up and down at the puppies who landed on the ground, rolled together, and continued to bark at the giant tail hanging in the air. The curled, scaled tail hung down, and it was actually dozens of meters long. It crashed to the ground with a boom, and the crystal fragments were swept away. Defend! Zhou Danjin shouted in a deep voice. Everyone began to circulate the spiritual energy in their bodies, and each of them activated their defensive barriers to the limit. Only to hear a series of fine duck, duck, duck sounds, the crystal shards that were flying towards them were all blocked by the defensive barrier. Even so, the students who were protected by the instructors still felt the blood in their chests surge and their bodies swayed. Bam! The entire crystal ceiling fell, and the figure of a giant beast appeared completely in front of everyone. It had two ferocious heads that resembled a dragon. Its coiled body was entwined together, and its entire body was covered in thick scales from its head to its tail. In particular, there were rows of barbs growing from the scales on its neck. It looked very frightening. Dao Wuji's face twitched, and he couldn't help but cry out, "A twin-headed dragon!" There was actually a twin-headed dragon hidden in the tiny Dai sect mountain of Poland Prefecture. What kind of logic was this? Woof! Woo! The three puppies bared their teeth and formed a triangular formation. They lay dormant for a moment, and when Arbor's eyelids twitched, they suddenly barked and jumped up, opening their mouths to bite the two-headed dragon's neck. Fuck, this is too fierce. Everlasting Blade suddenly felt that he was inferior to the three little puppies. Go back. Before Arbor could finish his sentence, he saw the three dogs pounce on the two-headed flood dragon's body and bite its neck. The two-headed flood dragon was in pain. It shook its body violently and sent the 3 puppies flying. Woo! Woo! The puppies bared their teeth and rolled around on the ground. When they stood up and shook off their white fur, everyone was surprised to find that the 3 puppies were completely fine. They even opened their mouths and spat out a few scales. It must have been bitten off from the 2-headed flood dragon's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Arbor strangely. Arbor was naturally also dumbfounded. He looked suspiciously at the 3 barking puppies. At this moment, no one would think of them as ordinary puppies. Which puppies were so arrogant that they could fight the 2-headed flood dragon, and they could even tear off the scales and barbs from the holy beast's neck in one bite? This is God, dog, right? The 6th watch ended. Chapter 1927. This was definitely a divine dog. Otherwise, how could it have the strength to deal with the 2-headed flood dragon? At this moment, everyone was ridiculing Xiao Mu in their hearts, and their gazes toward her became increasingly strange. Are you still human? You casually took in 3 little puppies along the way, and they turn out to be just as abnormal as you. Compared to the others, Qi Xian, Little Fatty, Duan Muqing, and Mata, who had teamed up with Miss Qiao along the way, were clearly much calmer. It was fine. They would get used to it in the future. In any case, they were all used to being provoked by Jojo. Such a small matter couldn't cause any ripples in their hearts. Wasn't it just a divine dog? Jojo even had a Bloodfire Phoenix by his side. So what was a divine dog? Actually, Little Fatty and the others weren't as calm as they appeared on the surface. Each of them was silently cursing in their hearts. Arbor glanced at the 3 little puppies in a daze, then raised his head to look at Emolian. What's going on? Even with this old man's eyesight, I can't tell where these 3 came from, Little Tai Sui said in an old-fashioned manner. Confusion flashed through his cold silver eyes. Arbor immediately turned to look at him. As Prince Mo's mouth twitched, Arbor stepped in front of Little Tai Sui and looked down at him. He reached out to push Little Tai Sui's forehead. You're just a child. Why are you pretending to be old? Doubt Wuji's. Little Tai Sui's slightly pale face immediately flushed red. His little finger trembled as he pointed at Arbor. You. This old man is so angry. Does this little girl think I'm 8 or 9 years old? Arbor ignored him and turned to look at the 3 little puppies. In a flash, the 3 little puppies had already fought with the 2-headed flood dragon in the center of the hall no less than several times. Woo! The little white puppy in the middle bared its teeth and glared at the 2-headed flood dragon. A strange green light suddenly flashed through the depths of its eyes. Its speed immediately increased by several times, and with a whoosh, it pounced at the 2-headed flood dragon. The other 2 naturally did not want to be outdone. Their fur stood on end as they followed the little white dog in front and pounced forward. Like 3 small cannons, they rammed into the body of the 2-headed flood dragon. Oh, whoa! It bit its lower abdomen. Hiss, hiss. The 2-headed flood dragon's entire body was knocked to the left, and its exposed lower abdomen was bitten by the little puppy. It was in so much pain that it couldn't help but twist its body. The flood dragon's tail suddenly swept towards the little puppy's body. Careful! Arbor's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Yuan Shurchen and Mo Lien charged towards the 2-headed flood dragon as fast as lightning. The Black Moon sword turned into a streak of light and flew towards the 2-headed flood dragon's head. At the same time, the wooden thorns planted by Shurchen also sprouted out from under the 2-headed flood dragon's body, wrapping the twisting body of the 2-headed flood dragon. The 3 little puppies took advantage of the situation and rolled out from the side. Their fur was stained with a bit of black dirt. They turned around and angrily hissed at the 2-headed flood dragon. Hiss, hiss. The 2-headed flood dragon seemed to be thoroughly enraged, and a faint purple lightning appeared on top of its head. Without waiting for it to fully exert its strength, Arbor threw 10 water spirit talismans on top of the 2-headed flood dragon's head. Bang, bang. After several explosions, the 2-headed flood dragon's head was attacked by the water spirit talismans. The faint purple lightning didn't even have time to be released before it miserably encountered the water spirit talismans. Chapter 1928. When the 2 collided, a sizzling sound came from the top of the two-headed flood dragon's head, and thick smoke billowed out as if it had been electrocuted. The poor two-headed flood dragon was forced to swim backward under everyone's fierce attacks. It let out a violent roar, and its yellow eyes, which were as big as light bulbs, revealed the light of hatred. "We must kill it here," little Tai Sui shouted in a deep voice. This fellow had already developed spiritual intelligence. If it was allowed to escape with the seed of hatred, it would definitely be troublesome in the future. "Kill!" Dao Wuji laughed heartily with his large saber on his shoulder, and the wind from his saber pointed directly at the two-headed flood dragon in front of him. With a boom, the wind from the saber hit the two-headed flood dragon. At the same time, Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Peony also made their moves. With Dao Wuji's cultivation in the spiritual venerable realm, he definitely couldn't defeat this adult holy beast. Even with the help of Fairy Ginkgo and Thin Tuchuo, he might not be able to defeat it. Fortunately, this two-headed flood dragon seemed to have gone through a great battle before, and it seemed that its vitality had not recovered yet. When faced with a group of shameless guys in the spiritual venerable realm and celestial venerable realm, even an adult holy beast would not be able to withstand it. It had already thought of retreating a long time ago. Unfortunately, everyone was not stupid. How could they allow it to slip away like this? Instead, when they saw that it had the intention to retreat, their attacks became more and more fierce. On the side, Zhou Danjin and the others were slightly relieved when they saw that Mo Lin and the others had controlled the two-headed flood dragon's attack. At this moment, the two-headed flood dragon let out a roar, which was like a signal to the group of corpse puppets, making those corpse puppets, who had been quietly waiting on the side, ready to move. "Everyone, be careful." Wei Wei organized everyone to fight with the corpse puppets that were pouncing over. For a moment, only the sounds of swords and sabers were heard, and the roars of tigers and leopards were incessant. Woof, woof, woof. 3 brave and fierce little white dogs quickly rushed forward. One of them, unfortunately, pounced on the giant flood dragon's face, and with a fierce claw, immediately tore off the giant flood dragon's face and a handful of black scales. One of the giant flood dragon's eyes was also injured, and it fell to the ground on the spot, its body rolling back and forth. Dao Wuji was very wretched. He took advantage of this opportunity to step forward with his saber and heavily slash at its tail. The giant flood dragon roared miserably. Its tail, which was almost broken, struggled to free itself and sent Dao Wuji flying away. Suddenly, it shrank its body to the size of a bug and tried to find a way to escape. Green light flashed in the eyes of the 3 little white dogs. Suddenly, they all pounced over and bit little Jiao's body. The Bloodfire Phoenix and the fat squirrel that were fighting the zombies hurriedly abandoned the zombies and ran towards the transformed flood dragon. Soon, Arbor and the others saw a round, translucent Saint Beast core fly out of the flood dragon's body. One of the little white dog's eyes suddenly lit up, and it jumped up to bite the crystal core in the air. The other 2 were very intelligent. They pounced at the Bloodfire Phoenix and the little fat squirrel that were eyeing them covetously, blocking their path. The crystal core was about to fall into the little white dog's mouth. An ancient vine came out from the side and swept the crystal core away with a swoosh. The crystal core fell into Arbor's hands. Everyone's mouths twitched. The little girl's face was cold as she said expressionlessly, "Stop fighting. Keep this crystal core for Chiochio's nourishment. Don't even think about it." Chapter 1929. When the little white dog saw that the fatty meat in its mouth had actually flown away just like that, it immediately became indignant. It bared its teeth and barked at Arbor, looking like it was about to pounce over and snatch the crystal core in Arbor's hand. Arbor's gaze turned severe, and she coldly said to the 3 puppies, "Do you really want to fight me?" The 3 little white dogs simultaneously paused in their steps. At the same time, 10 Thunder Spirit talismans swiftly flicked out from Arbor's fingertips and landed on the 3 puppies' heads with several whooshes. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Those Thunder Spirit talismans abruptly took effect above the 3 puppies' heads. Rumbling lightning exploded from the talismans and enveloped the 3 puppies, immediately striking those 3 pitiful little white dogs until their fur turned green and black, and they pitifully whimpered a few times. Dao Wuji couldn't bear to watch this any longer and covered his face with his hands. He didn't expect Boss's wife to have this kind of personality. She turned hostile at a moment's notice and didn't even give the other party any leeway to back out. Facing these 3 adorable little creatures, he actually had the heart to kill them. Everyone felt like they had no eyes to continue watching. Pitiful little white dogs, didn't they know the story of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Woo, woo. The little white dogs circled around everyone's feet, looking somewhat miserable. She really didn't expect that the sacred beast crystal core she coveted for so long would fall into someone else's hands just like that. Woo woo woo, the little stoic expressionlessly looked down at them. What exactly are you? Reveal your true forms. The 3 little puppies angrily barked at her, and their originally pure white fur turned greenish-black and exploded. Arbor had already put away that sacred beast crystal core long ago and indifferently swept her gaze over the 3 little puppies. She didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. These 3 little puppies originally ran over to follow her with impure motives. Wasn't it because she fancied their strength and wanted them to deal with the 2-headed flood dragon? Perhaps the 2-headed flood dragon's previous injuries were caused by these 3 puppies? Although Arbor felt that it was a bit inconceivable, it connected after careful consideration. She would be an idiot if she still thought that these were just 3 normal hounds. Since the cute little puppies were unwilling to revert to their original forms, then so be it. She didn't have the mood to be long-winded with them, so she waved her hand and said, "Since the 2-headed WIRM has been taken care of, you can leave now." These words not only infuriated the 3 puppies, even the crowd felt that Miss Chiao was too much of a bully. Oh no, she was bullying dogs. Woo! The little white dogs scurried to Arbor's side. Seeing this, Prince Mo's face turned cold, and he wanted to kick the 3 dogs away. Unexpectedly, woo-woo, woo-woo, the 3 black-furred puppies tugged at Arbor's skirt and started sobbing. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this too dramatic? The little white dog that had charged at the 2-headed flood dragon earlier was now shameless for the sake of the holy beast crystal core. If the little white dog could speak now, it would definitely rebuke the crowd. We've even lost the holy beast crystal core. Do we still have any face left? Arbor looked down at the 3 puppies and expressionlessly took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket. She poured out 3 pills and held them in her palm. Don't cry. Haven't you heard of not easily shedding tears? This holy beast crystal core is for Little Ball. The next time I get a holy beast crystal core, I'll give it to you. The little fellow handed the pills to them with a cold face. Here. Chapter 1930. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 dogs immediately roused their spirits and hurriedly ate the pills. They rolled around while hugging Arbor's skirt, feeling a trace of comfort all over their bodies. As soon as the pill entered his body, it immediately emitted a warm steam, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt a trace of warmth. The internal injuries that they had suffered while resisting the 2-headed flood dragon, as well as the fur that had been charred on the outside and tender on the inside from the Thunder Spirit Talisman's explosion, were all recovering at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Woof, 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 woof. The 3 puppies circled around Arbor's feet. The little stoic said expressionlessly, "You can follow me, but you have to abide by my rules." The 3 puppies raised their heads to look at her. 1 bark means you agree. 2 bark means you don't agree. If you don't agree, then you can scram. Arbor continued. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. The scene before them could truly be immortalized in a painting. 1 stoic face, 3 tormented silly puppies with drooping fur that was almost unrecognizable from their original white fur. First, you have to listen to me in everything. Woof. Everyone. Second, you can't go west if I tell you to go east, and you can't go north if I tell you to go south. Woof. Third, you have to give me all the zombie cores you secretly collected along the way. You have no use for these things. In the future, you have to give anything you pick up to me and let me distribute it. If I don't give it to you, you can't snatch it, much less steal it. Woof woof. Scram. The stoic face turned merciless. Everyone, Crown Prince Mo instantly had the urge to burst into laughter. But when he looked at his wifey's serious stoic face, he felt that if he laughed out loud, it would definitely make his wifey unhappy. Hence, he held it in from the side, holding it in with great difficulty. Woof! The three puppies drooped their heads and crawled to her on all fours. The first puppy shook its entire body, shaking out the crystal cores in the dozen zombie heads. The second and third one also followed up and did the same thing. They shook their small buttocks and heads, shaking all the fur on their bodies as they threw the small pile of crystal cores they had hidden on their bodies in front of Xiao Mu. There's more. Miss Qiao was expressionless. Everyone, why did they all feel that the puppies in front of them were so miserable? The three miserable puppies shook their fur pitifully, shaking with all their strength, and shook out all the treasures they had hidden away. These three little fellows might have been the overlords of Dai, Zhong Mountain, for a long time. Xiao Mu stretched out her hand and collected all the things on the ground into her storage talisman. She planned to sort them out when she was free and toss all the weapon refinement materials to Crown Prince Mo. Dao Wuji's face twitched, and he almost couldn't resist asking, "Why do you have so many rules?" To be supplemented, the little stoic said dryly, "We'll talk about it when we run into trouble in the future. In the face of all conflicts, the first rule must prevail. Understand?" Woof. Miss Qiao finally nodded in satisfaction. "We can go now." Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 1931. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the sound. The palace wall on the left seemed to have been chiseled by a sharp weapon. Finally, it couldn't withstand the force from the outside and collapsed inwards. Cough, cough, cough. Dust filled the air as a group of people walked in from outside the collapsed palace walls. All of them were covered in dust, looking miserable and exhausted. Aren't these people from Jiaqing Academy and Longjing Academy of Ani Prefecture? And Zhongguang Academy of Yuchuan Prefecture? And why are they all here? Instructor Liao, why did you all come from there? The instructors from Yuchuan Prefecture's Shuangfeng Academy naturally recognized Zhongguang Academy of Yuchuan Prefecture. They hurried forward and greeted Instructor Liao. It's Instructor Su. It's great to see you all. Instructor Liao was about to cry when he saw the familiar Instructor Su. Not only was he covered in dust, but he was also not in good spirits. As for the teams formed by the other academies, they were basically in the same unfortunate situation. "Qiao, Miss Qiao." A surprised voice reached Arbor's ears. Xiao Mu looked up and saw the tall and slender Bai Xia striding toward her with a hearty smile. She cupped her hands and asked, "Do you still recognize me?" "Miss Qiao." Arbor saw that her clothes were wrinkled, but she looked fine. She nodded and said, "You're Bai Xia. Where are your companions?" "They're behind. Bai Zhe, Ji Feng, come here." Bai Xia waved at her younger brother and fiancé. The two of them walked over quickly. They looked more haggard than Bai Xia. Their clothes were also tattered, as if they had crawled out of a rat hole. "Sister." Bai Zhe glanced at Bai Xia in embarrassment. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Miss Qiao. It was just that he didn't have the face to see her in his current state. "Brat, what sister? Hurry up and greet Miss Qiao." Bai Xia glared at Bai Zhe. "Greetings, Miss Qiao." Bai Zhe scratched his head, revealing his two front teeth. Before he could smile, a cold glare from Miss Qiao froze his smile. Fuck, where did this fiend come from? Just the look in his eyes was enough to send chills down one's spine. "Lotus." Xiao Mu turned her small face and pulled up Mo Lian's hand before pointing at Bai Zhe and the others. "These are Bai Xia, Bai Zhe, and Ji Feng from Siyuan Star's Baizi Kingdom that I met when I first came to Shuntian Prefecture." Mo Lian nodded slightly, and the three of them hurriedly returned the greeting. Bai Xia smiled and said, "Miss Qiao, you found your companion?" Arbor shook his head. "Not yet. However, Crown Prince Mo had told her last time that she didn't need to worry about Sidhu, Yi, and the others. If she didn't encounter them in this middle 6 prefectures academy ranking competition, then it meant that it was very possible that these people had directly gone to the upper 3 provinces due to some kind of opportunity. The Crown Prince had already sent people to the Divine Prefecture to gather information. There should be news back in a few days. Why are you behind that wall? Don't mention it. Ever since the earth shook 3 days ago and we were jolted down from the ground, we've all been squeezed together. Everyone was squeezed into a long passageway, and it took a Herculean effort to get here. The Sunlight Academy has food and water. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 1932. An ear-piercing scream suddenly interrupted everyone's conversation. Arbor and Mo Lien turned around to look. They saw a girl with her back facing them, her pink dress stained with mud and dirt. She was speaking passionately to the students beside her. Now is not the time for us to be apprehensive. We won't be able to survive. Since we can't come to an agreement with the people from Sunlight Academy, let's just make a move. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. This scene in front of them felt like a classic. Not long ago, student UXIN from Sunlight Academy fought with Miss Chiao because she didn't give them food and water. Of course, the ending was abnormally tragic. Who would have thought that the tables would turn and the robbers would change? Because Sunlight Academy had a lot of food and water, they became the target of the 2 great academies of Ani Prefecture. UXIN couldn't help but be enraged. Just now, they were fighting with a few zombies when a half-eaten apple fell out of one of the students' arms. In the end, it caused the people from Ani Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy and Longjing Academy to be envious. Not only did they not help them deal with the zombies, they even took advantage of the time when they were fighting with the zombies to steal the food and water hidden in their arms. Shameless, UXIN angrily scolded. Do you have any shame? Casually stealing other people's things. How can you have the face to do such a thing? This time, it was the group of stupid students from Sunlight Academy who angrily rebuked the people from Ani Prefecture. The girl in the pink dress who was covered in dirt incessantly instigated the people from Ani Prefecture. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have more people on our side than them. Everyone, let's go and steal the food and water. Fuck, you bunch of robbers. Yunchuan Prefecture's Zhongguang Academy's instructor Liao awkwardly looked at the impassioned girl in the pink dress and couldn't help but say, "Fourth Miss Guan, this isn't very good." The girl in the pink dress with red eyebrows and green eyes shouted angrily, "Instructor Liao, if you don't want to fight, then take your students and shrink to the side. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be viewed as an enemy." Guan Ying was about to go crazy from anger. From the moment they entered the underground passage until now, they couldn't open their inner worlds. They didn't have any food or water. Along the way, he had fought against the rat horde and the corpse puppets. His body's spiritual energy had been greatly consumed, and he couldn't replenish it with pills. His entire body was mentally exhausted, and he felt extremely sleepy. In addition, after 3 days, due to various reasons, he was so hungry and thirsty that he was about to go crazy. Seeing half an apple fall from the Sunlight Academy student, the hungry and thirsty people's eyes almost turned green. "Do it." Guan Ying waved her hand forcefully, commanding the E Prefecture's men to step forward. Suddenly, he heard a cold and crisp voice. "It's you." Xiaomu had already felt that this woman was a bit familiar the moment she opened her mouth. However, Guan Ying's current disheveled appearance was a bit different from her previous appearance. That was why Arbor didn't say anything at first. He just looked on coldly as they made a ruckus. At this moment, she finally remembered who this familiar-looking woman was. She was Ani Prefecture's 4th Miss, Guan Ying, who had led people from Jiaozhong Base to hunt her down and steal her Xuanji core. "Where's Fan Xiuha?" Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying. The 6th watch ended. Tomorrow was also extremely busy. Chapter 1933. She remembered that it was Fan Xiuha who had brought this woman to Jiaozhong Base to cause trouble for her. Speaking of which, perhaps the two of them were quite close. What Fan Xiuha? Guan Ying's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. She also recalled that she had once hunted down this damned girl arbor in the lower Starfield. That hunt had simply turned into the biggest joke in the world. She had brought honorary officer Zhao to Jiaozhong base to hunt down this woman, wanting to snatch the Xuanji core from her. However, in the end, none of the people she had brought were spared. They were all killed by this damn girl in front of her. As for her, she had wasted several teleportation talismans and had only managed to escape with great difficulty. Now that she thought about it, she felt that it had been extremely dangerous. Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying. As expected of a habitual bandit, you want to snatch everything you see. Guan Ying's pretty face reddened as she glared fiercely at Arbor. Suddenly, she pointed at her and turned to the Ani Prefecture people beside her. Everyone attacked together. This woman has the rare treasure Xuanji core on her. As long as we kill her together, we can take out the Xuanji core and share it. We'll be able to recover our spiritual power immediately. What? Fourth young Mistress Guan, are you serious? Of course. Guan Ying nodded resolutely. Guan Ying, you're not making up an excuse to coax us into attacking, are you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, every word I say is absolutely true. Guan Ying said angrily. Whoosh! A cluster of flames instantly flew in front of Guan Ying. In the nick of time, Guan Ying rolled on the ground and dodged. She turned her head to look at the deep pit that had been burned into the ground, her face faintly pale. When she looked up, she noticed a cold-faced man in black standing beside the damned girl. That man was extremely good-looking. At this moment, his phoenix eyes were slightly raised as he coldly looked at her, as if he was looking at a corpse. It made her feel cold all over for no reason, and she couldn't be bothered to appreciate the beauty in front of her. The Ani Prefecture people were incited by Guan Ying, and their eyes revealed the light of excitement and desire. The Xuanji core. It was an ancient legend passed down from the upper three continents. It was said that this Xuanji core contained Senior Xuanji's entire life's worth of cultivation. Back then, it had attracted the attention of many parties. But it turned out, the Xuanji core was actually taken away by a little girl. Everyone looked at Arbor with greed in their eyes. Arbor wasn't afraid. He coldly glanced at them. One blue attack talisman after another slowly floated up around her body, slowly swaying around her. Guan Ying, today you will die here with these idiots. Kill them. As soon as Arbor's voice fell, everyone around him moved in unison. They all pounced on the people from an E-prefecture, raising their swords to slaughter them. How could these an E-prefecture academy students, who had stayed in the tunnel for a long time and had been poisoned half to death by the corpse puppets, be a match for Endless Blade and the others? They were like little chicks, and half of them were killed in no time. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled in all directions. They didn't care about anything else and kept running toward the tunnel they came from. Guan Ying, one of the E-prefecture Jiaqing Academy students, roared with red eyes. Only then did everyone realize that this woman, Guan Ying, had already slipped to the side of the tunnel where the battle had started. Chapter 1934. At this moment, she already had 1 foot in the tunnel and was about to slip away. All of a sudden, a furry tail smashed into her back. With a flick of the tail, Guan Ying was pulled back from the entrance of the tunnel and thrown to the ground. Guan Ying hurriedly rolled a few times on the ground and escaped from the little fat squirrel's furry tail. She looked over with a rare look of panic. The reason she had instigated everyone to attack together was to buy herself some time to escape. She wasn't stupid. When she was in the lower star field, she had led consecrated Zhao and the others, but they still couldn't take down the brat in front of her, not to mention the people standing beside the brat now. She glanced at them and felt that they weren't simple at all. She would be stupid to pick such a time to fight with her. If she wanted to kill her, she would have to secretly find time to gather everyone to find her. Like now, she only had the students from Ani Prefecture by her side. How could she deal with this powerful brat? Unfortunately, although she had a good plan, Arbor wasn't a fool. He had already locked on a Guan Ying with his spiritual sense. When he saw that she was about to slip away, he hurriedly ordered the little fat squirrel to deal with her. Guan Ying had suffered greatly at Chirp's hands in the lower star field, so she didn't dare to face it head-on. A teleportation talisman appeared in her hand, and she was about to leave. She suddenly realized that the fat squirrel, which was the size of a small hill, was grinning at her strangely. She had a bad feeling on the spot, but before she could do anything, she felt a large, thick palm slap her back. At that moment, he uncontrollably rushed forward. Chirp! The fat squirrel danced with joy. Before Guan Ying could react, it squatted down and sat on the Guan family's fourth young, Mississippi. Guan Ying almost choked on her breath. After a few seconds, she realized that her bones seemed to have been crushed by something heavy. She was in so much pain that she trembled all over and roared hoarsely. Her body was in so much pain that it didn't feel like it belonged to her anymore. Her bones, were they all broken? It was just a squirrel that was as fat as a small hill that sat on him. Then, he was fucking fractured all over his body. Guan Ying wanted to reach out and punch the ground, but she felt that the bones in her arms were so soft that she couldn't muster up any strength. Seeing this, the other students from an E-Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy turned pale with fright, their lips trembling. Someone dropped the weapon in his hand with a clang before falling to his knees in front of little Tai Sui and begging for mercy. Spare me, spare me. This lowly dog's eyes are blind, unable to recognize the heroes. Please spare my life. Crack! Little Tai Sui didn't even bat an eyelid. He directly reached out and snapped the man's neck, casually tossing the corpse to the side. With a pair of silver eyes, he coldly said, "Shut up." Mo Yin and the others had taken care of everyone in Jiaqing Academy, including the few instructors with ulterior motives. Everyone turned to look and saw the little stoic squatting in front of the little fat squirrel. Specifically, she was squatting in front of Guan Ying, who was being squatted on by the little fat squirrel. Is a game of hunting me fun? Arbor poked Guan Ying's forehead with a thin sneer. How about we make a deal? Tell me honestly, are you familiar with Fanxioha? Chapter 1935. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll see if I should let you off. Guan Ying sneered. She wanted to spit on Arbor, but when the saliva reached her mouth, it was slapped by the little fat squirrel, causing the corner of her mouth to twitch. Bitch, don't try to get information out of me. Guan Ying said fiercely. If my father knew how you treated me, he definitely wouldn't let you off. A few streams of water jumped between Arbor's fingers, gradually turning into extremely sharp and long icicles. Is that so? Dozens of sharp icicles pierced into Guan Ying's shoulders and elbows. Each icicle pierced deeply, causing Guan Ying's entire body to convulse. Guan Ying. Arbor's cold voice fell into her ears, causing Guan Ying to feel as if a cold current had brushed past her from the depths of her heart to her limbs. It was so cold that it penetrated her heart. What's your relationship with Fanxioha? In no relationship. We have no relationship at all. Guan Ying finally couldn't take it anymore and confessed. She lay on the ground as tears streamed down her face. She kept shouting, "I've said it. I've already said it. Hurry up and make it leave." Her body was pressed under a small, furry mound. Just the pain alone was indescribable. Guan Ying felt that even if the fat squirrel moved its butt away, her entire body would probably be crippled. I only wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Xuanji Corps and find that kid from the Fan family to lead the way. Arbor frowned slightly and slowly pulled out the icicles pierced into her shoulders and elbows one by one. Guan Ying continued to let out a few tragic cries. The pain of pulling out the icicles was even more unbearable than when they were pierced in. Guan Ying's entire body trembled as she looked at Arbor with unfocused eyes. Why you kill me? Kill me. You think you're very pitiful right now, don't you? Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Arbor raised his head slightly and motioned for the fat squirrel to leave. Chirp! The little fat squirrel moved its butt and moved its huge body away from Guan Ying, who was almost squashed by it. Guan Ying's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to struggle and roll to the side, a vine with barbs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a whoosh, she was rolled up and thrown out, heavily smashing into the wall of the underground palace. Ah, ah, ah. Guan Ying rolled on the ground, her head bleeding profusely. The zombies that were originally fighting with Qi, Xian, and the others at the side were very perceptive and retreated a little. I'm so scared. This girl. Everyone also turned their heads to look at Miss Qiao, who was emitting a cold aura from head to toe, and tactfully glanced to the side. At Jiaozhong base, if I wasn't skilled enough and ended up in your hands, I'm afraid my fate would be tens of thousands of times worse than now. Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying on the ground, his eyes cold. He hated these self-righteous people from the middle 6 prefectures and the upper 3 prefectures the most. They always acted high and mighty, thinking that they were naturally superior to others. As long as it was something they wanted, regardless of whether others gave it to them or not, they could just snatch it. In any case, those ants from the lower star regions couldn't do anything to them. Chapter 1936. Arbor stared coldly at Guan Ying, who was lying on the ground. A vine flew up and landed heavily on her body. You could die now. Ah! Viciousness flashed through Guan Ying's eyes. Using all her strength, she spat out a round bead from her mouth. Be careful. Emolien flew forward and hugged his little wife. In the blink of an eye, the divine power bead exploded in front of everyone with a boom. The entire main hall of the underground palace was shaking in this tremor. The palace walls and round pillars all around cracked and collapsed one after another with creaking sounds. This scene happened very quickly. Before anyone could react, everyone felt their vision suddenly turn black. The collapsed bricks, stones, and dust all came crashing down on their heads. With a crackling sound, it covered everyone's figure. It wasn't until a long time later that someone coughed from the pile of dirt. Jojo. Xian. Fatty, is everyone okay? Cough, cough, cough. We're fine. Duan Muqing coughed several times as if he had choked on a mouthful of dust. His throat was a little dry. Don't panic, everyone. Slowly dig a path and gather together. Instructor Wei Wei said in a low voice. Pay attention to the corpse puppets around you. Thump, 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 thump. Arbor kicked away a large rock in front of her. She held the night illumination pearl and shone it forward. She immediately saw the dusty little fatty and Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing hurriedly ran forward and anxiously asked, Jojo, are you okay? He looked her up and down. Arbor shook her head. Hearing the commotion coming from the left, everyone made a gesture of waving their hands. Fortunately, it was not the corpse puppet lord that moved the huge rock away. It was little Tai Sui, Endless Blade, and the others. Everyone should be somewhere not far away. Dig away a bit of the soil and rocks above. Let everyone gather together first, then think of a way to dig out, Duan Muqing said. Prince Amo nodded slightly. This place should not be far from the exit. If teleportation array glyphs were used, there would be many uncertainties. If we end up being teleported back to the tunnel we came from, we might as well dig a new one. Little Fatty nodded. All right, let's do it then. 3 hours later, Sunlight Academy, Frost Wind Academy, Honghu Academy, and the others were all dug out by Arbor. Chao Yun's face was covered in dust. He coughed a few times and cupped his hands toward Zhou Danjin and the others. Many thanks. Cough, cough, cough. What should we do now? I think I've found the way out. Now I need everyone to work together and dig a tunnel. Mata crossed his arms and glanced at the people from the Sunlight Academy. Is that okay? Of course. Cough, cough, cough. No problem. Chao Yun nodded repeatedly. The other instructors nodded in agreement. At this time, getting out was naturally the most important thing. Everyone followed the path that Mata had found and continued to dig the tunnel. The 3 of them dug together, and when they were tired, they would switch places with the other 3. Fortunately, Miss Qiao provided them with an endless supply of food and water. Everyone was very grateful. The beasts were huge and were naturally not suited for such a narrow tunnel. However, one of the students from the Sunlight Academy had an earth-drilling mouse, which unexpectedly helped them a lot. After digging like this for 4 or 5 days, they finally reached the surface. They could faintly see a ray of sunlight shining in from the outside. That's it for today. Tomorrow will be normal. It's time to sleep. Chapter 1937. Everyone was very happy, and they continued to dig forward at a faster speed. The dawn was right in front of them, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Under the urging of its master, the burrowing mouse did its best to push the soil and rocks in front of it to the sides of the tunnel. Everyone moved very quickly. They didn't care about the various spiritual tools that they had treasured so much, and they used them as tools for digging. When they heard a dong-dong sound, the last piece of soil and rock in front of them was pushed away. Zhou Danjin bent his waist and crawled out of the hole. He looked up at the light flowing through the leaves and laughed loudly. I'm out. He jumped up with a whoosh and landed on a branch. Then Wei Wei, Little Fatty, Qi Xian, and the others also jumped out of the hole. Everyone came out of the hole one after another. They exhaled a long breath and looked at each other silently. Oh my God, after so many days in history, I finally came out of that dark hole. Zhou Danjin tried to open his inner world, and he couldn't help but frown. I think we'd better leave this Zong Mountain as soon as possible. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement, but they cursed the bastard who came up with such a preliminary test in their hearts. If it weren't for Poland Prefecture's Heavenly Bestow Academy, who strongly advocated using such a novel method for the preliminary test, they wouldn't have had so much trouble. Among them, there were a few students who had lost their lives in this place. Heavenly Bestow Academy was simply shameless. Now that they thought about it, they just wanted to gather everyone's strength and get rid of the corpse puppets on the mountain behind the academy as soon as possible. Ayo! A hoarse roar came from the side, and a lock of drooping, rotten flesh on a face suddenly enlarged in front of Little Fatty's eyes. Mother! Little Fatty casually raised the double-headed hammer in his hand, which was still stained with mud, and hit the corpse puppet's head with a dong-dong sound. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly attacked. Countless amounts of spiritual energy desperately smashed into the unlucky corpse puppet, blasting it into smithereens in a matter of minutes. Everyone looked around vigilantly, but they didn't find another corpse puppet. It seemed that this was just a fish that escaped the net. Zhou Danjin heaved a sigh of relief. This place is lush with foliage and isn't suitable for flying spirit beasts. We'll summon them after we get out of this area. Let's get on our way. He didn't know if there was any danger in this place. It won't be too late for us to rest after we get out of here. Another mentor hurriedly said. All right. Everyone nodded in unison and hurried to catch up with the mentors. They hurried out of Zong Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. However, before they could take a few steps, 2 black figures suddenly landed in front of them. Zhou Danjin and the others were startled. They quickly prepared for battle. Taking a closer look, they were the 2 old supervisors that they had seen before. Only then did Zhou Danjin and the others relax slightly. Wei Wei stepped forward and cupped his hands. Are the 2 of you waiting for us here? One of the black-robed old men nodded and smiled with relief. You're the only ones left. The 2 of us have been waiting for you here for a long time. Now, please follow us to the nearby Heavenly Academy to rest and adjust. Wei Wei heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked them. Thank you very much. Please. You've worked hard this time. The 2 old men nodded and turned to lead everyone away. Chapter 1938. The 2 elders were naturally familiar with the surroundings of Zong Mountain. Soon, they led the crowd down a small path behind the mountain, which led directly to the back door of the Heavenly Academy. When the crowd followed the 2 supervising elders into the Heavenly Academy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As far as the eye could see, the Heavenly Academy was shaded by trees, and the environment was excellent. Their nostrils were filled with the faint smell of fragrant grass, accompanied by a faint medicinal fragrance from the medicine tower. Now, you can see if you can use your mystic senses to open your inner worlds, the 2 elders said with a smile. Zhou Danjin and the others hurriedly tried, then nodded happily and said in unison, Yes. That's good. The elder nodded and then told the crowd, In fact, in some special areas of Dai Zone Mountain, there grows a kind of tree that can block everyone's mystic senses and spiritual senses. We call it the shield tree. Previously, the double-headed dragon, the guardian beast of Dai Zone Mountain, fought with a strange creature, which caused the earth to shake and the mountain to shake and the whole ground to collapse. Most people were evacuated from the mountain, but a small number of people, including you, were swept into the underground cave at the bottom of the mountain. The dean sent several elders to guard the entrances and exits, intending to bring you out as soon as they saw you. A few days later, the rest of the people also came out in batches. Only your few teams were able to wait until today for the two of us to see. Speaking of which, in 3 days, the semi-finals of the Academy ranking competition will begin. You came out just in time. Everyone suddenly realized why their spiritual sense had been unable to be used after they had entered the underground. Perhaps, in the depths of the ground, there happened to be something like the roots of the shield tree, which happened to be within its range. So, we've all passed the preliminaries? A student from the Sunlight Academy asked excitedly. The elder nodded to them with certainty. Of course, you've already destroyed the entire underground base of undead puppets. You're the only one with such a great contribution. There is no doubt that you all passed the preliminaries. Only then did everyone rejoice. Originally, when they came out, they were still secretly cursing in their hearts. At that time, they were too preoccupied with fighting and did not have time to collect the remains of the corpse puppets. There was no evidence to prove that they had killed so many corpse puppets. Hearing this, Arbor poured out a large pile of bones from the storage talisman with a crash. He said expressionlessly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She even had to clean up so much useless trash. It was simply polluting her storage talisman. Everyone was speechless. Oft, it was unknown who was the first to burst out laughing. Everyone else couldn't resist laughing out loud at once. Now that they came back to their senses and looked at this little stoic, they actually felt that she had lost some of her viciousness. Instead, she was infinitely cute and adorable. It was simply too comical. It turned out that this little stoic hadn't forgotten to clean up the bones of these zombies for them while she was fighting. Although she didn't say anything, she had considered everything for them. He was worried that they would not be able to hand over the bones after spending so much effort to kill the zombie, and their results would be erased. All the students cupped their hands at her and said with a chuckle, "Thank you very much." However, the little stoic abruptly turned her small face away and muttered expressionlessly, "It's not like I picked them up for you. You're flattering yourself." Chapter 1939. Fine. The little girl's Tsundra disease was acting up again. Everyone smiled helplessly and followed the two supervisors to the designated dormitory areas for their respective students. Each academy was allocated a small courtyard. Although it wasn't particularly big, it was slightly cramped. Staying there for 2 or 3 days was no problem at all. Arbor and Qi Xianxian shared a room. The other rooms were randomly allocated by the men. Seeing Prince Mo's aggrieved expression before leaving, Miss Qiao couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. Qi Xianxian tidied herself up and came out from the inner room. She dragged a stool and sat in front of Arbor. With a serious expression, she said, "Jojo, why don't I stay outside and let your lotus stay here?" Arbor was flipping through the spoils of war he brought back from Mount Dai Zone. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head and said, "No need. They should have already arranged the accommodations. They would only stay for 1 or 2 days. The semifinals wouldn't be held in Heavenly Bestow Academy. Thus, after resting for 1 or 2 nights, they would be leaving for the semifinals soon. I knew Jojo was the best. He definitely wouldn't choose a lover over a friend." Qi Xianxian was immediately revived and said with a smile. Seeing that Arbor ignored her and focused on picking out the items and putting them into other storage talismans, Qi Xianxian couldn't help but ask. Curiously, "What are these materials and the crystal cores of these corpse puppets used for?" "For my lotus," Arbor said calmly. Qi Xianxian instantly felt as if she had been shot in the chest. She raised her hand to cover her chest and pretended to shout, Hey, can't you stop for a moment? Would it kill him to not show off his love for a day?" Arbor raised his little face and winked at her. He's a divine weapon master. Holy shit, it can't be? To be honest, Qi Xianxian, had never seen a legendary divine weapon master in her life. Qi Xianxian hurriedly turned her small face and dragged a stool to Arbor's side. Look, if you're free, why don't you ask your Lotus to modify this low-level spiritual sword of mine? Arbor glanced at her and nodded reluctantly. Let's rest for a couple of days. He's been pretty tired lately. Qi Xianxian chuckled and nodded. Of course, of course. Jojo, what's the use of the crystal cores in these corpse puppets? It's useful for people with special abilities. People with special abilities can absorb these cores to improve their abilities. Arbor's hand paused as he picked up the cores. Come to think of it, she should be able to use this to improve her psychokinesis, right? Thinking of this, he kept a few small pieces of crystal nuclei, intending to absorb them himself. Most of them were stored in a storage talisman together with the refining materials. He jumped up and said, I'm going to find my Lotus. Qi Xianxian. So what if you have a husband? Arbor ran to the door and did not forget to turn around and stabbed Qi Xianxian in the back. Xianxian, if you take a fancy to any good man, remember to tell me. The little fellow said to her in an experienced tone, I'll keep an eye out for you. Qi Xianxian felt very angry. She silently watched as the little fellow flew away like a little butterfly, flying far away. Stinky girl. Qi Xianxian puffed up her cheeks and glanced at the little fellow's departing figure in annoyance. She thought to herself, Stinky girl, if only you were this happy every day. Previously, when she found those corpses in the underground prison, her frantic look was really heart-wrenching. Chapter 1940. Arbor walked out of his room and happened to come face-to-face with Prince Mo. Here you go. Arbor stuffed the storage talisman into Mo. Lien's hands and expressionlessly said, Lotus for me. Mo. Lien looked down at the storage talisman in her hand. When she saw that it was filled to the brim with corpse puppet cores and all kinds of refining materials, she couldn't help but be moved and pull the little guy into her arms. His little thing was always thinking about him. The corpse puppet cores she collected weren't for her own use at all. They were all collected for him. Standing off to the side, Limitless Blade, who was comparable to 1,000 candles, curled his lips and said, I used to have a dozen wives, and they also revolved around me every day. They gave me this and that to please me. Little Tai Sui, who was sitting at a small stone table and sipping tea, sneered, Then what about now? Humph. Dao Wuji snorted, Don't worry. With my appearance, it's not difficult for me to find 8 or 10 more wives for her. He, Little Tai Sui, snorted disdainfully. For someone like you, no matter how many wives you have, it's useless. When your wives see you like this, don't say anything. Sooner or later, none of them will be left. What did you say? Limitless Blade blew his beard and glared. What do you mean by I like this? How could I not have a single wife left? As the two bickered, Miss Xiao turned to glare at Limitless Blade. Shut up, you talkative king. Long-winded. Little Tai Sui laughed and glanced at Limitless Blade. Did you hear that? Talkative king, long-winded. Sigh, you two should stop bickering. Come, Limitless Blade, have a cup of tea and cool down. Ma Yingchun sat at the stone table and pushed a cup of tea toward Limitless Blade. Seriously, little Tai Sui is right. What's the point of having so many wives? You might as well find a wife and get along well with her. Isn't that better? What do people like you who have never had a wife know? Limitless Blade huffed and picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. A wife is also a part of a man's strength. Do you understand? Just like him. Dao Wuji secretly pointed in Prince Mo's direction. My boss is a man of striking appearance. He should be an elegant and romantic person. It's not a problem for him to have 2 beauties in his arms. Sigh, but now, how are things now? A faint voice entered Endless Blade's ears. Dao Wuji did not know that he was courting death. With his back to the young couple, he kept talking, now. He was simply a pitiful henpecked husband. This is too embarrassing for us men. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked from behind and fell onto the stone table in front of Ma Shichen. Miss Chiao did not say another word and gave Dao Wuji a violent beating. The venerable peach blossom immortal passed him a feather duster. Use this, use this. Jojo, don't hurt your hand. Prince Mo shook his head helplessly. You asked for it. Little Tai Sui coughed lightly and picked up the teapot and teacup. He dodged to the side and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he said, as the saying goes, you can survive a heavenly disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Oh, don't hit me anymore. Hey, if you hit me again, I will retaliate. Return it. Prince Mo threatened coldly from his side. Dao Wuji immediately fell silent. He hugged his head and scurried around, crying pitifully. Chapter 1941. Hey, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Stop it. I was wrong. Dao Wuji immediately surrendered. What joke? If he dared to fight back, he would definitely become the target of Prince Mo and the venerable Chong Xian. It would be stupid to fight back. All right, it's getting late. Don't make a fuss. Go back to your rooms and rest. Instructor Wei Wei's roar came from the room across from them. Arbor resentfully retracted his little hand, snorted, and waved his little paw at Prince Mo. Then I'll go back first. Mo Lien nodded. Only after his phoenix eyes watched his wifey return to her room did he retract his gaze. He turned to look at the bruised and swollen Wuji and asked with a smile, Don't worry. After we return to the Divine Province, you can have as many wives as you want. For some reason, Dao Wuji looked at Prince Mo's unfathomable expression and shuddered for no reason. Why did he feel like this kid was secretly plotting against him? Dao Wuji extended a paw. I think so. As a matter of fact, having a good wife was enough. Prince Mo patted him on the shoulder, glanced at him indifferently, and then turned to go back to his room. Seeing this, Yuan Shurchin sympathetically gave Dao Wuji a good look and followed Prince Mo back to his room to rest. Dao Wuji hurriedly turned to look at little Tai Sui. Little Tai Sui, don't you think that? Boss's gaze is a bit strange? He said that when we return to China, he would arrange a wife for me. What does that mean? Little Tai Sui looked at Dao Wuji as if he was an idiot. Won't you know when you go to China? Oh, Dao Wuji thought about it. Little Tai Sui's words did make some sense. It was useless for him to fret here. Not only would it not make any difference, it would seem like he was worrying about nothing. Then, little Tai Sui, little? Dao Wuji watched as the little rascal left him behind and returned to his room without looking back. He couldn't help but look at the empty courtyard. With his head drooping, he pitifully walked away. After a night of rest, everyone felt much more refreshed by the next day. After working hard for so many days, Instructor Wei Wei gave everyone a day off so that they could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to continue resting in the courtyard, they could stay in their rooms for the rest of the day. If they wanted to go out for a walk, they could go together. How could Qi Xianxian be idle? Once she heard that it was free time, she immediately pulled Arbor and planned to take a stroll around the Heavenly Bestowing Academy. We've destroyed Dai Zong Mountain and the entire underground base of the corpse puppets. Do you think we'll be rewarded? Xiao Mu was currently pondering something, so she didn't say anything when she heard this. She only regained her senses when Qi Xianxian tugged at her. She looked up at Qi Xianxian. TSK, I've been talking to you for so long, but you've been daydreaming. Qi Xianxian glanced at her speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Arbor was thinking about Fan Xiuhe. What did Fan Xiuhe do to be able to build such a large corpse breeding ground under Dai Zong Mountain? Could it be that he was also a member of the Heavenly Fate Organization? If Fan Xiuhe was a member of the Heavenly Fate Organization, then everything that happened before seemed to make sense. Tianyun, this evil cult, had always used humans as their research subjects. Chapter 1942. What Tianyun had been doing was simply to study the human body and create extraordinary experts. Instead of calling the nocturnal caw bird a poison, it would be better to call it a drug that radically changed the human body. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. In the end, after generations of spreading the powder, it would probably only cultivate the strongest person. Those who could adapt would speed up the change. Those who could not adapt would probably only become a foundation like a corpse puppet. From the looks of it, Fan Xiuhe's experiment on a small scale was similar to what Tian Yun had done. They were both studying the human body. Fan Xiuhe was probably only studying for himself. He wanted to obtain information from others on how to become stronger, including how to grow his inner world, how to strengthen his spiritual sense, and so on. Therefore, he had been nurturing his puppet dolls in that underground prison all this time. There was no doubt that Fan Xiuhe was Tianyun's man. However, Arbor still did not know who was in charge of Fan Xiuhe. The matter of going to Clear Sky Valley seemed to be imminent. However, the competition concerned Little Tree's life, so she could not relax. Jojo. When Qi Xianxian saw that Xiao Mu was keeping her head down and not saying anything, she didn't want to disturb Xiao Mu's thoughts. However, there was a group of people blocking their path, so Qi Xianxian had no choice but to call out to her and tug at Xiao Mu's sleeve. Arbor turned to look at Qi Xianxian. Are we going back? Qi Xianxian shook her head. No. Jojo, look. Qi Xianxian gently tugged at the corner of her sleeve and pointed at the group of people blocking the spacious road ahead. The road on the campus of Heavenly Bestow Academy was quite spacious. There was no problem for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side. However, at this moment, there were a dozen people in front of them, blocking the road in a row. What do you want? Arbor asked with a frown. A girl in green took the lead and stepped forward. She first sized her up, then asked, you're the great talisman master who can draw storage talismans, right? Arbor frowned slightly. She sized up the girl and asked with a stoic face, what do you want? Sir, can you draw a storage talisman for me? The woman suddenly knelt in front of her and clasped her hands in front of her chest. She looked at her with a pair of pitiful eyes and shouted anxiously, I am willing to use spirit tools or medicinal herbs to exchange for it. Please give me a storage talisman. Arbor was speechless. The little girl thought that someone had come to look for trouble again. She was puzzled in her heart. How could she have enemies in the Heaven Bestowing Academy? Please give me a storage talisman. The dozen or so people knelt down in unison and cupped their hands in a pleading manner. Qi Xuanchuan's mouth twitched. She thought they were here to cause trouble, but they were just a bunch of idiots. Sir, please accept our request, Your Excellency. Arbor's face was expressionless. He looked up at the sky and pondered. Storage talismans take the good fortune of the heavens and are very difficult to draw. Understood, understood, understood. Everyone nodded and said, we're willing to wait in line. 1 month, 3 months, half a year, even a year would be good. Please don't reject us. What do you want? Just name your price. Arbor nodded slightly. Then please wait for a moment. I'll draw up a list of items for exchange for you. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1943. Master, feel free to tell us what you need or what materials you need. We lowly ones will definitely, take care of everything, no matter how big or small. We will definitely help Master properly. Amachem. The little stoic gave a deep amachem. She nodded slightly with one hand behind her back. Everyone scrambled to take out the tables, chairs, stools, paper, and pens they had prepared beforehand from their inner worlds and handed them to Arbor so that she could draw up a list of materials to exchange for a storage talisman. Everyone held the list like it was a treasure and had a rough idea after looking through it. They planned to work together to gather a set of materials to exchange for a storage talisman first. The list will be changed once a month. Next month, it might not be the same materials. The little stoic said aloofly, find her to sign up and gather the materials within a month after signing up. Otherwise, we won't wait. Arbor pointed at student Qi Xianxian, whose mouth was agape, and left with a flick of her sleeves. Everyone instantly surrounded Qi Xianxian so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Student Qi Xianxian looked dumbfoundedly at the little stoic who abandoned her and ran off first. Her small face was conflicted as she silently cursed. You brat, are you sure you're not tired of running? As expected, Master has the demeanor of a master. A female student from Heavenly Bestow Academy, praised with admiration. We have to gather the materials as soon as possible. At least one set of materials. I heard that the space inside Master's storage talisman is rather large. Too awesome. Everyone surrounded student Xian, who wanted to cry but had no tears and chattered for a long time. At this time, Arbor had already slipped back to the small courtyard. At Prince Mo's door, she encountered Mo Lien and He Shurchun, who happened to be coming out. Miss Qiao cheered and bounced forward. Let's go. Didn't you go out with Qi Xian? He Shurchun curiously looked behind her. Where did you throw Qi Xian? She's very busy. As Master's assistant, she has to take care of some chores. Master? The two men glanced at her. Which master? The little stoic patted her chest. Master Qiao. Uffed. Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but laugh. The two of them, who were familiar with the young lady's temperament, immediately knew that Qi Xian, this unlucky child, was most likely tricked by Miss Qiao. Amused, Prince Mo reached out and hooked her pinky finger. Let's go. The three of them left the courtyard and walked along a small path towards the Heavenly Academy's garden. Arbor couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for himself as he looked at the others' academy and thought of his own dilapidated top-notch academy. Although the name of this top-tier academy sounded resounding, in terms of facilities, architecture, and reputation, it couldn't even compare to a small third-rate academy in the 6 prefectures continent. Not at the very least, a third-rate academy would have a signboard, a gate, or something like that. The dormitories of the students were not like the ones in the top-tier academies, where there was only a small lump of dirt and nothing else. Arbor shook his head, only to see 3 or 4 students hurriedly running towards him, their faces full of excitement as they shouted, Let's go, let's go. Let's go to the ring and have a look. I heard that 2 senior sisters from the 3rd years are having a public duel there today. Which 2 from the 3rd years? When an excited girl ran past Arbor, she almost bumped into her shoulder. Prince Mo reacted swiftly and scooped his wifey into his arms to avoid her. Chapter 1944. The girl was taken aback. She turned to say sorry, before her gaze landed on the 3 of them. These 3 people's appearances were simply too outstanding. Prince Mo, who was dressed in black, and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was dressed in a demonic red robe, were simply heaven-defying, peerless, and unparalleled. In front of the 2 of them stood a little girl who looked like a little jade sculpture carved from ice. She was looking at them. The girl hurriedly smiled in embarrassment. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. Arbor shook her head, indicating that it was fine. The girl smiled. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly turned to them and said, You are a student from the other academies, right? If you don't have anything to do, you can come with us to the arena area to watch. The 2 senior sisters are having a martial arts competition there today. It should be quite exciting. Arbor nodded. The girls glanced at them again, then hurriedly left. Arbor pursed her lips. I don't like to watch a show. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them stood in front of the arena area, occupying an advantageous position. Xiao Mu's eyebrows curved slightly as she watched the 2 women's swords crisscrossing each other on the stage. She exclaimed softly, You're all classmates. What kind of deep-seated hatred do you have for your moves to be so sharp? Miss Qiao, who didn't like to watch a show, quietly took out an orange from her pocket. She peeled it and commented, Isn't her move too fierce? Ma Yingxin and Prince Mo were somewhat helpless. It's a life-and-death battle to begin with. It's either you die or I die. What? Miss Qiao's eyes widened slightly. You can have a life-and-death battle in the academy? Forgive their academy for only having 8 students. Everyone was quite friendly. She had never heard of a life-and-death battle between students. Look, there's a life-and-death contract over there. Ma Yingxin pointed her chin at a spot not far away. Arbor looked over and realized that there was indeed a large piece of red paper pasted on the stool at the edge of the arena. The 3 words life and death contract were written on it. There was also the blood contract imprint of the 2 people. Miss Qiao's hand, which was holding the orange, paused. She looked at the 2 young women on the stage and shook her head. What a pity. Ma Shurchin reached out and took half of the orange from her hand. As he ate, he said, What's there to pity? In the end, it's all about fate. If they want to sign the life and death agreement, then they have to follow the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even if they don't die, one of them has to die. Miss Chow blinked. So it's only when one of them dies that the victor will be decided? Smart. Prince Emo nodded and took the other half of the orange, praising it. Miss Chow looked down and saw that it was empty. The peeled oranges in his hands all fell into the mouths of others. My master said that it's best to have something to eat while watching the competition. That way, one's mood will be better, Miss Chow suddenly said as she took out a banana from her inner world. You mean, Her Excellency Dark Phoenix? Prince Emo was slightly startled as he asked. Yes. You remember now? Emolian couldn't help but ask softly. Remember what? Nothing. Arbor shook his head with a distressed expression. It's just that I occasionally remember that Master said this before. You'll remember slowly. Prince Emo raised his hand and patted her head. At this moment, the victor had already been decided on the arena. It should be said that one of the women had fallen to the ground and died. Chapter 1945. In an instant, the life and death contract hanging in front of the arena automatically burned to ashes. Arbor looked at the girl who died in the arena and shook her head. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Hey, this little sister, can you tell me what kind of deep hatred these two senior sisters have for them to have a life and death battle in the arena? Hey, little fatty bro, you'll find it funny even if I tell you. These two senior sisters liked the same senior brother at the same time, and that senior brother was wavering between the two of them. In the end, these two senior sisters made this agreement in order to fight over that man. Wow, your academy even encourages male and female students to form partners. Little fatty bro, don't talk nonsense. Of course the academy doesn't encourage it. Come here, I'll tell you this, you can't pass it on to others. Arbor stretched her little neck to take a look and saw little fatty surrounded by 3 or 4 gorgeously dressed little sisters, going to the side to inquire for information. She suddenly understood why that guy, Ko Hongjin of the Ko family, was so jealous of little fatty. Needless to say, although the little fatty was chubby, his round and chubby face was quite cute, and he was very popular with girls. Little fatty's popularity had always been good among women. Arbor turned to Prince Emo and Ji Chun, saying, Let's go, we're going back. The excitement was over, and there was no fun in this crowd of people. The 3 of them squeezed out of the crowd, and not long after, another pair of male and female came on stage to spar, and the atmosphere in front of the arena was stirred up again. Senior sister Yu Gui, what are you looking at? Jiangqi walked to Yu Gui's side and asked in a low voice. When she came over, she saw Yu Gui standing alone outside the crowd, staring blankly in a direction, not knowing what she was in a daze for. Yu Gui was slightly startled, and then she recovered and shook her head. I probably saw her wrongly. Impossible. Let's go. And? What's impossible? What did you see? Yu Gui laughed bitterly. When I came over just now, I must have seen wrongly and mistook a figure for little junior sister. Junior sister? Jiangqi muttered to himself and sighed. Junior sister should be 15 this year. Yu Gui replied indifferently. Although junior apprentice sister is talented and intelligent, she is in the lower star field. If she wants to come to the 6 prefectures continent, she will have to climb the stairway to heaven. No matter how talented she is, it's only been 3 years. It's impossible. That's right. Jiangqi nodded. Senior sister, we also need to go back and prepare. Just now, the instructor came to inform me that we'll be leaving tomorrow morning. All right. Yu Gui turned around and said, Let's go. Let's go back and prepare. This time, we must obtain the qualifications to cultivate in Spirit Realm on Brinset Island. This meant that each and every one of them had to enter the top 100 in the Academy's ranking competition. They had a blood feud on their backs, and they urgently needed to improve themselves. Time waits for no one. Only by working hard could they live up to the kindness and nurturing of the sect. Arbor and Mo Lien and He Chun returned to their small courtyard. The moment they opened the door, they saw the 5 instructors gathered in front of the stone table, waiting for them. Qi Xianxian turned around and looked at her pitifully with a pitiful look. Chapter 1946. Duanmu, Mata, and the others also stood in front of the stone table. Other than the little fatty, who was probably still chatting with the big sisters, everyone else had arrived. I received notice that the people from Heavenly Bestow Academy will head to the venue first tomorrow. We from the other academies will head over a bit later and can depart at noon. Wei Wei swept them a glance. So everyone, make your own preparations tonight and have a good night's rest. Everyone nodded. Zhou Danjin glanced at them and asked suspiciously, "Where's the fatty? Why haven't I seen him the whole day?" Everyone silently looked at each other without uttering a word. "That's enough. You've been outside for the whole day. Rest early and don't cause trouble. As for the fatty, when you see him come back, tell him that you should all go back and rest." Everyone looked up at the clear sky. Strictly speaking, it was only the afternoon right now. However, Instructor Wei Wei said that they had been outside for the whole day and even told them to go back to their rooms to rest early. "Do you want to eat a good meal tonight?" Arbor suddenly asked. When Zhou Danjin thought of the dishes that the little fellow brought, he was about to drool. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll order a dish, beggar's chicken. I'll order braised pork ribs. I want winter melon. I want to eat prawns. Xian, this foodie, almost drooled at the thought of fried prawns. The little stoic expressionlessly rolled her eyes at them and harumphed, "I'm not a restaurant," before trotting back to her room. "Sleep early. You won't be able to digest if you eat too much." Everyone bit their handkerchiefs and hatefully watched her departing figure. They really wanted to gang up on this little fellow and beat her up. Why the heck did she suggest adding more dishes but not add more in the end? Wasn't she teasing them? Prince Emo waved his hand in amusement and returned to his room. When night fell, everyone sighed and took out the white steamed buns from their pockets, planning to make do with some pickled vegetables. They didn't expect to hear the little stoic's crisp voice. "Aren't you all coming out to eat?" Everyone scrambled to get out of the door and saw the rich dishes on the stone table at a glance. Afterwards, they saw that hateful little stoic, dressed in light green casual clothes, was currently sitting in front of the stone table with Prince Emo, looking at them expressionlessly. Xuan's fried prawns, Mata's braised pork ribs, and Senior Brother Lu's winter melon soup. Teacher Zhou's beggar's chicken. Wow, ordering food is really useful. Everyone gathered around him, feeling so happy that they were about to fly. Little Fatty slowly returned. The moment he pushed open the courtyard door, he saw everyone eating and fighting around a stone table. The chopsticks were like raindrops as they ate happily. He hurriedly closed the door behind him and rushed forward to yell, "Oh my God, why didn't you wait for me to eat? Who knows how long you're going to chat with those big sisters? Let's go. Let me have a seat. Stop pushing. Everyone has a share." Arbor looked at this group of people reincarnated from starvation and speechlessly raised his hand. Everyone move aside. Soon after, he took out a wash basin-sized soup bowl from his inner world and placed it in front of everyone. It was filled with spirit bamboo shoots and fresh meat soup. A dense aura of spiritual power spread out in the small courtyard. "Heavens! Hurry and move aside. I'll have a bowl first." Little Fatty yelled and rushed to scoop up a bowl full of soup. He held the bowl and drank it while praising it incessantly. Chapter 1947. "Hey Jojo, what kind of bamboo shoots are these? I feel like my spiritual power is flowing away as soon as I eat them. I'm so full today. Who's going to take a walk with me later? Then why are you still eating? I'll digest after I finish eating. Jojo, I think you're amazing. You can have anything you want. We'll just take you wherever we go in the future." Yes. We don't need to take anything else." Arbor glanced at the little fatty expressionlessly. "In your dreams." Everyone enjoyed the meal. Even Instructor Wei Wei, who had always been serious, showed a rare smile. Oni Prefecture. The prefecture master, Guan Zhaodang, looked coldly at his fourth daughter who was lying on the sickbed. Prefecture master. A middle-aged man walked in quickly and saluted. "Fourth Miss, why did you suddenly come back?" The fourth Miss of the Guan family represented Jiaqing Academy and went to Dai Zong Mountain in Poland Prefecture to participate in the preliminaries. She suddenly came back with serious injuries, which surprised everyone. What piece of trash? Guan Zhaodang snorted. She won't amount to much. The middle-aged man, Qi Lianhai, silently glanced at the young woman on the sickbed. Guan Ying's original appearance could no longer be seen. Half of her face seemed to have exploded, and her skin and flesh were all exposed. His 2 eyes had long since turned into 2 holes, and his eyeballs could no longer be seen. It's useless to keep such a piece of trash, Guan Zhaodang said coldly. Dispose of her. Yes, Prefecture Master. Qi Lianhai lowered his head and responded. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The 4th Miss risked her life and used her last breath to contact her family, who helped her open a special passage and ran back. In the end, she was inevitably treated as a piece of trash. Guan Zhaodang had 6 daughters and 3 sons. He was in the prime of his life and had many wives and concubines around him. He could have as many children as he wanted. Naturally, he couldn't raise a piece of trash to make things difficult for him. What was the point? If that was the case, he might as well die outside. Qi Lianhai shook his head. After watching Guan Zhaodang leave with a cold expression, he walked forward and cupped his hands in salute to the 4th young miss who was lying on the sickbed. My apologies, 4th young miss. Qi Lianhai reached out and grabbed Guan Ying's neck. He released a bit of spirit power from his hand and held Guan Ying for a moment. Guan Ying struggled fiercely for less than 3 seconds. Her kicking legs gradually slowed down, and finally she stopped breathing. Qi Lianhai tidied up his clothes, turned around, and walked out of the door. He cupped his hands towards Guan Zhaodang, who was standing in front of the door with his back facing him, and said, Manor Lord, it's been settled. Do you want me to send someone to Poland Manor to investigate the situation? Guan Zhaodang coldly snorted. Although Little Four is a useless trash, she is still my daughter. Whoever did this to her, I will naturally make them pay the price. Yes. Qi Lianhai turned around and went out, immediately gathering people. Daughter, my daughter! A mournful scream came from outside the door. A beautiful woman wearing a small white flower on her head staggered into the room and grabbed Guan Zhaotong's sleeve. Master, this concubine heard that Ying has just returned with serious injuries. Can this concubine? Guan Zhaodang impatiently pulled back his sleeve. Go take a look at her for the last time. Later, choose a day to burn her. The woman immediately paled and fell to the ground. Chapter 1948. The semifinals were arranged to be held at the Shenghua Gladiator Arena, which was the closest to the Buren Sea. In the past, the semifinals and finals were generally held at the Shenghua Gladiator Arena. Firstly, it was customary. Secondly, Shenghua was outside of the 6 prefectures, so the referees at the Shenghua Gladiator Arena were more impartial. Thirdly, the Gladiator Arena's geographical location was good. After the competition ended, the winning students could immediately board a ship at the Buren Sea and sail to Brinthet Island. The participating students were all teams that stood out after the first round of auditions. Naturally, everyone's face carried a bit of arrogance. When Zhou Danjin brought the students from the top academies to Shenghua City, it was about noon on the 2nd day. Everyone first made arrangements for their accommodation. The inns they chose were naturally close to the Shenghua Gladiator Arena. This way, it would be more convenient for them to go back and forth every day. There were quite a few inns around the Shenghua Gladiator Arena. During the qualifiers, all the inns would rack their brains to attract customers. Arbor and the others found a relatively large Anping Inn and booked all the rooms on the 3rd floor. This way, everyone could live more comfortably. Anping Inn also provided food, but the prices were obviously very expensive. After eating dinner, everyone unanimously decided that they shouldn't waste spirit coins blindly. It would be better to eat Miss Chiao's food in the future. The next day, everyone was ready to go. Early in the morning, they gathered on the 1st floor of the inn, full of energy. Along with the sound of the stairs, several teams came down from the 2nd floor. Some students curiously sized up Arbor and the others. When they checked in, they had already heard that the 3rd floor was booked by a nouveau riche academy. So it was them. Haha. Hey, isn't this Instructor Wei Wei? I really didn't expect that a lousy academy like the top academies would have the guts to book the entire third floor. They must have borrowed money. A slightly ear-piercing voice came from the stairs. Instructor Wei Wei, Zhou Danjin, and a few other instructors just happened to walk down the stairs. When their gazes fell on the young man who mocked them, their faces immediately darkened. Arbor and the others naturally didn't recognize the man who mocked them. He sized him up and saw that the man's appearance could be considered decent, but his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule when he looked at Instructor Wei Wei. "Zhao Li," Instructor Wei Wei said in a deep voice, "you have no right to interfere in the matters of the top academies." Scram! Xiao Mu and the other students were a bit surprised. In their impression, although Instructor Wei Wei was a serious person and sometimes had a sharp tongue, he would never treat others so rudely. This man called Zhao Li in front of him seemed to have quite a grudge with Instructor Wei Wei. Zhao Li turned a deaf ear to Wei Wei's cursing. He even shrugged nonchalantly. "Fortunately, I graduated from your top-notch academy a step earlier. Otherwise, until now, I would still be..." "Oh, isn't this the academy's #1 genius, Duanmu Qing? TSK, you're still in the academy. All right, you have to accumulate 3,000 points in a year to graduate. Otherwise, you'll have to study endlessly." "How could I forget?" Zhao Li laughed loudly as he walked to Duanmu Qing's side. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Duanmu, have you ever thought of changing schools?" Duanmu Qing slapped his hand away. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 1949. "I'm not that familiar with you," Duanmu Qing said indifferently with a cold expression. "Ha ha." Zhao Li wasn't angry. He crossed his arms carelessly and cast a sidelong glance at the people from Premier Academy. "Yo, the number of students seems to have increased by quite a bit." These two junior sisters, did you just enter a top-notch academy? You too, don't be fooled by Premier Academy at such a young age. Don't think that just because it's called Premier Academy, it's the best academy in the 6 prefectures continent. Actually, this academy is at the very bottom of all the academies. Ha ha. Bam! When Xiao Mu saw that person walking in front of her, and Qi Xianxian, while bragging so much that his saliva was about to spray onto their faces, she immediately kicked out in disdain, causing that person to stumble back several steps. "Stay away from us." Arbor angrily wiped her face with her sleeve. "You're dirty and smelly. You're already an adult, but you can't control your saliva." Scram! Scram, scram, scram. Everyone. Zhao Li's face instantly flushed red, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although he didn't look very outstanding, his cultivation was very strong. In Flying Flower Academy, he was the target of many female students. When had he ever been treated like this by a girl? Was this person still a girl? Did she have any taste at all? Arbor was someone who even disdained young Master Ding, who was as beautiful as a flower, for being smelly. She even detested the 2 magnificent young masters of the Qin family, not to mention this average-looking man in front of her. In Miss Chao's opinion, this strange blabbermouth was even noisier than Boundless Saber in front of her and Xianxian. He was simply a big idiot. Prince Mo silently twitched his mouth. Everyone lit a row of candles for this Zhao Li in their hearts. How pitiful. Courting death by provoking Jojo. What else could it be other than asking for a snub? You. Zhao Li felt pain in his calf from the stoic-faced girl's kick, but he couldn't bend down to rub his calf because of his pride. He could only glare hatefully at Arbor with a stiff face and say angrily, "You don't know what's good for you. This young master was just reminding you out of goodwill. I advise you not to take detours. Do you really think that a top-notch academy like this can really become a top-notch existence in the 6 prefectures? It's not up to you to decide whether or not he's a top-notch existence in the 6 prefectures. Let's see after the competition." So long-winded and full of nonsense. Where did this idiot come from? Scram! Arbor roared. Qi Xianxian and Little Fatty picked up their weapons at the same time and were about to rush up and smash Zhao Li. Zhao Li was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps back with a face full of panic. He felt that he simply couldn't get along with this bunch of crazy students from a top academy. Young students nowadays, why the fuck did they act like they wanted to? I'm I'm too lazy to talk to you. In the future, you will suffer." Zhao Li's face was red with anger. He angrily flicked his sleeves and turned around. Just as he was about to step out of the door, his left leg went soft, and with a paw sound, he knelt in front of the door. His head heavily knocked against the doorframe, leaving a red mark on the spot. The teams that had gathered at the entrance and were about to leave were all shocked by his actions, following which they roared with laughter. A female disciple from another academy held her belly in laughter and pointed at Zhao Li, who was kneeling on the ground with a flushed face. Oh my, the little girl was right. He really is a big idiot. Chapter 1950. Senior brother, Zhao. The team leader, Gu Lioli, hurriedly ordered people to help him up and supported the limping Zhao Li out of the door. Before she left, she turned around to glare at Arbor and the others and said, "Does the top academy dare to accept Soaring Flower Academy's challenge in this competition? You don't have the right." Arbor coldly swept her a glance. "What right does a mere level 1 spirit master have to challenge us?" Scram! Everyone instantly couldn't laugh anymore. If the stoic-faced little girl could say that, it meant that her own strength was definitely much higher than a level 1 spirit master's. She dared to arrogantly tell a level 1 spirit master to scram. Perhaps she wouldn't do such a thing if she didn't have some skills. "You guys," Gulioli was about to explode in anger. She glared hatefully at the people from the top academy and dejectedly supported Zhao Li out under everyone's gazes. A bunch of baffling people. Qi Xian pursed her lips and turned her gaze to Zhou Danjin, whose expression was unclear. "Instructor, who exactly are they?" Zhou Danjin sighed. "Let's talk as we walk." Today was the first day of the semi-finals, so it wasn't good to be late. When everyone exited Tranquil Inn, Zhou Danjin glanced at Instructor Wei Wei, who was walking at the back of the group, and then said to Arbor and the others, "Student Xiao, you must have thought that Instructor Wei Wei was targeting you from the start, right?" Arbor nodded without hesitation. "That's right. If it weren't for her good temper, this Instructor Wei Wei would have been beaten up by her 800 years ago." Zhou Danjin speechlessly glanced at this honest child. "Actually, your Instructor Wei Wei once accepted a student with pretty good talent. It's just that this student was born in an aristocratic family and had an excellent family background, so he was very arrogant. Later on, because he looked down on our shabby academy, he betrayed the academy during a very important competition. From then on, your Instructor Wei Wei became much more depressed, and he became a man of few words. When we accepted students in the future, what we valued was no longer the student's talent, but their moral character. Student Xiao, your birth is too good. When you first came to our academy peak, you flew over on an ancient phoenix." Zhou Danjin glanced at her and said, "Everyone knows very well that you must have an extraordinary family background." "Wait, let me interrupt." Arbor could not help but interrupt. "I don't have any family background. I'm just a poor child from a small family in the lower Starfield." "All right, you can continue." Everyone was speechless. Why did they want to laugh so badly? This was clearly a very serious topic. Teacher Zhou's mouth twitched speechlessly. Of course, he didn't want to argue with this lousy child about whether she had a strong family background or not. Instead, he continued, "When you first came to our school, you had a fight with Hua Tao." Speaking of this, Hua Tao couldn't help but cover his face. Could he stop talking about such an embarrassing thing? That arrogant aura, as well as that thick aura of a young lady from a powerful family, made your Instructor Wei Wei think of the student who betrayed the academy. Of course, now you already know that this person was Zhao Li, who came to provoke us just now. He's from the Shuntian Prefecture's Zhao family. The Zhao family can be considered a first-rate aristocratic family in Shuntian Prefecture. Chapter 1951. Back then, he came to sign up out of admiration. His goal was to become Sir Lu Yun's last disciple. Wait, let me interrupt as well. Qi Xian couldn't help but ask, "Are you talking about the famous Sir Lu Yun of the 6 prefectures continent? I seem to have only read some legends about him in storybooks." "I've heard about him from Storyteller." The little fatty raised his hand. Zhou Danjin nodded, but after a year and a half, he still hasn't seen Sir Lu Yun. Alright, you guys still don't know, right? Young Master Lu Yun is actually your elusive and elusive principal. Zhou Danjin thought that the group of children might not know who young Master Lu Yun was, so he explained. Everyone's expression was like the sky is going to rain red. What? You're saying that the number one expert of the 6 prefectures, Sir Lu Yun, is our principal? The little fatty had a strange expression. So, the student Zhao Li, who was looking for trouble just now, because he hadn't seen the principal for a year and a half, he ran away? Sigh, it's because of this student Zhao Li. His talent is quite good. So, the cultivation plan that us instructors came up with for him is a step-by-step method that supports his characteristics. Furthermore, Instructor Wei Wei had spent a lot of effort on Zhao Li's cultivation method. That brat's sudden betrayal really made your Instructor Wei Wei sad. Shut up, Zhou Danjin. Wei Wei's angry voice came from behind. Zhou Danjin hurriedly spoke faster. So, actually, Instructor Wei isn't born with a cold face. You guys should be a little more understanding of him. Student Xiao, Instructor Wei Wei only wants to temper your character and suppress the sharpness you exude. To put it bluntly, it's also for the sake of your future cultivation. Don't think that he's intentionally targeting you. Zhou Danjin. Okay. I won't say anymore. Zhou Danjin immediately shut his mouth and walked to the side with a smile, starting another day of nagging. Students, it's up to you to win glory for the academy in the semi-finals. Everyone silently glanced at him before turning their heads away in unison. Instructor Zhou's face was filled with helplessness. When he received the looks from Endless Blade and the others, he laughed awkwardly and said, "The dean is right. This batch of students is very energetic." The distance between Onping Inn and Shanghua Martial Arts Arena was only about a quarter of an hour's walk. By the time everyone arrived at the arena, the main people in charge of the tournament were already seated at the entrance. The 3 of them were all veterans in charge of competitions. Over the years, all the big and small competitions of the 6 Prefectures Academy had basically come to their family's arena. Therefore, the people in charge of these battle arenas were quite familiar with the various instructors of the various academies. Instructor Zhou and Instructor Wei from the top academies are here. One of them quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands towards the crowd with a smile. Please come in. The seats have already been arranged. Thank you. Zhou Danjin smiled and cupped his hands at the person in charge. Mr. Hong is the main judge of this competition. There are also some things that you need to pay attention to. Everyone, please take a look at the rules and regulations. The person in charge handed Instructor Zhou a piece of red paper with many rules written on it. Only then did he turn around and call for the servant beside him to lead everyone in. Zhou Danjin nodded his head in thanks. Chapter 1952. As soon as they entered the ring-shaped arena, their ears were flooded with noise. The servant led them to the seating area and respectfully bowed to Zhou Danjin. Instructor Zhou, you can sit here. Then, after an hour, the first drawing of lots will take place. You can send a student to the arena to draw lots. You should all be clear about the rules of the competition, so I won't repeat them. Oh, okay. I'll take my leave. If you need any snacks or fruits, you can go to the sales area to buy 1 or 2. The servant pointed to the side of the ring-shaped seating area. Everyone turned to look and couldn't help but feel speechless. It turned out that the big shots of the arena had thought of a way to do business this year. There was a sales area next to the seating area, and at first glance, there were indeed melon seeds, snacks, fruits, and quite a variety of food. As for the price, it was hard to say. They would probably have to use materials to exchange for 1 or 2, so there probably wouldn't be many people buying that everyone took their seats. Instructor Zhou flipped through the red paper with the rules written on it, and after looking at it for a while, he said to everyone, "The rules this time are about the same as the previous years. The semifinals are a competition between the academies. Specifically, before the start of the competition, a student will be sent to the arena to draw lots. If you draw the same number, you'll have a martial arts competition. After that, when there are only 30 academies left, it will officially enter the final round. At that time, the new rules will be followed. With so many academies, the semifinals this time will probably take around 10 days. In the past, it was settled in 7 days. After Zhou Danjin finished speaking, he turned to look at Arbor. Student Xiao, you go up to the arena to draw lots. Arbor glanced at Instructor Zhou with an indescribable expression. Reason. The reason is really too simple. Instructor Zhou's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and he was overjoyed. Everyone knows it's 3 words. You're lucky. Everyone. That weren't instructors just 3 words? Instructor Zhou looked at Arbor with a smile. Student Xiao, what do you think? Nothing much. Arbor said indifferently. I'll tell you the truth. My luck has always been erratic. With this draw, I might be able to draw the strongest team. Which team is the strongest? Of course, it's the top 3 from last year. Heaven Bestow Academy, Auspicious Academy, and Sunlight Academy. Are they very strong? Xian was stunned. They didn't know much about Heavenly Bestowing Academy, but Auspicious Academy had been wiped out by JoJo when they were in the underground base. Guan Ying's team isn't the only one in Jiaqing Academy. Instructor Zhou waved his hand. Jiaqing Academy was ranked 2nd in the last Academy ranking tournament. Their captain, Li Nanshan, is very strong. The last time we met, she had already broken through to become a level 10 Great Spiritual Master. In the individual rankings, Li Nanshan is ranked 3rd. Don't you think she's strong? You little shrimps. If you run into Li Nanshan's team, you'd better surrender obediently. Zhou Danjin curled his lips. Instructor, what are you talking about? Mata's sudden shout almost made Zhou Danjin jump up in fright. What the fuck? This little bastard roared into his ear. Instructor, we will definitely work hard to bring glory to our academy. Chapter 1953. Zhou Danjin gazed at his students with a gratified expression. The dean was right. They were indeed a group of hot-blooded youths. All right, students. Then whether or not the instructors will achieve meteoric success this time, and whether or not the academy will be able to raise its status in the 6 prefectures continent will all depend on you. Zhou Danjin said with a smile before turning to look at Xiaomu. Student Xiao, let's make a deal. You'll go draw the lots right away. Jojo, draw 1 for us. Everyone grabbed her small hand excitedly. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly, thinking that the students would say something encouraging. In the end, that little fatty said loudly, the weakest team. Uffed. Qi Xianxian burst out laughing and pushed little fatty's hand away. She jokingly scolded, go away. Instructor, what you're saying is that after we draw lots, the 2 academies will have a group battle? Arbor blinked and asked. Everyone inexplicably noticed that the little fellow's eyes seemed to be sparkling. At the mention of a group battle, her expression was especially comical. Instructor who waved his hand and smiled. Of course, it won't be as simple as a group battle. Oh, of course, if the 2 academies agree to a group battle, that's fine too. Usually, the way 2 academies battle is a one-on-one challenge. Of course, it can also be a one-on-one challenge. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, their gazes shifting to Duan Muqing. Then they'll just have to let Duan Muqing go later. Duan Muqing only felt that the way little fatty and the others looked at him was a bit off, and he couldn't help but shudder. What are you looking at? Everyone laughed foolishly and shook their heads. At this moment, a few more teams were led by the manservants of the arena and walked towards them. When they passed by, they nodded to each other as a greeting. Those who sat in their area were usually from academies that weren't very famous. Big academies like Sunlight Academy, Moonlight Academy, and Jiaqing Academy were all seated in the front row. Their small corner was separated from the front row by 40 to 50 academies that Arbor took out a bag of sunflower seeds and snacks. But before he could eat them, the people around him had already grabbed them. Miss Xiao lowered her head to look at the empty bag before turning to meet the smiling Prince Mo's eyes. She angrily put away the empty bag and took out an apple to chew on. Half an hour later, all the seats in the circular area were basically filled. A spirited old man quickly walked up to the middle of the grand tournament stage and said to the people seated around him, all right, can the 677 academies that have passed the preliminaries please send their student representatives up to the stage to draw lots? The old man's voice was not very loud, but his words penetrated everyone's eardrums and were heard very clearly. "Student Xiao, it's up to you," Mata and the others said excitedly. Arbor stood up, only to hear a roar coming from the front. "Someone from Jiaqing Academy will definitely win. Who drew the perfect lot in the Sunlight Academy?" The roar was earth-shattering. Little Fatty said happily, "Jojo, how about we help you shout too?" Yes, we'll shout for the top academies." "Shut up." Xiao Mu glared at them while sweating profusely, and her small face was dyed crimson red. His face was so hot and embarrassed. "Shout your sister. It's so tacky." Chapter 1954. Jojo's blushing. Before Mata could finish his sentence, Prince Mo glared daggers at him, scaring him so much that he swallowed the rest of his words. How preposterous! Only he could see his wife blushing. The venerable peach blossom immortal sat beside him, munching on melon seeds. He said in a down-to-earth manner, "Sigh, I think there's going to be a good show to watch this time." Arbor ran all the way to the arena area. She followed the crowd up the stairs and onto the martial arts stage. With Crown Prince Mo and the others' outstanding eyesight, they naturally saw the little lady standing at the edge of the martial arts competition stage. She was bored to death as she stared at those people who were desperately trying to squeeze into the center, as if they could draw lots earlier if they squeezed in. The martial arts stage was about 100 feet wide. It didn't seem crowded, even if a few hundred people stood on it. However, everyone was eagerly trying to squeeze in, making the few people at the edge stand out. All right, line up and draw lots in order." The number of academies participating in the semifinals this time was beyond the expectations of the martial arts arena manager. With so many people drawing lots one by one, it would take about 15 minutes. "All right, line up and walk through the lot pod in order. Don't hesitate and don't stop. If I find out that any of you are using your spiritual awareness to read the contents of the lot pod, it will be considered cheating and you will be disqualified." The crowd was in an uproar, but after the old man's reprimand, the noise quieted down. They hurriedly lined up one by one and walked to the big table where the lot pot was placed. With one person following another, the drawing of lots was actually quite fast. If anyone deliberately stopped, they would naturally receive a stern warning from the old man. It was only when the people who had drawn lots all lined up on the other side uneasily that the people on Xiao Mu's side started moving slightly. One of the young men nodded at Arbor and said, "Miss, please go first." Xiao Mu waved her small hand, indicating for him to go first. It was only when most of the people had left that she dragged her feet and nonchalantly lined up at the very end of the line. Didn't Instructor Zhou say that she was lucky? She refused to let him have his way and dragged him to the last one. She resigned herself to fate and let God arrange whatever team for them. Teacher Zhou saw that her attitude was negative, so he would definitely not let her go on stage to draw lots tomorrow. One by one, they drew lots. In the end, the young man also drew a bamboo stick. He turned around and nodded at her before standing to the side. Arbor pursed his small mouth and walked forward proudly. His small hand felt around inside the bamboo tube for a long time. Cough. It wasn't until the old man coughed lightly that she raised her head and glared at the old man. "Where's the signature?" The old man's mouth twitched, and he said with some amusement, "Little girl, you don't have to smoke anymore." Just now, this old man said that there are 667 academies participating in this round of competition. Naturally, one of them will be given a bye. "Congratulations, little girl, your academy has a bye." Everyone was speechless. Arbor, the old man, ? This little girl had an indescribable expression on her face. What was going on? "Student Yu, what's wrong?" At the table, Shun Shinran, who was also from Tianxi Academy, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yu Gue, who was sitting next to her. She had always felt that Yu Gue's relationship with Jiang Qi and the others in the team was a little strange. The sixth watch ended. Chapter 1955. Shun Shinran looked at Yu Gue and the others suspiciously. She still felt that Yu Gue, Jiang Qi, and Lu Ling were a little strange. She could say that they didn't have any relationship, but sometimes they would inadvertently reveal that kind of familiar gaze, which made Shinran believe that it was impossible for them not to have any interactions. If they were familiar with each other, but after interacting for a day, Yu Gue and Jiang Qi had not spoken more than 5 sentences. If they were familiar with each other, then they were too good at holding back. Shinran looked at Yu Gue again, looking like she wanted to get to the bottom of it. "What's wrong, Yu Shiweyo? Your face doesn't look good. Are you okay? What do you feel uncomfortable?" Yu Gue suppressed her excitement. She almost didn't need to look back to know what kind of mood the few junior sisters sitting behind her were in at the moment. A few pairs of eyes flashed with a faint light. Inch by inch, they struggled to leave the stage, suppressing the desire to rush back to the sect and tell everyone that our little junior sister is here. Glancing at Shinran indifferently, Yu Gue said coldly, "Oh, I'm fine. Sorry for troubling student Shun." Shinran's face sank slightly. Damn it. It was this kind of lukewarm attitude again, making her warm face stick to a cold but again. She was the daughter of the Shun family, born to be superior. If not for the fact that Yu Gue and the others had good aptitudes, she would be too lazy to rope them in and try every possible way to bring them in her family. A group of cowards from the lower star domain? Shameless. She was willing to give them an olive branch, but these guys who didn't know what was good for them, not only did they not give her this olive branch like dogs, they even dared to go against her and hide everything from her, the leader. This was simply outrageous. Shinran looked at Yu Gue and the others coldly, thinking in her heart, people probably only understand how important opportunities are when they are in a desperate situation. Yu Gue and this group of people were destined to become dogs that Shinran, could order around at her beck and call. Just wait and see. A dark light flashed past Shinran's eyes. At the same time, on the battle stage, the head judge in charge of the students drawing lots, the old man Hong Chi, looked at the young lady in front of him with a complicated expression. Could it be that she was not excited and unhappy? This was the first round of the semifinals. At the very least, it would save their entire team 1 to 2 days' worth of combat power. The other academies might be exhausted from fighting today and tomorrow, and they would still have to continue the second round of the competition, but wasn't that a good thing? But the little girl's expression was obviously a little off. "Little girl, which academy are you from? This old man will help you register." Hong Chi coughed lightly. "A top academy." Instructor Zhou jumped up and shouted at the old man from afar. The old man was speechless. Zhou Danjin beamed with joy as he waved his paw at the little person in the center of the stage. He nodded with a gratified expression, as expected of our lucky student Xiao. Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal wanted to laugh. Based on their understanding of the little fellow, they guessed that this child originally wanted to secretly poke fun at Instructor Zhou. In the end, things didn't go as planned. Miss Chow expressionlessly watched as the elder finished registering her. She nodded at her and said, "Congratulations again, student. You've helped your academy draw by." Chapter 1956. Everyone, let's give a round of applause. Congratulations to this extremely lucky student from the top academy. Arbor's face was stoic as all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Everyone below the stage clapped with all their might. Instructor Zhou, that idiot, shouted, "Good job!" In between, everyone on the stage had an indescribable expression as they looked at this little girl with a stoic face. Why was it like this? If they had known that they would be last and automatically get a bye, why did they have to squeeze in the first place? They spent so much effort, but in the end, they couldn't even compare to the girl who was leisurely last. Our dear Xiao Mu sighed. Sure enough, everything was fated. It wasn't up to her now that her luck had come. There was no way she could stop it. Next, please count off your numbers. Those who have the same number, please line up in pairs. Everyone immediately sighed and lined up according to their numbers. Xiaomu also drooped her head and dejectedly walked down the martial arts stage. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with her. Everyone in the seats looked at this little girl with a stoic face as she walked down and curiously looked at her a few times. Yu Gui's gaze fell on the little girl. When she saw her stomp past her on the stage, her hands on her knees clenched into fists. Then, her breathing gradually calmed down. She couldn't be anxious. But how could she not be anxious? Yu Shueyo, are you okay? Shen Shinran heard her breathing become heavier and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Yu Gue silently lowered her head and secretly decided to leave Shanghua Arena before looking for her little junior sister. The little girl returned to the top academy's seating area and was surrounded by a group of people. Everyone was scrambling to give her a head rub, but who would have thought that someone would suddenly raise an arm and carry Miss Qiao over? You're not allowed to touch her. Each and every one of them wanted to touch his wife. How could he let that happen? Sigh. Xiao Mu sighed and sat down next to Crown Prince Mo without a word. She then fished out a carrot and bit down on it with a crunch. She was a bit depressed. What should she do? Look at Instructor Zhou's blooming chrysanthemum face and how he was smiling. Just looking at it made him feel a little vexed. Zhou Danjin praised with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Mu cast him a silent glance before silently shifting to sit down next to Crown Prince Mo. Her large eyes darted around as she dryly remarked, Occasionally, I get lucky. Don't worry, your luck will run out tomorrow. It's not just occasionally. Instructor Zhou chuckled. You're being modest, aren't you? Let me tell you about Zhou. Zhou Dan moved closer to Arbor, but there was still Prince Mo between them. Noticing the Crown Prince's cold gaze drifting over, Instructor Zhou coughed dryly and stepped back. With a face full of smiles, he said, For this competition, we'll send you to draw lots. I don't think anyone has any objections. No problem, no problem. Everyone shook their heads. In terms of luck, if Zhou claimed second place, no one would dare to claim first place. Arbor's little face was expressionless as she chuckled. Other than the fact that her voice sounded like she was laughing, her delicate eyebrows didn't even twitch. Everyone thought that the little girl's expression was a bit funny. See you later. Arbor's little face was tense as he tugged at Mo Lien beside him. Mo Lien understood and stood up. Chapter 1957. Since there was no need to fight, what was the point of her staying here? Of course, she was going to do what she was supposed to do. The young couple waved their sleeves and floated away. Shichun, Little Tai Sui, Infinite Blade, and the others naturally couldn't be bothered to stay here any longer, so they also left. Director Zhou laughed awkwardly and reached out to touch his nose. That's right, everyone. Let's watch how other people play the game and learn some experience from it. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Instructor Zhou speechlessly looked at the back of the students' heads as they turned away. All right, children, as long as you're happy. In the other room, Shen Shinran frowned and turned her face. There was a dense crowd behind her, so she couldn't see what Yu Gue was looking at. However, she knew very well that Yu Gue's mind wasn't on the competition from the beginning. Shen Shinran said coldly, It's our academy's turn soon. Yu Gue, Jiangqi, you guys better focus. Don't get eliminated in the first round. A crisp laughter came from beside Shen Shinran. The girl who spoke was in her early 20s, and her apple-like face was glowing with a smile. She deliberately tilted her head and put on an innocent look, as if she was just teasing them and didn't mean any harm. Zhuang Meng, don't worry. We'll be responsible for ourselves and the competition to the end. Yu Gue replied indifferently, then turned her face away and didn't look at Shen Shinran and the others anymore. Zhuang Meng shrugged. All right. I'm just worried about you guys. After all, although we belong to two different teams, the total points will be counted together. Yu Gue ignored her, and Zhuang Meng felt bored. In reality, Shen Shinran and Zhuang Meng were worried for nothing. With Yu Gue's strength, the first few rounds before the semifinals were simply a one-sided slaughter. Soon, Yu Gue led Jiangqi and the others down from the arena. They didn't return to their seats, but walked out of the arena together. Where are you guys going? Shen Shinran and Zhuang Meng's voices suddenly sounded behind them. Two pairs of eyes looked at them with scrutiny. We're done with the competition, so we're going out for a walk. Lu Ling said indifferently. Yeah, it's a bit stuffy here. Seniors, please pay more attention to your team's upcoming match. Shen Shinran smiled. I feel that you guys are very strange. Could it be that you guys are spies from the other academies? Yu Gui's face turned cold. What do you think the Heavenly Bestow Academy has that we would covet? Oh, no. The spiritual techniques of the Heavenly Bestow Academy are at least of the earth level. Who's after your spiritual techniques? Little Cannon Fong Su laughed mockingly. That's all you have. Fong Su, watch your attitude. Shin Ran said angrily. What a joke. A few country bumpkins from the Lower Star region, after living in the 6 prefectures continent for a few years, did they think that their horizons were higher than the natives of the 6 prefectures? We're all schoolmates from the same academy. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Shut up. You're already so old, and you're still pretending to be cute. Do you think that just because you have the word cute in your name, you're really cute? Little Pow opened his mouth and attacked directly. Disgusting. Every time she spoke, she would speak in a coquettish tone. Sorry, I'm a woman. You can't be coquettish with me. Zhuang Ming was hit by a barrage of verbal attacks. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Chapter 1958. What's the fuss about? A middle-aged tutor from Heavenly Bestow Academy walked over with a dark face. Tutor, they left without permission. Yu Gui said with a cold face, we've already finished competing. It's fine after the competition. That tutor reprimanded without any explanation. You think that you can be proud just because you've successfully advanced to the first round? We didn't say that. Yu Gui's face darkened. She pursed her lips and looked straight at the middle-aged tutor. This tutor had always been on the side of the Shun family's eldest daughter. Compared to the Shun family, Yu Gui and the other girls had no background. If it weren't for the fact that they were quite talented, how would they have the chance to stand here and represent the academy in the competition? Arrogant and self-satisfied. No organization. The middle-aged tutor reprimanded with a dark face. Even if you've finished competing, can't you stay and continue watching Shinran's team compete? Shinran and the others are your teammates. I don't know what's going on in your heads all day. You're so weird. You don't think about things you should think about, and you blindly think about things you shouldn't think about. Go back and sit properly. In the future, pay attention to team unity. Don't act on your own. Little Cannon Fong Su was about to explode in anger. Just as she was about to speak, Chun Hanzi pressed her hand down forcefully. Got it. Yu Gui nodded coldly. She glanced indifferently at the smug Shinran and the others, then led Lu Ling, Fong Su, and the others back to their seats. That middle-aged tutor also followed them back angrily. He glanced at Yu Gui and the others from the corner of his eyes. When he saw the indifferent expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but explode in anger. They really couldn't be taught. 2 days later, the students from the top academies entered energetically, attracting the attention of many other academies. Everyone whispered among themselves. The top academies are really super lucky. That's right. Look at them. They haven't competed in the past 2 days. Unlike us, we're exhausted even after resting for a night. Arbor had just sat down when tutor Zhou's Methria Buddha laughter sounded in his ears. Student Xiao. I'll have to trouble you to go up and draw a lot this time. Arbor glanced at instructor Zhou from the corner of his eyes. He slowly got up and walked towards the stage. When he arrived at the battle stage, he realized that everyone was hiding in the corners of the huge battle stage, leaving an empty area in the middle. The men and women who had been standing in the corner with her yesterday all looked at her helplessly and stood in the middle of the room. Oh, they've all learned their lesson. Arbor's eyes flashed, and he naturally walked to the first place and stood still. Since so many people wanted to snatch the empty slot, he would give it to them. Arbor had just stood still when the old man's angry voice came from the side. What are you all doing? All of you, line up. Line up. What are you all doing in the corner? Those who don't line up within 3 minutes will be disqualified. Today, there are 339 academies participating in the martial arts competition. All of you line up and draw lots. Don't dawdle and fall behind. Old rules. Whoever cheats with spiritual sense will be disqualified. Everyone looked at each other. Everyone wanted someone else to line up first. They were fighting over the last spot. What a joke. Everyone knew the routine. Who didn't want to get a bye? Who didn't want to advance naturally? Miss, how about I draw first? Chapter 1959. Arbor waved her hand. That guy from a day before had come again, but she didn't need it. First place was first place. It didn't matter. Xiaomu took the lead and pattered to the bamboo pot. She casually picked a stick and pattered to the side to stand. Oomph. Whoever wanted to be last in line to take advantage of the free draw, let them be. In any case, Jojo didn't want to go on stage to draw lots again tomorrow. Everyone finished drawing lots. Only then did the old man nod his head and look at the stupefied student at the back of the line. This idiot was holding a bamboo stick in his hand. He was probably wondering why he still had a stick in his hand when he was the last in line. Shouldn't it be a free draw? Isn't everyone curious why the last in line also has a stick in his hand? Everyone suddenly had a bad premonition. The Shenhua martial arts arena, was really full of tricks. It was impossible to guard against them. Now, just like yesterday, stand in pairs according to the corresponding numbers. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, 0, don't look for others. Come out and stand next to this old man. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they realize that the free draw this time was 0. Everyone quickly found their corresponding teams. Some were happy and some were sad. When they saw that their opponents were weaker than them, they were naturally happy. When they saw that their opponents were stronger than them, they immediately hung their heads dejectedly. Miss Chow held the bamboo stick in her hand and stared at it for a long time with a strange expression. Then, she slowly moved to the old man's side with the speed of a turtle. The old man stroked his beard and smiled at the crowd. When he felt that someone had moved to his side, he smiled and turned his head. Lucky little guy, you got the free draw, huh? Why is it you again? Arbor had an indescribable expression and looked at the old man with a strange expression. On the martial arts stage, the student representatives from the other several hundred academies simultaneously looked at her. Those pairs of eyes were like daggers, stabbing at Xiaomu's body with a swish. If it happened once, it would be luck. If it happened twice, then it would be the ancestors burning incense. How could this little girl be so infuriating? Teacher, I suggest that we don't let this girl draw lots on stage next time. That's right. Let them change their representatives. At the end of the day, Instructor Zhou's wild laughter rang out again. Old mister, it was time to register. Same old rules, ha ha ha, top academy. The old man looked at the indignant representatives speechlessly. He coughed lightly and waved to Arbor. Little girl, come with me to register. Don't worry, there won't be a bye tomorrow. The old man hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. Fuck, next time I won't bring this girl along to draw lots. Yes, request for a change. Switch. Arbor looked at the crowd innocently, turned around, and jumped off the stage without looking back, returning to his seat. 2 days ago, because there were many teams participating in the first round of the semifinals, the competition lasted for 2 full days. However, as the participating teams were eliminated one by one, the strength of both teams increased. The competition in the next few days would not be too easy. It was estimated that the second round of the semifinals would take at least 2 days of selection. In other words, the teams from the top academies who had hit the jackpot could relax for 4 days in a row. First 5 chapters. Tonight, more chapters. Today, more chapters. Chapter 1960. Shenhua Martial Arena. In the front row of the Key Academy's seating area, Zhuangming pouted and tugged at the corner of Shun Shinran's clothes. Shun Shinran impatiently turned around to look at her, only to see Zhuangming pursing her lips at her. Shun Shinran followed her gaze and saw Yu Gue, Jiang Qi, and the others sitting in a row. Although they didn't say anything, it could be seen that they were in a pretty good mood. A faint smile hung on the corners of their mouths. Especially Yu Gue, this girl. She usually had a stern face all day long, and her features were rather heroic. At first glance, she didn't seem easy to get along with. But today's Yu Gue seemed to be a bit different from usual. Humph! Shun Shinran rolled her eyes and slowly turned her head. She asked one of the attendants who was following closely behind her, "Have you arranged everything?" "Yes, Mississippi. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions." Shun Shinran nodded, revealing a trace of disdainful mockery. She wanted to see when a group of arrogant people walked into a hopeless situation, what kind of beast-like wails would they let out? At this time, the middle-aged instructor from Heavenly Bestow Academy slowly walked over with two other instructors. Come and receive today's spirit-returning medicinal liquid. One of the instructors frowned and said, Shun Shinran has 3 bottles. Zhuang Ming has 2 bottles, and everyone else has 1 bottle each. Yu Guwei and the others accepted the bottles indifferently and returned to their seats without a trace of fluctuation in their expressions. Don't ask why Shin Shinran could have 3 bottles while Zhuang Ming could have 2 bottles. This kind of injustice was everywhere. Ever since they entered this Heavenly Bestow Academy, this kind of thing had happened frequently. If they were to fuss over everything, then it wouldn't be long before they would be angered to death. In this world, there was no place that treated everyone equally like the Holy Water sect. There was no distinction between the inner and outer sections. Whether it was the direct disciples or ordinary disciples of the 3 Peak Masters, their cultivation resources were basically the same. A paradise like the Holy Water sect, they would definitely do their best to pursue it for the rest of their lives. Senior Yu Guwei, do you want to go up the stage together? Zhuang Ming tilted her head and put on an innocent appearance. Yu Guwei ignored her, causing Miss Zhuang's smile to freeze on her face. Fong Su snorted. Following Yu Guwei, the 6 of them walked towards the arena. Senior sister, little junior sister didn't leave. During the first round, little junior sister finished drawing her lot and left with the crown prince of Mo Kingdom. However, in the second round, little junior sister was still sitting there and had not left. I saw it. Yu Guwei was also very anxious. In the past 2 days, the 3 mentors had strictly forbidden them from leaving the inn and wandering the streets. Shun Shinran and Zhuang Ming had been floating in front of them like ghosts all day long, so they had not had a chance to talk to their little junior sister. Little junior sister would definitely see them when they entered the martial arts competition. She wondered if little junior sister would misunderstand. Senior sister, don't think too much. Let's deal with the current situation first. Jiang Qi whispered beside her. Yes. Yu Guwei nodded and took a deep breath with her 5 senior and junior sisters before stepping onto the arena. The opposite team was already standing in the ring. They had the same number of people as them. They were the students of Shuntian Mansion's Moonlight Academy. Senior sisters, please advise us. The 6 of them bowed courteously. Yu Guwei and the other 5 naturally returned the bow. Subsequently, both sides withdrew their sharp blades at the same time and activated their spirit energy. Although the 101 votes weren't fully cast, I'll add more for you guys.